Being exhausted, he entered a state of suspended animation and only woke up yesterday. Zh Xingying mistakenly believed that Su Qianan had died in the line of duty, and it was not his fault. Rebirth pills. At first I asked the warden for this medicine, but he refused to give it to me, saying that it was. How did he get this medicine? But now, Amir Copper Gong has actually obtained the panacea that I have been longing for. L. Gifted by Chu Kaiwei of the Imperial Observatory. Yes. The title was withdrawn. Also, send a gong to Su Qian to come see me quickly. Su Qianan received the summons and rushed to the palace before noon. After being verified by the Imperial Guards, he was allowed into the palace. Wei Gong. His Majesty summoned you because of the case of concubine Fu. The matter of conferring the title was withdrawn. I see. It was really withdrawn. This message has been sent for 3 days. It can be withdrawn. Not following the rules. Your Majesty is at Lingbao Temple, meditating with the Imperial Master, and will not be back until the afternoon. Please wait for him. Lingbao Temple. Imperial Master, when will I be able to form the golden elixir? When will your Majesty be able to put aside government affairs and devote himself to cultivating the way? The golden elixir is just around the corner. In fact, I only need to practice dual cultivation to make further progress. But even as the ruler of a country, I cannot force others to be the leader of the sect. Not to mention that the opponent is a second-grade master, even if he can be suppressed by force. But dual cultivation requires the coordination of both people's minds and cannot be forced. When can the Imperial Master enter the first rank? Shake head. Alas, I am finding it increasingly difficult to understand the supervisor's thoughts. That day I asked him for the pill to transform my body into a new body, but he refused to give it to me. Who would have thought that today I would learn that even a small copper gong could benefit from this miraculous medicine? Gong? Never mind. This person is not worth mentioning. I will go back to the palace first and come back tomorrow to meditate and gain enlightenment with the Imperial Master. Imperial Study Room. I pay my respects to your Majesty. A few days ago, concubine Fu fell to her death. There is a hidden story behind this case. I give you 3 days to investigate this case. Calmania. Otherwise, severe punishment will be imposed. Your Majesty, please grant me death. Su Qianan, do you think I won't kill you? Your Majesty, please forgive me. I was in Yunzhou to protect the governor, and I fought fiercely with the rebels, killing 200 enemies. I worked hard in Yunzhou and solved the case of the governor Songchuo colluding with the Wushan cult, and cleared the name of the commander-in-chief Wei Chuanan. All of the above are insignificant, and I will never take credit for them. As for the SBO case and the Princess Pingy case, I have long forgotten them and will never bring them up again. It's just that I'm seriously injured and mentally exhausted. I often have headaches after waking up. I'm really unable to share your worries. This little Ton Luo deliberately brought up a lot of cases to highlight his own merits. See, he first consolidated his position as a meritorious official, and then used illness as an excuse to shirk responsibility. He was already well versed in the art of official luage in the court. Your Majesty, Su Qianan is just a bronze gong. Even if he is very powerful, his energy and spirit are severely depleted. His life or death is naturally not worth worrying about. But it delayed the case and prevented concubine Fu from getting redress, which would be a big deal. You can go back and recuperate. His Majesty will not send out hungry soldiers. The Emperor is not bad. I was tricked, that's all. Su Qianan, the Sishianjian has as many prescriptions for nourishing the spirit as you want. Lingbao Temple also has no shortage of elixirs. If you are not feeling well, I can give you a few elixirs. I remember your contribution to Yunzhou and intend to confer the title of Viscount on you. The Emperor's grace is great, don't let it go to waste. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great grace. Your Majesty is wise and powerful, and you are the greatest emperor of all time. I want to get the truth of the case as soon as possible. I will devote my life to this job until my death. Back off. Yes. Imperial study room. Come. Have you learned? Learned. The principle that Duke Wei wants to teach me is very simple. The emperor is also a human being, he also has weaknesses, and he is bound by rules. He cannot do whatever he wants or act recklessly. At the same time, the emperor is not omnipotent, he also has needs. As long as I have what he needs, there is a lot of room for maneuver. For example, this time, the 3 judicial departments passed the buck and delayed the case. What could Emperor Yuan Jing do? I wouldn't dare. Your Majesty, Duke Wei has many talented people under his command and has solved many major cases. It would be better to transfer this case to the censorate. Hot potato. At most it would be a punishment, but it would not be possible to actually remove someone from office or behead them. The minister seconded the motion. Against this backdrop, I, who had solved several major cases and offended many officials, was the perfect candidate to investigate the case. Since the emperor wants to use me, it is necessary to reasonably strive for my own interests. Once I became a viscount, I made some symbolic efforts, but it was reasonable that I failed to solve the case due to lack of ability. After all, I'm not an immortal. Of course, the of Emperor Yuan Jing was foreseeable. But I was already a viscount at that time, and the most I would receive was some punishment, such as caning, salary deduction, or even demotion. Pam. But the title cannot be revoked at will. The title is a means for the court to win over the hearts of the people, and it can only be awarded to those who have made outstanding contributions. Correspondingly, the conditions for depriving a title were very strict, and it was not something that the emperor could deprive someone of at will. Otherwise, the title would be too cheap and it would be hard to convince the people. As for whether Emperor Yuan Jing would default on his debt, the ruler of a country would not be so shameless. Even if Emperor Yuan Jing wants to renege on his debt, I can still drag out the case. He. Where there is a plan, there is a countermeasure. Da Day. Sir Su, please stay. Imperial study room. Take out. This is the gold medal bestowed by His Majesty. Lord Su can enter the palace to investigate cases at any time. However, he must be accompanied by a palace servant. The portion is quite generous. This gold medal is different from the previous ones received. There is an additional word, inner, on the front of the medal. It is a gold medal that allows walking inside the palace and is of a higher level. Sorry for bothering you. Your Majesty is so gracious that I will start investigating the case today. Please assign someone to work for me. I'd like to ask a question. Where does Lord Su plan to start his investigation? Yes. cm.coes. Start with Princess Linen. Shaoyin Palace. Alas! If Huiqing encountered such a thing, she would definitely be very strong. I have to admit that she is the kind of woman who will not be defeated by anything. The prince would definitely not do such a thing, but who would frame him? Could it be the 4th prince, Huiqing's brother? If the crown prince is deposed, who will benefit the most? Who is his accomplice, the queen? Huiqing? Clam. If he were still here, he would surely be able to solve the case with a little persuasion. But, he is no longer here. Your Highness, Your Highness. Tong Luo Su Qi'an. Waiting in the front yard. Eh? What did you say? Tong Luo Su Qi'an is seeking a meeting outside. Hey! Princess, my knife draw out. You bastard, you dare to play tricks on me? The crown prince hasn't been deposed yet. It is really Master Su. Master Su has arrived, right in the front yard. Your Highness will know it at a glance. N. Forecourt. Forehead? Oh my God. I finally managed to escape from the gates of hell, and you are planning to send me back with a knife? Where is Su Qianan? Where is Su Qianan? Your Highness, Lord Su is behind the rockery. The young eunuch sent by Eunuch Lu. Eh? This person in front of me. He is masculine and handsome, with flying eyebrows, bright eyes, a high nose and well-defined lips. Yes, Su Qianan? Your Highness, I have just returned from Korea after having plastic surgery. Where is Korea? Oh, it's Yunzhou. I was wrong. Didn't you die in Yunzhou? He was originally dead, but I was thinking about Her Royal Highness the Princess so much that the King of Hell was moved and he came back. Oh, you are so annoying. Poof. Shy. The wind is a bit strong today. The sand is rolling in my eyes. As a lively, delicate and coquettish girl, she actually likes this. Because of the lack of relationship experience, the ability to identify scumbags is poor, so the whole body exudes the aura of attracting scumbags. Of course, I, Su Qianan, am definitely not a scumbag. Why does the sand only fascinate the princess' eyes? Is it because the princess is beautiful? Dog slave. I am not a dog slave. You are a dog slave. Dog slave Su Qianan. Damn linen. Dog what? Nothing. You just scolded me, didn't you? No, that is my deepest hope for the princess. Little eunuch, please step back first. This official has something confidential to discuss with the princess. I have something to say to Lord Su. Is it your turn to sit in? Believe it or not, I will drag you out and give you 100 lashes. The villain resigns. How did he stay with you? How did you come back alive? Didn't Huiqing say that you were dead? Come. He is here to monitor the humble servants. As for how to survive, that's a long story. Su Qianan told Princess Linen about the Yunzhou case and slightly modified it. Of course, the adaptation is not random, so Su Qianan just beautified and highlighted his own role. Reduces the presence of others. Linen likes to listen to books the most. He starts to enjoy them with great interest and gradually becomes immersed in the stories. I couldn't help but applaud loudly when I saw the wonderful parts. Calm. Compared with her elder sister, Linen still has some gap. Women who can't let the table bear the pressure are not good women. As expected of someone I value, I know you are extraordinary when I first saw you. By the way, I came to the palace this time in compliance with His Majesty's order to thoroughly investigate the case of concubine Fu. I know this. You can clear the grievances for the prince brother when you come back. I have a few questions for the princess. How does concubine Fu look like? I will serve the princess forever, like a slave. Nature is extremely beautiful. Emperor Yuan Jing really wasted natural resources. Is the prince lustful? Of course not lustful. I am indeed a good man. I am a good man, I am Su Qianan. In addition to the crown princess, the crown prince's concubines, and other concubines. That's only 16 people in total. Is there any precedent for drunken riots? No. What kind of wine were you drinking? By Qi'an, a wine that nourishes the kidneys and strengthens why? The queen sent it to my mother. Do you think she framed him? Mum. I see. What do you understand? Su Ningyan, have you solved the case? Su Mansion. Exhausted, Su World did not return to the academy immediately. I stayed at home peacefully these days, waiting for the imperial examination to come. Earl, there is a monk outside the door. He calls himself Hung Yuan and wants to see you. Today is February 10th. In 5 days it will be spring. There is no need to go back to the academy. Move. Hung Yuan? He also said that he is an acquaintance of yours. Dad, maybe he saw that there was a funeral in our family and came to perform a ritual. Please prepare some copper coins to give away. I'm going back to my room to rest. Exhausted. Master, there is no need to perform any rituals at your residence. Please go back. I am not here to beg for alms. Second master of the house, are you really not going to see me? Come. What happened to number 3? Although they had never met, the gratitude for his repeated help and the affection for his cousin Su Qian. No matter what, you should see yourself. Let yourself go in and see Lord Su for the last time. Well, he may feel that his identity is still a secret, and that Pin Xian has not realized his true identity. So you pretend not to know? 6. Taoist priest Jin Lian. Can you block the rest of the people for me? I have something to say to number 3. Right. See, I said it's clear. I mean, you understand that your brother the Crown Prince is a lecher. It is too early to conclude whether His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has been wronged. Acum. So-called drunken promiscuity. When a man drinks too much, it is easy to get carried away. Will do things that I normally wouldn't or dare to do. If it is really as Linen described. The prince has been working very hard, treading on thin ice. The more suppressed you are, the more violent your outburst will be after you get drunk. Why does your highness think that the fourth prince and the queen framed the crown prince? The fourth prince is Huiking's brother, both of whom are born to the queen. Moreover, the fourth prince is the eldest son. Logically speaking, he is more legitimate than his brother in linen. However, the struggle for the foundation of the country 200 years ago is still recorded in history. Become a strong and colorful stroke in the hearts of Dafeng scholars. There is a psychological shadow on the dispute over the national capital. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with Emperor Yuan Jing making his eldest son the crown prince. Of course, the queen wants the fourth prince to be the crown prince. Let me tell you, among all the princes, the fourth prince and the crown prince are the ones who care most about state affairs. If the fourth prince didn't want to be the crown prince, would he be so enthusiastic? A. When there is a legitimate son, it is indeed not in accordance with the rules for your majesty to make the eldest son born out of wedlock the heir. I won't avoid suspicion in front of Linen. Because my mother was the most favored and the most beautiful back then. According to what I saw during the ancestral worship ceremony, it is clear that the queen is better than concubine Chen. That temperament, that appearance. If the queen were 20 years younger, her appearance would probably be even better than Linen and Huiqing. However, being favored is not just based on appearance, there are many other factors. For example, personality, tactics, hesitant techniques. It's complicated anyway. Did Emperor Yuan Jing dislike the queen so much that he made his eldest son, who was born out of wedlock, the crown prince? Do you think Huiqing was secretly manipulating this matter? What if it is? CM Khan. I have to admit it. Huiqing is scheming, despicable and shameless. I can't fight her. Well, you can frankly admit in front of me that you can't beat your old enemy Huiqing. Explain that Her Royal Highness is trusting me more and more. Palpitations. Someone popped up in the Dishu chat group. Your Highness. I'm going to the toilet, please wait. Taoist priest Jin Lian, can you block the others for me? I have something to say to number 3. What does Heng Yuan want me to do? 6. Taoist Jin Lian, can you block other people for me? I have something to say to number 3. Just after the Tong Luo named Su Qian died in the line of duty, Heng Yuan went to have a secret talk with number 3. It seems that he has also guessed the identity of number 3. They all thought that number 3 was Su Qian's cousin, but in fact, number 3 was himself. And he had died in Yunzhou. There was no more number 3 in the Tiandihui. Okay, let's chat privately again. Peak screen. 6. Taoist Jin Lian, can you block other people for me? I have something to say to number 3. 9. Good. 9. Good. Master Jin Lian probably explained the matter to number 6 in private. After all, in the Tiandihui, Taoist Master Jinlian is the only one who knows everyone's identity. Private messaging is now available. 6. Number 3, I want to see Lord Su for the last time. No, if you want to meet me, just meet me. Why are you sending me a message? Well, Han Yuan still doesn't know that I'm resurrected. He has been resurrected. If you want to see him, you can go to the night watchman's office to look for him. 6. Really? I am not here to beg for alms. Dad, maybe he saw that there was a funeral in our family and came to perform a ritual. Please prepare some copper coins to give away. I'm going back to my room to rest. No wonder you didn't want to see me. I was even feeling resentful just now. I am so guilty. What happened to number 3? Although we have never met. Mr. Su is a good man, and good people will be rewarded. Amatba, I am extremely happy, extremely happy. Exhausted. When my cousin was on the verge of death in Yunzhou, he took the rebirth pill given by Miss Kaiwei from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. The medicine happened to take effect and created the illusion of death. Explain it a little bit. In fact, it is a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, giving birth to a new body. Right. Master, I don't want my identity to be revealed. I hope that if we meet by chance in the future, we can smile at each other. The poor monk knows. Well, go and smile at Earl. Sorry master, I had no choice before, but now I don't want to be socially dead anymore. I was thinking about the case just now, and I became engrossed in it. Are you finally back? What took you so long? Your Highness, I am going to see concubine Fuss Body next. Are you coming? Well, let's go. Palace Ice Cellar. This way please. The body of concubine Fu was stored in the ice cellar of the imperial palace. Judging from Emperor Yuan Jing's attitude, it would be difficult for concubine Fu to rest in peace until the case was thoroughly investigated. The ice cellar is so cold, princess, it's cold here, why don't you wait outside? No need, I also want to do something for my brother the prince. Go and uncover the white cloth covering concubine Fu. Yes. Bump. N. My hand. How could he? A warm current surged from the palm of my hand, warming my limbs and bones, and the coldness of the ice cellar was completely dispelled. Although investigating the case is a top priority, it is nothing compared to His Highness' precious body. Your Highness. The ice cellar is extremely cold. If you don't leave, then I have no choice but to use this method. He held my hand to ward off the cold. Peep. Block. Mr. Su, look. Ahem, ha. My God, the prince's hands are so soft and smooth. Oh. Kokum. She is a beauty. Mr. Su. TSK, I really can't touch it. I still want to dissect it. Then show me the autopsy records and files. Yes. When he died, his clothes were in disarray and appeared to have been torn violently. There were no signs of rape. There are purple bruises on the wrists and arms. Her hair was disheveled when she died, which was consistent with the characteristics of resisting violence. Death with face up? Generally speaking, when people commit suicide by jumping off a building, they jump facing the ground. Those flashy backward jumps from buildings with faces toward the crowd shown in TV dramas are actually not that common. Therefore, after a person falls from a building, his back is facing the sky and his face is facing the ground. Of course, if it is a high-rise building, the human body will flip over due to the influence of air resistance and wind force during the falling process. But according to the files, the attic where concubine Fu fell was only 2.5 stories high. So the same posture you are in when you jump off a building will most likely be the same posture you are in when you fall to the ground. Was he pushed down by the prince? But this is inconsistent with the judgment that Fu Fei did not want to be humiliated and jumped off the building to her death. The There is no reason to push someone down the stairs. Well, it is possible that he got re and had violent tendencies after getting drunk. Still have to check. Lord Su. Do not disturb concubine fussbody. This is your Majesty's concubine. Even if she is dead, her body cannot be desecrated by a minister. Fuck you. I'm investigating a case under orders, and you're not allowed to touch this or that. What the hell are you talking to me about? Then there are the most protruding buttocks. Touch. Pinch. According to the human body structure, if you fall on your back, the first parts of your body to come into contact with the ground are your head and shoulder blades. Unfortunately, she is the emperor's woman, so she cannot take off her clothes and cannot check whether the flesh on her buttocks is damaged. She can only confirm it by touching it. He really fell face down from the building. This rules out the possibility that someone manipulated the body to disguise the scene after the incident with concubine Fu. Any findings? So Su Qian told Bian Bian about his discovery and ideas, but in fact he was also telling the young eunuch who was supervising him. In other words, concubine Fu didn't jump off the building and die? Not yet. The princess is extremely smart, beyond the reach of ordinary people. Your Highness, it is getting late. I will stop here for today and come back tomorrow. It is now 3:15 p.m., and it is already 15 minutes past the end of the workday. Emperor Yuan Jing doesn't give me overtime pay, it's time to get off work. CEM Watch, the fastest and most stable, with the least ads. Emperor Jing's Palace of Yuan Dynasty. Compared with boring memorials to the emperor and endless government affairs, this Taoist scripture of eternal truth is better. What is the most fascinating thing in the world? It's power. The lifespan of a mortal is limited to a few dozen years. Even if you hold power and look down on the world, what good can you do? In the end, it will still be defeated by time and turned into a handful of yellow earth. Only longevity is the most desirable thing, and only then can one hold power forever. Your Majesty, Su Qian has left the palace. What did he do in the palace today? I will go and summon the person in charge of supervision today. His Majesty. What did Su Qian do? Is there any progress in the case? Yes. You must explain everything to His Majesty. Master Su first went to Princess Linen's Shaoing garden, and the two talked for a long time behind the rockery. When she came out, Princess Linen's eyes were red, as if she had just cried. What are they doing behind the rockery? Your Majesty is displeased. Tell it from the facts. Yes, it was because Princess Linen came out with a knife in her hand. When Su Tongluo saw this, he hid behind the rockery. It was I who told Her Royal Highness the Princess that Su Tongluo was hiding in the rockery. You continue. Nah. Then Lord Su and the princess entered the hall, and the servant was driven out. Your Highness talked with Lord Su in the hall for quarters of an hour. I have no idea of the content of the conversation. I am not derelict in my duty, it's just that Lord Zu's attitude is too tough. Peep. Your Majesty doesn't have any expression at all. Then Lord Su brought his servants and Princess Linen to see the body of concubine Fu. During the process, Lord Su wanted to touch the body of concubine Fu. I tried my best to stop him but failed and was kicked by him. Oh, I remember that kick, and am waiting for this moment to put some eye drops on that Su guy. Sure enough, His Majesty frowned. How was it tested? See, just touching it repeatedly for a long time. Then what? Then left. However, Lord Su and Princess Linen said that there was something stray about concubine Fu's death. Anything else stray? Lord Su said that a normal fall from a building would result in the person falling face first, not back first. However, concubine Fu did die on her back. It is very likely that he was pushed down by someone. Being pushed down and fell to death. Back off. Yes. This Su Qian is indeed worthy of his reputation. The three judicial officials have been investigating for many days but were unable to come to a conclusion. As soon as he arrived, they immediately discovered the clues. The case will be solved soon. Humph, it's not that the three judicial departments can't handle cases, they just don't want to. However, Su Qian does have some skills. Pass on my oral instructions. Let the cabinet draft an imperial edict to restart Su Qian's ennoblement. Snap. Godfather? What time is it, and you are still playing tricks on me? Do you think His Majesty can't hear it? Do you know that you just walked through the gates of hell? Let Su Qian be supervised, just supervise him well, don't bring your own agenda. The people he met and the things he did in the harem all involved concubines, princesses, and princes. You cannot have even the slightest bit of prejudice or opinion, otherwise you would be speaking against the royal family. Lord Su kicked you out for your own good. If you really listen to something you shouldn't have, the day the case is closed will be the day you lose your head. That kick from Master Su was for my own good. My son knows. Snort. Day. We walk the path of the world, and carry the flag against the wind. Don't be a prostitute or greedy, and manage well. The people have you in their hearts. OMCH, parked in the stable. Ingmei Pavilion has closed down? Ingmei Pavilion. At this time, the Jiofsi should be open for business. Dad Ada. Ingmei Pavilion no longer accepts guests. The guests still go. Who are you? What are you calling? I am still alive, and my slap is warm. Catch. Damn it. Snap. What a hot touch, you are really alive. Hot. How did Lord Su come back to life? I don't dare to ask. You are finally back. Madame Fushi has been crying every day, thumbnail. Go tell her you're back. The number of people has decreased a lot. Etc. Just tell her that there are guests coming and ask her if she can come out and drink with them. Asking you if you want to go out and accompany drinking. Madam, a guest has arrived. My wife is not feeling well and will not drink with us. Who told you to open the door? Do you want your dog's paws back? Madame Fushi doesn't want to accompany the guests, so I'm leaving. C.A. Suel? But, the voice has ched a lot. It's me. Ping ping pong. Ingmei. Lady, slow down. Cam. B. It's cold outside, let's go back inside. Woo. This is what happened. Not only did I not die, but it was a blessing in disguise and I benefited a lot. Su Qian told Fushi everything about the battle in Yunzhou. It turned out to be like this. Whenever I think of Suel's death in the line of duty, I still feel empty inside. Wife, I told you to slow down, your legs are bruised. It's okay, you will feel bloated soon. It's getting late, let the maid bring the food. In fact, many scholars in the capital admired Suel Co and Na. Yesterday, the maid heard from a guest at the Jiofsi that you had died in the line of duty. Those scholars sighed and lamented. To say that God has cut off Su Ningyan is to cut off the future of the poetry world in Dafeng. Speaking of which, I faced thousands of rebels that day, fighting alone. When I was exhausted, I did write a poem. I want to listen to Suel's new work. Ahem. I always feel a bit ashamed to be a plagiarist. I am indeed an upright man. The young man is chivalrous and makes friends with heroes from the 5 cities. But when it's time to show off, be unambiguous. M. The liver and gallbladder are hollow, the hair stands on end, in the middle of the conversation, life and death are the same. A promise is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. The young man was chivalrous and made friends with heroes from the 5 cities. The heart is full of the hair stands on end, in the conversation, life and death are the same, a promise is worth 1,000 gold. But the image of him facing thousands of rebels and ready to die kept flashing through his mind. Although it is an incomplete word. Don't just stare blankly, I tell you it has a purpose. Please help me spread the word. The Jiaoxi is the most suitable place to publicize these glorious deeds. Purpose? It was really stupid that Governor ZH did not even include his words in the memorial he submitted. As a result, the officials and scholars in the capital have not read my masterpieces until now. Mr. Su, the hot water is ready. Let me help you bathe and change your clothes. Just step back. Comfortable. Lamb. The servants serve you. Right. Don't get your wig wet, it's hard to blow dry. Puff. What's so funny? Although I became bald, I also became stronger. It will take me about half a year to grow my hair. Next day. It makes noises when I sit on it now. It's almost falling apart. It's really hard to use. Dark circles. Mr. Su is so amazing. I think the bed in my wife's room is. Go and boil some water, my wife wants to take a bath. Also prepare some loquat paste, my wife's voice is hoarse. CM. After entering the soul refining realm, has it directly upgraded to picking up purses? Wait, this purse is exactly the same as the one hung on my waist. The stitches are fine and dense, and the embroidery is of a pine tree, which was sewn stitch by Lingue. Second uncle? C. Mana. Morning, I really didn't expect this. A. Look carefully, luckily I picked up the purse. Yesterday, I and my colleagues. Yesterday, I and my classmates. Thank you, bro. Where are my classmates? What about colleagues? Recalling the time when he returned home after being released from prison, Su Xinyan felt socially dead because Dafeng is forever like a long night and he pretended to be unconscious out of shame. Now, I saw him in the Jiaoxi, but he didn't change his expression. Cam. I am not the only one who is growing up. Earl has also become much more shameless. New Year, wait. The girls in the Jiaoxi smell too much of powder, so they use green terrine peel juice to cover it up. Even a woman with a keen nose cannot smell it. My elder brother is very smart. It's a pity that he doesn't go to school. Smear. This is the method my second uncle taught me. In going to the palace to investigate a case, you take the oars home. CA handling a case? What case are you going to handle? GA.CN. Have you heard about concubine fuss case? The old emperor threw it to me. Why are you getting involved in this shit case? I can't refuse. You let your father hit you with a stick, and then use the excuse of recuperating from your injuries, and the case will naturally be evaded. Besides, this case will be difficult to investigate. GL is indeed suitable for officialdom, he is quite sinister. In fact, cases in the palace are the easiest to investigate. Because there are so many experts in the palace and it is the base of Emperor Yuan Jing, those fancy systems cannot interfere. The case of concubine Fu, this is probably the most normal case I have handled since I came to this world. Drive. Green turines are sour and astringent, and no one in my family will eat them. I bought it so I can't waste it. I'll give it to Lingyin. Good idea. Dali Temple. Usually, when encountering a major case, the emperor would have the 3 judicial officials work together with the night watchman to try the case. Dali Temple Yamen. The Dali Temple was in charge of the trial of criminal cases, which was equivalent to the Supreme People's Court in previous lives. Together with the Censorate and the Ministry of Justice, it is known as the 3 judicial departments. From this we can see how powerful Wei Yuan, who was in charge of both the night watchman's office and the Censorate, was. Emperor Yuan Jing used only him to check and control all civil and military officials. Similarly, it can be seen how good Su Qi'an's luck is. He happened to join the night watchman and was appreciated by Wei Yuan. From a fast-moving guy in Kali County, he became a powerful figure in the capital. Go find the Dali Temple minister immediately and ask him to come out and see me. If he does not come out, I will go to the palace and complain to your majesty, saying that he is deliberately making things difficult and obstructing the investigation. Wait a moment, just wait a moment. Aga. A quarter of an hour later. Day. Lord Su, I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. Oh, how did I alarm Lord Pei to come out in person? I am ashamed. Yes, I just want to embarrass you and humiliate you. It should be. Bah! I am one of the 9 ministers, and I personally went out of the government gate to meet a small copper gong. I lost face. Lord Su has returned just in time. You are the only one who can handle concubine fuss case. This way please. However, I have to remind Lord Su that this case is very de-rouse and he should not get too deeply involved. If the case of concubine Fu was handled successfully, it would offend the prince's party. If it was not handled successfully, it would offend Emperor Yuan Jing. At least I got a viscount in return, so offending the old emperor is nothing. Lord Su really knows how to joke. It's okay. Before you get involved, be sure to take those annoying old guys away with you. Anyway, I have the gold medal in my hand, so I might as well use the power to act first and report later. Lord Su came to the Dali temple this time. Is it for the crown prince? Exactly. Sell. Sir, please come in. As expected of a prince, his imprisonment is different from that of ordinary people. I am Su Qi'an, honored to meet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. You are here to judge me, right? Did the Emperor ask you to preside over this case? The 3 judges made excuses and were unwilling to get involved in this matter, so they had no choice but to turn to me, a tough guy, because I have offended enough people anyway. Your Highness, please describe in detail what happened that day. Concubine. I went back first. When the Japanese palace finished lunch at my mother's residence, the snow had not yet melted, so I returned to the East Palace. On the way, I met a palace maid beside Concubine Fu, and the maid said that Concubine Fu invited me to come over for a chat. I followed her to Qingfeng Palace, which was Concubine Fu's bedroom. Qingfeng Hall. After entering Qingfeng Palace, the palace maid led me to the attic and asked me to wait in the outer hall, saying that Concubine Fu was changing her clothes. I had drunk too much and was very thirsty. So he drank the tea on the table to quench his thirst. Then somehow I fell asleep in a daze. Then I was awakened by screams. Unexpectedly, Concubine Fu fell to her death. And I became the biggest suspect. Were there no maids in the attic at that time? There is none in the outer hall, and I don't know about the inside. Where is the palace maid? Missing. Lam calm. How did the crown prince know that the maid was missing? Missing. Although I am in prison, I have ways to find out what is happening outside. Does Concubine Fu usually interact with the crown prince? Of course not. As the Eastern Palace, it is impossible and should not be possible for me to have any private interactions with His Majesty's concubines. Then why did Concubine Fu send someone to invite the prince, and why did the prince accept the invitation without even thinking about it? Cough. I drank too much at the time and wasn't thinking carefully. Bah, you're just coveting her body. Concubine Fu was a beautiful woman with both good looks and temperament, and the prince might have had some fantasies about her in the past. I happened to have drunk too much that day, and the wine was for strengthening the why and nourishing the kidneys. Things that I usually wouldn't dare to think about, I now dared to do them. Things that I usually don't dare to say come out of my mouth as soon as I open my mouth. It just so happened that Concubine Fu invited me, or even without an invitation, I just thought about it and went there. It sounds like someone is setting a trap for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Of course someone is trying to frame me. Does Lord Su think so too? No, we can't be so subjective in handling cases. I just explained one possibility. there is another possibility. Then you sent someone to secretly kill a palace maid, and pretended that you were framed. He became daring and turned around to go to Qingfeng Palace, attempting to defile concubine Fu. Unexpectedly, concubine Fu was chaste and unyielding, and she refused to obey you. During the argument, you accidentally pushed her off the attic, causing her to die. You notum. Nonsense. Su Qianan, you dare to slander me, you dare to frame me. Don't be anxious, Your Highness. This is just my guess. The truth remains to be verified. TSK, the prince is still not shrewd enough. Is he too concerned about his position? How can he become an emperor with this level? The prince and Linen, brother and sister, are not extremely smart people. I increasingly suspect that Emperor Yuan Jing had ulterior motives in making his eldest illegitimate son the crown prince. Have the sorcerers of the Imperial Observatory ever seen His Highness? This matter involves me, Consort Fu, and the head of the Dafeng kingdom. Do you think my father will believe the sorcerer from the Imperial Observatory? Indeed, I have been in Beijing for so long that I can see some of the tricks. Star Observation Tower. Although the Qi'an had to rely on the royal family and the fortune of the dynasty. This can be seen from the fact that Chu Kaiwei needed the recognition of the people in the capital to be promoted to the 6th rank. But the first-rank supervisor was too powerful, so the Qi'an was not a pure vassal, but more like a cooperative relationship with Dafeng. Emperor Yuan Jing might not trust the Imperial Observatory when it comes to cases involving the Crown Prince, and the Imperial Observatory might not be willing to intervene in such a mess. I still need to check on the Crown Prince's health, and I hope His Highness will cooperate. There were no claw marks or scratches on the prince's body. I will find out the truth as soon as possible. If the prince is innocent, I will naturally clear your name. I have something else to do, so we'll leave first. Etc. Have Lord Su and Linen been getting too close recently? Cocaine. What is this word? Between men and women, as long as the distance is not a negative number, they are not considered close. Oh. In fact, both parties know whether there are signs of something going on between a man and a woman. Even the most dull-witted person will gradually come to his senses. Linen is somewhat slow in emotions, first of all because of his lack of experience, and secondly because he instinctively avoids his own heart. So maybe she didn't realize that she had developed feelings for this little gong. But Su Qianan wouldn't know? I don't believe it. Well, it's true that Su Qianan is a man with rich emotional experience, both in his previous life and in this life. They are actually conveying a message to me. The trust and intimacy that the flower girl expresses from time to time. This girl likes me. AGA.co. What does the prince think? I heard that the emperor originally wanted to confer you the title of Prince of Kali County, but after learning that you were resurrected, he cancelled it? His Majesty has promised me that as long as the case of concubine Fu is investigated carefully, I will be granted the title of nobility in no time. After all, the position of Viscount is a bit low. If you can clear my name, I can help you move up a level. You have to know that for some things, Viscount is not enough. It's not that I don't believe it. You don't believe me? Your Highness, why not just reward me with 1,000 taels of gold? That would be more practical than just empty promises. Move. But what the prince can give me, the Duke of Wei can also give me. What the prince cannot give me, the Duke of Wei can still give me. Su Qianan and Wei Yuan were lone ministers. Looking through history books, which lone minister had a good ending? Where is the big pot? Why is the big pot gone again? Su Mansion. Your elder brother is not here. Carry it well. I want leave unless the big pot is here. I want the big pot. Don't give me that. You're just looking for an excuse not to go to school. CSC. It took me a long time to come up with this idea, but my mother saw through it at once. So my mother is so smart, why does she always get mad at the big pot? Mom, can I stay at home and study with my second brother? The ugliest person, but has the most beautiful thoughts. Your second brother is going to join in the spring festival soon, so he won't have time to take care of a stupid kid like you. Mom, what is spring festival? It's the imperial examination. What is the imperial examination? It's the exam. What is an exam? Su Lingyin, are you going to piss me off to death? Hand over. Ouch ouch. Lingyin, I'll bring you some food. Wow, what is this food? Ergwa, this or is not delicious. Have you eaten it? Your father bought this kind of green ores last time. He was hesitant in speaking out what he meant. Well, it's not a big deal. Yesterday I saw my eldest brother give my father 50 taels of silver. You have to collect it as soon as possible, otherwise he will go out and have a life of debauchery. This Su Ningyan is really hateful. The reason I said this was to allow my mother to squeeze out my father's private money. In order to appease Mom, Dad would grit his teeth and hand over his private money, so that she wouldn't be able to go out and spend money. I was wrong. Then, that annoying elder brother will be hated by my mother for a long time. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone, perfect. Shaoyin Palace. I came here today to pick up Biao Biao to solve the case together. Bouncing. Bitch is very happy today. Why do you always wear a red skirt? Humph. Didn't you say in your letter, you dog slave, that I look especially beautiful in a red dress? Oh. Your Highness is so beautiful and radiant that it blinds my eyes. Forgot. Pfft, Su Ningyan speaks so nicely and interestingly. Konga. Your Highness, I am going to take a look at Qingfeng Palace today. Nod. No way. It can't be what I thought. I have to wait for someone. Huiqing insisted on following us, the master and servant, to broaden her horizons, so I decided to satisfy her needs. Dog, Su Ningyan, what do you think? I feel so awesome. When did I become your servant? It doesn't matter what the position is. Then I will accept your kindness, sir. Let's go. Princess, it's not what you think. Linen and I are innocent. I am still your beast of burden. Sir Su, I was offended yesterday. Please don't be offended. I will always remember Lord Zu's kindness. I don't mean any good. What are you talking about? Ahem. I don't know what happened, but I have to act cool. Observe secretly. Linen's but is not as big as Huiqing's. The legs are not as slender as Huiqing's. Huiqing is half a meter higher than Linen. Hey, Bien, why can't you be better than your sister in everything? Useless stuff. The so-called Qingfeng Palace was actually a palace with 2 entrances. The front courtyard was inhabited by low-ranking palace maids and eunuchs. The confidants of concubine Fu live in the backyard. The main hall is a 2-story attic with flying eaves and gables, which is magnificent. The guardrail on the observation deck on the 2nd floor was broken, and concubine Fu must have fallen to her death from here. It's about 6 or 7 meters. If you fall from this height, it basically depends on whether the King of Hell will take you away. For someone like concubine Fu who landed with her head on the ground, it can be interpreted that the King of Hell coveted her beauty and summoned her to accompany him, and no one could save her. Where did concubine Fu die? Concubine Fu fell at that place. Ah. No one has ever been in the attic? Qingfeng Hall. People from the 3 judicial departments have been in there. No, I have been watching you the whole time. The broken guardrail was also kept in the warehouse and was not taken away by the people from the 3 law enforcement department. Did you take anything away or destroy anything? There was someone watching, and evidence from the scene was not allowed to be taken away. Emperor Yuan Jing is indeed a master of political tactics. He directly eliminated the possibility of the prince's party helping the prince to clean up the mess. Open the door. I want to go up. Sniff. What are you smelling? Hush up, I'm smelling DNA. What to remove acid? Shake head. Actually, I just sniffed the air to see if there was any lingering smell. It's not necessarily deoxyribose. After all, it's been so many days, the smell can't be preserved. But the necessary screening still needs to be done. Searching for evidence carefully. Curious. What is deoxyribose? Column. The female student's desire for knowledge is too strong. Deoxyribose is our descendants. But how can I tell you? It's a bit complicated to explain. I'll discuss it with you when I have a chance. Is the bed so messy? I have been searched by the 3 judicial officers. But when they first came, it was also a mess. It's a pity that we can't do a DNA test, otherwise we can. The technology in the previous life was better. Thanks to the promotion, my strong mental power has made my profiling ability soar. Based on the current on-site detailed feedback, draw a dynamic image in your mind. Com. Wobbly. Show Taigu. Ping. What were the findings? The case is not difficult, but I need to confirm a few points first. What is it? The 2 searched the room for a long time without any results. First of all, if concubine Fu was really insulted by the prince, she would definitely call for help. Why didn't the servants and maids in Qingfeng Palace hear it? Let's go downstairs first, and you go and gather all the palace maids and servants in the courtyard. Mr. Su, everyone is here. Yes. There were 12 people in total, 4 palace maids and 8 servants. Copamain. Listen carefully, this is Lord Su who is here to investigate the case under the imperial order. He is in charge of the murder of concubine Fu. Lord Su has something to ask you now, and you must answer it. Don't hide it. Yes. Come here. Go ahead. What is he going to do? I want to ask you, when concubine Fu got into trouble, why was there no maid in the attic to serve her? Coma. Anyone who conceals the truth or fails to report it will be considered a suspect in the murder of concubine Fu and will be sent to the night watchman's jail. You, my lord. We dare not go near the attic. Afraid to go near the attic? A man entered concubine Fu's bedroom, but the servants in the courtyard did not dare to approach. What does this mean? This shows that Emperor Yuan Jing had grassland on his head. Concubine Fu loved drinking, and when she drank too much, she would beat and scold the servants in Qingfeng Palace. We were afraid of unexpected disasters, so whenever we saw the empress drinking, we would stay away from her. Is this the case every time? Yes, there are no exceptions. When did it start? From the time your servant entered Qingfeng Palace, concubine Fu has been like this. White-cut chicken, your qualifications are not good enough. Who is concubine Fu's personal maid? It's a slave. You answer the question I just asked. It was fine in the past few years, but in recent years, the queen's personality has become more and more stressed. I often stand alone in the attic, not knowing what I am looking at. I like to recite some sad poems about spring and autumn. She spoke very cryptically, probably because she did not dare to interfere with concubine Fu or the emperor's family affairs. But Huiqing and I both understood what she meant. This is the sorrow of a lonely woman. Alas, Emperor Yuan Jing is not a good son. There are so many beauties in the harem, and they are so beautiful. He actually went to become a novice monk and even practiced abstinence. On the day of the accident, did anyone hear concubine Fu's cry for help? Groping. Qingfeng Hall. Close. Help. 1-0. Bastard, you dare to lie, the call for help is so clear. Sir, please spare us. We really didn't hear it. Be patient and don't be impatient. Lift out the broken section of guardrail. You stay, everyone else leaves. Yes. Yes. Little eunuch, please go to the outer courtyard first. I'll call you later, come back later. Just now, the palace maid cried for help in the attic, and people outside could hear her, although her voice was very faint. There are two possibilities. First, concubine Fu did not call for help. Second, concubine Fu was controlled by someone. What did you find? Calm. How is the prince's cultivation? After practicing martial arts for several years, he became very skilled in archery, horse riding and shooting. What a weak chicken! Although the prince's cultivation was shallow, it would be easy for him to use force on a weak woman. So concubine Fu may not even have the chance to cry for help. My prince brother would never do such a thing. Didn't you tell the truth just now? Everything I said is true, I have never lied, please understand. I didn't lie, but I didn't tell the whole story either, right? I can't guarantee what the jailers inside will do to you. I don't have much patience. If you don't tell me, I'll go to the night watchman's jail and tell you. Your Highnesses, Lord Su, please follow me. Fortunately, I drove the eunuch out, otherwise Emperor Yuan Jing would have killed me. This thing is a forbidden item in the palace. The moral aspect is one thing, and the other thing is, doesn't the emperor have any dignity? Once discovered, at best you will be demoted, at worst you will be banished to the cold palace. This explains why concubine Fu drove the servants out of the attic. Being in a bad mood after drinking is one thing and this thing in front of me is another. What is this? Linen is illiterate. Princess Huiqing, who is well read in poetry and literature, doesn't recognize him either? Quietly. Fu. Concubine Fu actually secretly kept this kind of thing. No. Shame on you. Put it away. Don't get excited. Maybe your mother has some under her bed. When concubine Fu fell from the building, was this thing on the bed or in the box? Take it back and don't dirty the eyes of your two highnesses. It should be in the box. Indeed, if there was such a thing on the bed, it would definitely be mentioned in the file. The missing palace maid, like you, was a personal servant of concubine Fu? Yes. Nod. Okay, go down. Ami. On the day when concubine Fu fell from the building, the servants in the courtyard did not hear her cries for help. There are two possibilities. Either the prince controlled her, or concubine Fu was willing to have an affair with the prince. If it was a voluntary affair, why were there signs of resistance and struggle in the room? It looks like you have no experience. There are still two situations. First, concubine Fu was unwilling at first, so she resisted. But the prince somehow coerced her. Move. Second, sometimes, you don't have to be on the bed. Pooh. See, why did concubine Fu fall from the building? You said she was pushed. GA.co. I can't answer this question right now. On the day of the incident, concubine Fu drank alcohol. If I were the prince, I could use this as a threat to establish a long-term relationship with him. Concubine Fu has been alone for a long time, so she might just be reluctant. There is no need to push her downstairs. Even if the prince sobered up and wanted to kill someone to silence him, he shouldn't do it after the incident. Because in the sage time, men are the calmest and will never act impulsively. And there is another suspicious point. Concubine Fu wanted to do that thing, so she drove away the maids and servants in the attic. There is no reason to send a personal maid to invite the prince. Unless the two of them have been having an affair for a long time. That is to say, my brother the crown prince was really wronged. However, according to the investigation of the 3 judicial officials and the confessions of the servants and maids in the palace, concubine Fu had no contact with the prince. This possibility is not small, but it is not time to draw a conclusion yet. How did you know the maid was hiding something? Awaking's expression seemed to be asking for advice, but he couldn't get rid of it. Oh, please call me the master of micro-expressions. People's facial expressions and body movements will reveal their inner thoughts to a certain extent. They are more honest than mouth. I have never seen a book that records this kind of knowledge. You are indeed a genius at solving cases. This is something I studied myself. In fact, the most important thing in solving a case is not talent, but experience and knowledge. Without these things, even if you are a genius in reasoning, you cannot even get through the door. Your Highness is full of praise. Mr. Su, I brought the stuff here. Let's go, I want to verify one of my conjectures. How concubine Fu died may soon be revealed. Let's go to the ice cellar. Please trouble the princess to invite a nanny. Nod. Grandma, please take off concubine Fu's clothes and turn her over. Do as Lord Su says. Yes. M.Con. The old slave is done. That's it. How is it? How is concubine Fu? My brother the prince is innocent. Concubine Fu must have fallen from the attic by herself. How can we see it? The guardrail of the Qingfeng Palace attic is not rotten, it is very solid. If concubine Fu was pushed down by someone, her body would have broken the guardrail and her back would have been bruised. But I just checked and found that there are no long bruises on concubine Fu's back. There are only corpse spots and bruises from falling from a building. But she did die after breaking through the guardrail. Did someone tamper with the guardrail? In addition, concubine Fu drank alcohol before falling from the building. The maid of Qingfeng Palace said that she often watched the scenery from the observation deck. I guess she was waiting to see if His Majesty would come, but that's not important. The important thing is that people who drink alcohol or lean on the guardrail will instinctively lie down. Concubine Fu fell from the building on her back, so she must have been leaning on the guardrail. See, but the guardrail was tampered with and he fell to his death. When the coroner performs an autopsy, the statement that the victim was not violated can also serve as supporting evidence. The maids in Qingfeng Palace did not hear the cries for help. Since concubine Fu was not raped at all, there was no need for her to call for help. I see. This way, the suspicion of the crown prince was immediately reduced a lot. Su Qian and I were watching the same scene, yet he was able to analyze so much information. Tug. I must write down every word of Su Qian and report it to my godfather later. This lord. It was an old slave, not a coroner, who examined concubine Fu. Oh, it's Grandma. Mammy, what are your criteria for judging whether a person is innocent? That's great, I have some more details to ask. Anna. Caro. Perfect fit. Oh, then I understand. This old lady is a better driver than me. This way, it is even more certain that Fu Fei was not D-file. But he really died in an accident. Someone planned an accident. Qingfeng Hall. Since he was not attracted by her beauty, the prince's suspicion is very light. Ingo. The only one who could do this should be the personal maid. Who could be the one who ordered the maid? He. So how do we explain the mess in the room? Before concubine Fu fell from the building, the maid certainly could not have deliberately messed up the room in front of her. After concubine Fu fell from the building, she immediately attracted the attention of His Highness Qingfeng. Maybe concubine Fu had a bad temper, so she messed up the room. It could also be that there's something wrong with the drink, like it's causing hallucinations. Unfortunately, concubine Fu cannot be dissected, so this speculation cannot be confirmed. That's all for today. I want to go back and think about the case again. Your Highness. Take a walk with me. I didn't expect that as soon as you took action, there would be a breakthrough in concubine Fu's case. This case is not difficult. At least it is not difficult to prove that the prince is innocent. Although the reasoning knowledge and criminal investigation methods of this era are backward, it cannot be denied that there are still many talented people in the three judicial departments. The three judges seemed in no hurry to prove the prince's innocence. There are not too many practices mixed in. It is a bit difficult to prove the prince's innocence, but it is not impossible. There are only two possibilities in this matter. 1. The real murderer is the prince. 2. The prince was framed. Tug. If the prince is the real murderer, then he will be deposed. The imperial examination had just ended, and the struggle for the national foundation was about to begin. Neither my father nor the civil and military officials in the court wanted such a thing to happen. If the prince was framed, then who in the harem has the ability to put the blame on the crown prince? The three judges were even more reluctant to offend. After all, this is still my father's family affair. All the princes who can inherit the throne of the Eastern Palace are possible. But the biggest suspects are my brother and my mother. Because the fourth prince is the eldest son. First in line of succession. Suspicion is suspicion, but as long as there is no evidence, even your majesty can do nothing. There is one thing I don't understand. The fourth prince is the eldest son. Why did your majesty appoint Linen's brother as the crown prince? If she has an expression of annoyance and resistance, this means that my two-timing behavior has made her feel uncomfortable. Don't consider yourself a confidant anymore. Ben. Laugh. No one can guess what the emperor is thinking. But I had a chance to hear some. Your Highness, I hope to live to have many children and grandchildren and die of old age. Gee. It's not a secret, so it's okay to listen to it. People in the palace said that the reason why the prince was because concubine Qi'an was the most favored concubine in the harem when she was young. My father made an exception and appointed his eldest son born out of wedlock as the crown prince. But my brother once complained to me privately that my father treated him very well when he was young. He was often taught how a ruler should behave. Let me ask you, if my father had no intention of making my brother the crown prince, why would he say this? But one year, for some unknown reason, my father flew into a rage and banished my mother to the cold palace, even wanting to depose her. But he was remonstrated by all the civil and military officials. At that time, I had not yet begun to remember anything. Although my mother was released from the cold palace the following year, my father never went to her bedroom again. The fourth brother was also neglected because of this. And I have never been liked by my father since I was a child. Concubine Qi'an was actually a very jealous and petty person. Although the eldest prince was later named the crown prince. But she was always worried and was always hostile to me and my fourth brother. This is not my narrow-minded view. Do you know why Linen is against me? Instigated by concubine Qi'an? Linen was deeply loved by her father. The emperor indulged her in every way. In the first few years, concubine Qi'an was worried that the prince's position was unstable. He often instigated Linen to stir up trouble and make things difficult for me. Poor Linen must be bullied by you. On second thought, this might be what concubine Qi'an wants. Imagine that Emperor Yuan Jing favored Linen, but was often bullied by Huiqing and cried. How could Emperor Yuan Jing not hate Huiqing? What is the reason for your majesty to depose the queen? There was no reason, so he was sentenced to death by his ministers. Deposing the empress, like deposing the crown prince, was both the emperor's family affair and a national affair. The scholar officials could not divorce their wives easily, let alone the empress, who was the mother of the country. But if there was no reason, would Emperor Yuan Jing suddenly become furious and want to depose the empress? There must be some hidden story behind this. In what year of Yuan Jing did this happen? This may be related to the concubine Fu case. No. I have no doubts about the queen's intentions. Out of curiosity, I asked directly, why so many reasons? In the 13th year of Yuan Jing. The 13th year of Yuan Jing sounds familiar. Thank you, princess, for telling me. I originally thought that Emperor Yuan Jing did not appoint the fourth prince because the crown prince was rather dull. But now it seems that there seems to be a deeper reason behind it. Let's ask Duke Wei later. With his vicious eyes, he will say whatever he says about the fourth prince. Why did you end it so hastily today? With your ability, you don't need to go home and consider. Huiqing has said so much to me, I guess he still treats me as one of his own. I just want to delay time. In this case, I should be more honest. Delaying time? Yes, I have offended too many people in the SPO and Yunzhou cases. His Majesty also disliked me and had originally intended to confer the title of Viscount upon me posthumously, but the plan was cancelled because of my resurrection. Later, His Majesty promised that as long as the case of concubine Fu was investigated carefully. So he conferred me the title of Prince of Kali County again. Do you think that the Emperor will go back on his word? This is a good plan. If you are not conferred a title one day, you will delay it for one day. As expected of Wei Yuan's disciple, their ideas are very much in sync. It's getting late, I'll go back home first. Bedroom. Your Majesty, there has been significant progress in the case of concubine Fu. There has been significant progress. Explain. The old eunuch relayed the information reported by the young eunuch to Emperor Yuan Jing without missing a word. Heart. I dare to ask, is the prince innocent? Premature. In just 2 days, he was able to get a preliminary understanding of the case. Su Qi'an is indeed a talented person. And just a little more careful. Obey. Snort. Go and urge the cabinet to prepare the imperial edict as soon as possible. There is no need to choose an auspicious day. Next day. Su Mansion. It's time to say goodbye to the old year. I have a question for you, brother. What's up? Why? You have read the history books thoroughly. Do you know that Emperor Yuan Jing once deposed his empress? Even at home, you should still address him respectfully as Your Majesty. Make it a habit to avoid blurting it out outside and causing trouble. Yuan Jing is the reign title. It is disrespectful to address the emperor by his reign title. As for Emperor Yuan Jing's deposing of the empress, it was said to have caused quite a big fuss at the time. Why? Why abolish the queen? I don't know, it's not recorded in history books, but it was a big commotion at the time. All the civil and military officials in the court were making desperate appeals, and the censors and officials were jumping up and down. He wanted to climb onto Emperor Yuan Jing's head and shit and pee on him to show off his own literary fame. Come. In the end, he was given a death warning, although he was not deposed. Then what happened? It was released? But the queen was banished to the cold palace and was not released until the 14th year of Yuan Jing's reign. That year, Wei Yuan defeated the northern barbarians and returned victoriously. Emperor Yuan Jing issued a general amnesty and also pardoned the empress. I see. I was wondering why Yuan Jing 13 years sounded so familiar. It turns out that Wei Yuan became famous overnight. Sorry, Lord Wei, I didn't mean to be disrespectful to you. No wonder Huiqing became Wei Yuan's disciple. It turns out that the queen had received favors from Wei Yuan. Although I didn't understand the reason why the queen was abandoned, it was not a complete failure. From this we can infer that even if the queen made a mistake, it was not a serious offense. Otherwise, Emperor Yuan Jing would not have taken advantage of the situation and pardoned the empress. Ning Yan, if you have time after dinner, go and answer Ling Yin. Why don't you go to say goodbye to the old? I will read in the study in the afternoon. When I ask you to do something, you make excuses. Then Auntie, please return all the silk to me. Oh, Ning Yan. We are one family and should keep our differences separate. Auntie will give you a piece of chicken. Sister Lingyue, please come with me. It's a good opportunity to take you two sisters for a walk around the inner city and buy some jewelry or something. Ning Yan, how about your aunt go too? You just want to cheat me out of money. Yes, but I won't buy any jewelry. This brat is so stingy. Not going. Come. Uncle, you see, Auntie is just trying to take advantage of me. It's a pity that I haven't even found a wife yet. I need to save money to get married. Okay. Kinjiant. Li Bingyi, an old scholar who opened a private school, encountered his lifelong enemy. The name of Qing Yun Hall has two meanings. One is to rise to prominence. The second is to take advantage of the popularity of Qingyun Mountain outside the capital. She was the most difficult student he had ever taught. Su Lingyin, stand up. Recite the three-character classic. Man is born good. Sexually similar. Why is it that after half a month, you still only know these 3 sentences? My dad said. One trick is enough to conquer all. The saying one trick to conquer all is used here. By the way, the child's father is a crude warrior, no wonder. Read every day, read as loud as you can, and you will have no problem recognizing words. Why can't you recite it when you are asked to recite it? The sage said, to study things, one must know. Have you ever reflected on yourself? The teacher only taught me 3 sentences. You sit down. This child's family has only one second brother who is a scholar, and he is a student of Yunlu Academy. I really don't know what kind of environment and education can produce 2 children with such huge differences. A quarter-hour meal break. Remember not to talk while eating. Yes. It's time to eat. They are all guileless exquisite pastries. I want your food. Hello? Don't give it. He was the one who stole Lingyian's bracelet. Do you want to be beaten again? This person is not only the tallest and strongest, but also has the most profound family background. My uncle was Zong in the Ministry of Personnel Selection Department, a 5th-rank official. DY. Go away. Olga. Last time I took this girl's bracelet, she didn't dare to resist. Why is she so brutal this time? You are looking for death. If you had known better earlier, you wouldn't have to suffer so much. Do you have any of these delicious foods at home? If so, bring them over tomorrow. If I had joined just now. Now there is something delicious. Be careful, she's going to hit you with her husband's bamboo stick. 101. Ah. Thump. Mr. Lee. Gentlemen. That stupid girl killed someone. What's going on? The stupid girl beat the fat boy to death. I'll go take a look. Go to the clinic and ask for a doctor. Use your bamboo strips. Good. Sir, he is dead. Stop talking nonsense. Doctor, can you please check on him? There is no danger to his life, but he will have to stay in bed for a few days to recuperate. Su Lingyin, why do you maliciously hurt your classmates? He stole my food. You almost beat someone to death for this? Come, he stole my food. Where is my young master? Who bullies my young master? Master. Which little bastard beat up my young master? This is a misunderstanding. Take him back first. I will come to you in person later. After all, it was a vicious fight between children that happened in my private school. If it gets out of hand, it will have a very bad impact on your reputation. Don't give me that, I just know that our young master got beaten. If you don't hand over the person, I will report him to the police. He. The Fenglu Shuyiningli stipulates, those under the age of 15 and those with disabilities who have committed crimes below exile shall be redeemed. Those under 10 years old who commit treason or murder and are punishable by death shall be subject to petition. Theft and injury will also be redeemed by Khan. After leaving the private school, walk to the right for half an hour and you will reach the government office. You too should come back quickly. To put it simply, if a child commits a crime, a ransom can be paid instead of punishment. She was the one who beat the man to death with a bamboo stick. It turns out to be you. Take away. What are you going to do? I don't care about your laws, if you hit someone you must be responsible. Now I have to take her back to the mansion and hand her over to the master and mistress for her fate. It's too late, the missing limbs. If you are smart, quickly notify the dead girl's family and come to the Zhao mansion to redeem her. Don't blame us. I want leave. I want leave. I want to wait for my mother. Vomit. Vomit. Be honest. I am a scholar with a good reputation. If you dare to touch her, you will be sued. What's wrong with the scholar? He comes to your house to make connections during festivals. Not to mention the scholars, there are also a lot of officials. What are you, a lousy old man? Roll. Come. It's just a broken bracelet. My aunt has been thinking about it for so long. Why didn't she ask my second uncle to deal with it? Because she remembered that the bracelet she bought for Su Lingyin was still missing. Her aunt came along anyway. Your Majesty was holding the spring festival a while ago, so your second uncle didn't have time to deal with these trivial matters. Isn't Earl back? Earl wants to participate in the spring festival and his mind is not here. Besides, Earl has no fame now, and he is not as good at fighting as you warriors. He just opened his mouth. Earl's mouth can make a warrior so wreathed that he explodes on the spot. The lethality is amazing, okay? In fact, I think my eldest brother is more reliable, right? So when your elder brother comes back, you can't wait to find him to seek justice. Madam, we are here. I didn't say that. I'll go tie up the horse first and buy some food for Lingyin. You guys go in first. Can't I buy it after I receive it? The sense of surprise is different, especially for a little foodie. Let me go. Let me go. Who are you and why did you kidnap my daughter? Mom. They are bad people. You ask Big Brother to beat them. Who are you? This girl's mother? Wow, what a beautiful woman. There is no follower behind him, it seems he is an ordinary person, no need to be afraid. Your girl beat up my young master, you have to take her away. Get out of the way. Ah. Bump. Brother. She is my sister. Your sister injured my young master and is now on her last breath. How disgraceful. How disgraceful. The doctor explained that there is no door to life. Mr. Li, what's going on? Your family is really not in the right about this matter. Please give me some face. See, Mr. Li told the story again. Calm. It turned out to be food. I guess I'll have to lose money, but at least the little kid didn't suffer any loss. Okay, put my sister down and go call this boy's parents over. Fart. What if you run away? This girl must be taken away today. Even if the King of Heaven comes, it won't work. Don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. How about this, I will go with you guys. Ah. B. Go find your master. Bah, a servant dares to be so arrogant. I want to see who your master is. M. Cauldron. Does it hurt anywhere? My head hurts, he punched me twice. Little fat man. Who hit you, the fat kid or an adult? Sir, how do you think this matter should be handled? Zhao Jin was injured. I guess I'll have to stay in bed for a few days. Please be nicer and pay some money. The child's great-uncle was a doctor in the Wenchuan division of the Ministry of Revenue. The implication is that you can't compare with me in terms of background. If things get out of hand, everyone will lose. We don't lose money. Get up. It's the 5th grade. Ning Yen, let's go home quickly. Who cares if he is a doctor or not? Kotum. Do you want to become cowardly so quickly? Why go back home? Wouldn't it be more embarrassing if someone came to my house to make trouble? It's better to solve it here. An hour later, parents came to pick up their children. Only Su Qi'an and his group were still waiting. Master, it was that girl who beat you. And that boy, not only did he protect the dead girl, he also hurt others. Who are you? Which government office do your elders work for? My name is Su Qi'an, and I am the night watchman. My uncle Su Pingji was a 100 householder guard with a sword. Let me ask your parents. A.M. How dare a daughter of a centurion of the Imperial Sword Guards hurt my precious son? This matter is not over. I'll give you two options. 1. Pay compensation of 500 taels of silver. 2. I will arrest this girl and take her to the government office. 500 taels? Even if I beat your son to death, I can't pay you 500 taels. Forget it. Bitch, how can you talk like that? No wonder my daughter is so wild, it turns out she has a seductive mother. Look at this family, there is not a single decent person in them, and none of them are good people. How dare you come out and embarrass yourself when you are so ugly? Bah! L. What did you say? Ah! Snap! Snap! Master, what are you waiting for? I'm about to be beaten to death. Beat this bitch to death. Call me. On. Woo! Wow! It turned out to be a. This is the capital city, and force cannot solve the problem. Young man, your sister hit someone, you have to give an explanation. Yes. Co-M. Your son even snatched my sister's food. This kid makes me feel safe. It's worth it that I raised you. He is still a child, every child is greedy, what's the big deal? So what do you want? How shameless of you to quibble with a child. First your son snatched my sister's food and then beat her. Therefore, I am only willing to pay 10 taels of silver. He. Let's see how long you can keep being stubborn. Reinforcements have arrived. Kamak. What's going on? It's from the government office. My name is Zhao Shun. My uncle is Ilzong in the Ministry of Personnel. Mr. Zhao. This person violated the law by force and allowed my sister to beat my son severely. Later he attacked and injured the people in my house. Please, sir, bring justice to us. The man looked familiar, but I couldn't remember where he was. Lock away. Captain, are you sure you want to believe one side of the story? What else can I say? My son just ate some of his sister's food. That damn girl beat my son severely. You say. Not only did he not admit his fault, he also beat up my servants. Is there any justice left? Inga. It is true, but the Zhao family is also very arrogant. 3. The child will have to stay in bed for several days before he recovers. Well, it's normal to be arrogant. Anyone would be if their child was beaten. Lock away. He was the one who grabbed my food first. Don't lock my cauldron. He also stole my bracelet. What? Was the bracelet also stolen by that fat guy? Yes, cauldron. This is too much bullying. This is too much bullying. If we talk about this conflict. It was a conflict between the children. Of course I wouldn't argue with a child. I'll just pay for the medicine. This is also the reason why I have never revealed my identity and bullied others. Rola SNG. But this is bullying and cannot be tolerated. So it was your kids who did it. Last time, he bullied my sister and stole her priceless bracelet. Push away. This time, seeing that her food was expensive, he tried to snatch it away and even beat her. Now you are bullying me again, blocking me in the school and extorting 500 taels of silver from me? What bracelet? Unfounded. Sir, the boy from the Zhao mansion bullied my sister repeatedly and stole her jade bracelet. This time he was snatching food again. My sister couldn't stand it anymore, so she took action. That bracelet is of great value. It's not me you want to catch, but them. Please help me recover my lost property. What bracelet? There isn't one. My son is well educated and well mannered, how could he do such a thing? Master, not only did they beat our son, they also slandered him. Sir, please arrest this fellow. Lock that guy up and take him back to the government office. Back to the government office. I'll go ask my uncle to do justice. Throw. Snap. B. Big sir. D. C. What's going on? What's your name? Zhuang is in a humble position. This official is investigating the case under the order of the emperor. This is the gold medal bestowed by His Majesty. Zhuang, right? You are a talented person. I admire you very much and have decided to invite you to work with me on the case and to keep the gold medal for me. If you lose your gold medal, your entire family will be executed. Taking orders from a humble position. Kneel down. Take these two away from me. Anka. What are you standing there for? Why don't you just do it? My uncle is a doctor in the Ministry of Personnel. Genuine 5th grade. Genuine 5th grade. Snap. Go and ask my uncle. I can't go buy jewelry today. I have to go back to the night watchman's office to deal with this matter. Aunt, would you like to come with me or go back home first? Those two people just now were so hateful. If I go back home now, I will only get rear the more I think about it. Go to the yamen. Fortunately, the response just now was not unfair, and the adult. Sir, the gentleman just now. What government office does he work for? What rank does he hold? What's the point of holding a certain rank? This is a gold medal. Do you understand? Have no idea. I'm so regretful now that I just want to kill myself. Gold medal. Poor myself. There is such a person in that stupid girl's family? Do you feel relieved about what happened just now? Big Brother will help you beat them up, even if they don't die, you will at least be skinned. Barchi. Ringtone? Ringtone. The big pot said, what is it? I asked you if you feel relieved? Do you know what is venting? Big Brother will help you teach that fat boy's parents a lesson. Your second brother is dead. I wasn't listening at all. Vomit. What are you doing? Matthew. Who told you to eat so much? It's such a waste to spit it out, can I pick it up and eat it again? No. Ning Yan. Okay, this way please. Are you Ning Yan's sister? You've come just in time. Please take my family into the side hall of Chunfeng Hall and sit down. Oh, the night watchmen and the yamen are all handsome and talkative. Ko Pam. Come. Sir, the prisoner has been brought here. You wait here, I will send the prisoner to jail and then return the rope. The night watchman's prison. Watching the yamen. I won't go into the night watchman's office, beat me to death. Beat me to death. It's not easy to die, I will help you do so later. Why didn't you think of this moment when you were bullying people? Walk. Does that gentleman look familiar to you? Could it be Lord Su? CM. Before Captain Lu was promoted to chief captain, I worked beside her and met Lord Su once. The che is too big, I can't recognize it at all. No wonder he looks so familiar, isn't he dead? Captain Lu was in a bad mood during that period, and he would lose his temper easily. Woo. What kind of prisoner is Lord Su escorting? Why is he crying so hard? These two bastards who rely on their masters for power will be punished by society today. B. Etc. I pawned that bracelet, I'll compensate you. Don't put me in a dungeon. You actually stole someone's bracelet? It's over. It's over now. Will my uncle offend the night watchman because of me? Inga. Man. The couple who were just detained. Give them a taste of their own medicine. Be careful not to overdo it. Your sense of proportion. Save your life or save your legs? Alive, but beat them up every day. Be careful when you beat me, don't break any arms or legs. These two people are useful to me, do you understand? This is called labor reform. As a night watchman, I protect the safety of the imperial city. As someone trusted and valued by your majesty, I should educate the ignorant people. That's it? This is the night watchman's dungeon. Sir, an official who claims to be Ilzong from the Ministry of Literature wants to see you. Your Excellency is wise. Bring him to Chunfengt. I should be a silver gong in a while. Oh, there are 10 gong spots available. Who do I recruit? 10 places. To third uncle. To aunt. To Saburo. To Lingyue. Oh, Lingyin needs one too, huh? The whole family is just drawing a salary for nothing. Mr. Su, I have long heard of your great name. I have long heard of your great name. Alas, I am of low rank and have never had the chance to meet Lord Su. I heard that you are a frequent visitor to the imperial study. If you want to see me, just go to the Jiaoxi. Well, Lord Zhao is even more intolerant of teasing than the girls in the Jiaf Bureau. Please take a seat. Someone come and serve tea. First round of meeting. There were already flashes of swords and sabers. Dr. Zhao praised him openly but criticized him secretly, implying that Su Qian was a troublemaker who had made countless enemies. Su Qianza. Compare him to romantic woman. Mr. Su, I wonder what mistake my unworthy nephew made? What a big problem. Instructing children to do things of robbery and plunder. After the incident, he summoned his servants and deliberately murdered the official and his family. Mr. Zhao, we are officials in the same court, so we should give each other face. But the law has no mercy. It's all my fault for not controlling him well, allowing him to act recklessly. Lord Su, please have mercy on me. Dig. 100 taels. Banknote. M. Alas, it's just my sister who suffers. 200 taels. Alas, my aunt is also affected. Alas, my sister is also affected. Lord Su's sister has been injured. Oh, I have 2 sisters. 300 taels. No. Silver Wuhong. Buy. 400 taels. Besides, I was also slightly injured. The lost bracelet was given by His Majesty. M. A full 600 taels. This Su Qianan is really asking for too much. Snap. Humph, Zhao Shen extorted 500 taels from me right away. It's just a matter of giving someone a taste of their own medicine. I forgive them for this matter. That Mr. Su, please let them go. This won't work. You have to pay back your debts, but you still have to pay interest, right? This banknote is just the interest, you haven't paid me back the principal yet. I am a powerful doctor in charge of the dispatch of officials and decide the fate of local officials in the court. But I can't do anything about this little gong. The night watchmen were originally set up to monitor all officials, so their duties were naturally conflicting. Not to mention that he has Wei Yuan's protection and has been repeatedly commissioned by His Majesty to handle cases. What does Lord Su want? It's not a big deal. Come, Mr. Zhao, take a seat. I heard that the Ministry of Literature is in charge of the deployment of officials. In a few days, it will be spring. I have a cousin. With great talent and extensive knowledge, it is easy for him to pass the imperial examination. In this case, why is Lord Su telling me this? Just feel at ease. This is it. Hey. He is a student of Yunlu Academy. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for Lord Zhao. You just need to keep him in Beijing after the Spring Festival. Treat it equally with other Jinshi. Your nephew and niece-in-law will be released naturally when the time comes. I will not treat them unfairly. I would be very grateful. I will just treat the bracelet that your majesty gave me as a gift as nothing. This is a deal. Yes, I hope Mr. Su will keep his promise. Earl, among all the brothers and sisters, you are the one that your eldest brother loves the most. Haoqi Tower. Kalamako. Tom. Dr. Zhao from the Ministry of Literature came to see you? It turned out that I made the right decision to come to Haoqi Tower. Nothing can be hidden from the Duke of Wei. What's up? Su Qian then described the general process of the incident. If nothing unexpected happens, my Earl will definitely be exiled to a remote area. He is the only son of my second uncle, how could he do this? Haoqi Tower. Why don't you ask me for help? I want to leave a way out for the Su family. He shouldn't be on the same side as me. Lamb. I have received great kindness from Duke Wei, so I have no choice but to lead the charge. A wise man does not put all his eggs in one basket. I hope that in the future there will be another Su Xinyan who can support the Su family. Although as my cousin, Su Xinyan will be more or less branded with my stamp, this is different from Wei Yuan's stamp. Well, it's human nature. By the way, you have successfully advanced to the soul refining realm, right? How strong is your soul? Let's take Li Yuchen as an example. He is a senior master in the spirit refining realm. It's hard to say, although there is still some distance between him and a person of iron and steel, his combat capability is not bad. In that case, I can cut two with one sword. What did you say? Lord Wei, I have never fought with anyone since I entered the spirit refining realm. I am also not sure what level the soul strength is in the realm of soul refining. Heart. Don't you know the Buddhist lion roar? Go outside and yell. Duke Wei, the lion's roar does not distinguish between friend and foe. Don't worry about me. Yes. Roar. What's going on? There is an enemy attack. Where is the enemy? I don't see it. Duke Wei, are you okay? I and others failed to notice the invasion of foreign enemies. Duke Wei, it seems like the commotion is too big. This is a male lion. He is slowly sharpening his claws and growing his FS. Were you playing tricks just now? He has not yet fully grown up, but one day his roar will shake Kyushu. Just now, Duke Wei wanted to test the strength of my soul, and I roared. Su Ningyan, you were promoted to the spirit refining realm in Yunzhou, right? Yes. By this calculation, it took him only half a month to advance to the spirit refining realm. The strong and pure fluctuations of the Yuanshan just now should not be what a warrior at the soul refining realm should have. I suddenly understood why Ji Luzhong and Wei Yan fought for him. Wei Gong. Su Qian is still under Wei Yan's command. If any of you want him, go find Wei Yan. It's a deal. Yu Wei Jin Luo, who was suppressing the rebellion outside, had to face the fists of his colleagues as soon as he returned. Ning Yan, why was there thunder just now? Brother, my mother and I were both shocked. A bolt from the blue happens all the time. The matter has been resolved. This is the compensation given by the Zhao family. You don't have to worry about this matter. Is this for me? No. Yingxing Hong. Stick to this. 8th number. My aunt worked hard for the family. This is what aunt deserves. Ning Yan, actually, auntie just likes to complain. Don't take to heart some unpleasant words. They are all one family. By the way, I have something to do tonight, so I won't go home. I'll take you out. You haven't rested at home for a single day since you came back from Yunzhou. What's the matter? Talk about a big business, invest in 2 mountains, develop a valley, and invest countless gold. Big brother, you are talking nonsense. You didn't come home last night. Did you go to the music bureau? Your eldest brother is not that kind of person. Earl may fool around, but your eldest brother won't fool around either. That big brother swore to me that he had never been to the Jiaoxi. I, Su Qi'an, have never spent any money at the Jiaoxi. Big brother. You can also question Earl in the same way after you get home. When Su Pingji came home in the evening, I asked him the same question myself, to see if he dared to swear. Mr. Su, the chief constable of the government office, Lu Qing, wants to see you. Please come in. Chun Fenged. Captain Lu, it's been a long time since we last met. How are you? Master Su? Clan.co, in Yunzhou, he took the pill to escape death. But the appearance has also changed. The arrester from the government office told me about the private school. I ordered Captain Zhu to go back and personally return the gold medal to Lord Su. Stop by to visit. If there was any displeasure on his face, I would immediately apologize, return the gold medal and leave. The gold medal is not important. Long time no see, shall we drink together tonight? Mr. Su, I am a woman after all. If you were a man, I would ask you to go to the Jiaoxi. The two of them had a very pleasant conversation until dusk when they were done with their shift, and then Lu Qing was sent out of the yamen. Lu Qing seems to be interested in, I am a little interested? Song Tingfeng said that she had never married. Although Jian is considered an older leftover woman in this era. But for me, women under 30 are truly at their peak. Forget it, Lu Qing is a girl from a good family, different from the girls from the Jiaoxi. The world of a good girl is not something you can enter and leave as you please, you have to keep going in and out. Nah. Jiaoxi. Madam, Lord Su is here. Fushi, what's wrong with you? My wife caught a cold and she didn't get better after taking medicine. The girls in the yard, Suel can pick anyone he wants. Let them serve Suel on my behalf. My wife is suffering from a cold, how can I have the mood to have fun? I'll bring you the inhaler. Ahem. My wife's face finally turned rosy. Suel, I am much better now. Have a good rest, I will come to see you tomorrow. Has Suel left? Yes. You all should go out. There is no need to keep anyone in the room. Close the door. Ahem. Lamb. Master Su. King Qi'an. Your appearance has not changed. Why do I feel more and more? I will talk about her appearance later. I haven't seen Madame Mingyan for more than a month. It seems like we have been separated for 3 lifetimes, so it turns out that this is our love for 3 lifetimes. It's so nice to talk. I am getting more and more fond of these irresponsible sweet words. Why didn't Master Su stay at Yingmei Pavilion? Because I miss Madame Mingyan. Yes. Close the gate. No tea party tonight. MN. I heard that Master Su was showing off his power in Yunzhou. At that time, 8,000 rebels besieged the Yunzhou provincial government office. There were figures everywhere, and the governor was trapped in the hall, his life hung by a thread. As a last resort, I can only stand in front of 8,000 rebels with my own sword. If one comes, I will kill one. If 2 come, I will kill a pair. Who can draw a sword and mount a horse? I think it's only me, Su Qian. If I had been attracted by his talent before. That night, the bed of the courtesan Mingyan was rocking until the middle of the night. Now, I am a little greedy for his body. Squeak. 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 G.N. The next day. Comfortable. Mr. Su, you are finally here. Master Su. Something happened. Something happened. VEW. Someone fished out a female corpse from a well last night. Is the female corpse the missing maid in the concubine Fu case? Your Excellency is truly a master of foresight. I admire you so much. What kind of divine plan is this? Could it be that someone else was involved in the dumping of the body at this critical moment? Take me to see the body. I was not allowed to perform an autopsy last time, but this time, no one dares to stop me as just a little palace maid. Go get the knife, I want to dissect the body. Yes. Dog slave, dog slave. Why didn't you send someone to inform me when you entered the palace? The two people who came after hearing the news. What are you doing? Your Highnesses must have received the news of the female corpse last night. I'm planning on doing an autopsy. Are you sure you want to see it? Cam. Anatomy. Why not let the coroner do it? M. Your Highnesses, I will do my job personally and meticulously. If I can do it myself, I won't ask others to do it for me. Your Highnesses, please go back and have some tea first and wait for a moment. Do not stay here. I want to stay and see, maybe I can find clues from the body. What's the big deal? I'll stay here too. Wow. Your Highness is so smart, why don't you try to see what this female corpse can reveal? Gone. Can. Second Prince, you want stay to watch? Judging from the paleness and swelling of the body, she did not jump into the well after the crime. Within 2 days. There were no obvious external injuries on her body, so she must have drowned. Maybe he was knocked unconscious. Any more? Shake head. You are missing the most important step. Usually when examining a female corpse, even if there are obvious signs of death. But never forget to check. Su Ningyan, how dare you tease me? I have no intention of offending you, please forgive me, princess. Snort. Flirting with the proud and cold princess is much more fulfilling than flirting with linen. It is true that she drowned, but she did not drown in the well. She was suffocated to death by being held in the water. How can we see it? M. Normal drowning people have pale and swollen faces. You see her face is purple. Only when someone presses you into the water, with your head facing down. The face becomes congested when blood flows back to the head during death. One more thing. Look at her hands, they are clenched into fists, which is consistent with drowning. But if you look closely, there is no sand or moss between her nails. Does this mean that she did drown, but not in the well? Your Highness is so smart. Compared to you, Her Highness Linen is just a sister. So, she was silenced. My lord, I am going to prepare for the autopsy. There was water in the lungs and the cause of death could be confirmed as drowning. Come. There is a deep scar on the lower left side of the chest, right over the heart. Judging from the scar, the wound is very deep. The weapon should be scissors or other sharp objects. It had hit her heart and she should have died from the massive blood loss. Medicine that can heal this wound. Only the queen mother and concubines of the rank of noble concubine can use the harem. Spring of the 31st year of Yuanjing. She kept it close to her before she died, which shows that it was something extremely important to her non.co. What were the findings? There is indeed something gained. The maid was murdered. There was also a strip piece of yellow silk. You little dog slave, does the lotus on this look like the one you gave me? Ugh. My head hurts. What's wrong with you, dog slave? Wait. I will call the imperial physician immediately. Su Qi'an, I know a little bit. His pulse was beating very fast, so his heart must be beating very violently at this moment. I have had headaches since I entered the spirit refining realm. Lord Wei said it was because of the restlessness of the soul. You never know when your soul might leave your body and you might die. Su Qi'an. Imperial physician, this way, this way. It's okay, it's just labor pains. Hey, you're okay, little dog? I'll be fine in a moment. I'm glad you're okay. Doctor, please go back. Yes. Almost flipped over. If the two sisters knew that I wrote the same love letter to them. I sent the same lotus petals. The favorability has definitely dropped to the bottom. Calm. The crab pavilion is located on the west side of the palace, far away from the palace garden where the concubines gathered. The missing maid Hu Xiaoro was found in the well of crab pavilion. The two highnesses are here. Grandma Rong. Grandma Rong. This old servant greets your highnesses. T. Your Majesty, do you still remember Grandma Rong by the Daming Lake? I am here with Lord Su to investigate a case concerning a female corpse that was fished out of the well today. Say what you know. Yes. Who fished out the body and when was it found? It was Xiao Yu who discovered it. This morning, when she went to the well to fetch water, she noticed that the sound of the bucket falling into the water was not right, a bit dull. I lay at the mouth of the well and watched for a long time. Oh my God, it turned out to be a dead body. Is that the mouth? Yes. Didn't anyone notice it yesterday? I get just talking about this. This morning I found a dead body in the well. Those damn girls said. No wonder there was a weird sound when I was pumping water the day before yesterday. No one dug out the eyeballs and put them back in to have a look, so I had to drink corpse water for 2 days. When the body was fished out, you didn't come out to see it? How dare I look at it? I am old and cannot stand the sight of dead people. That damn girl is a cold-hearted person. If it weren't for the old slave's recommendation, would she have become the head maid beside concubine Fu? He never came back to see me. When I performed the autopsy, I found that Hu Xiaoro had a fatal wound on her left chest. Do you know what's going on? There is such a thing. It seems to be the year before Xiao Dio went to Qingfeng Temple. Somehow, she got up in the middle of the night and stabbed herself in the chest with a pair of scissors. Fortunately, the palace maid who shared the room with her discovered the disease early and called the imperial physician, who saved her life. The scar went straight to the heart and was a fatal wound. The cost of treatment is definitely not something a palace maid can afford. As the saying goes, those who survive a great disaster will have good fortune in the future. Xiaoro luckily saved her life and went to Qingfeng Temple the next year. She was very pretty and had a chance to be favored by His Majesty. Handsome appearance. No matter who saved Hu Xiaoro, one thing is certain, she didn't have much time left as she was bleeding heavily. How did the person behind the scenes save a palace maid in the middle of the night? What's the maid's name? The palace maid who lived with Hu Xiaoro. It seems to be called Hor? She knew the palace maid named here. I have finished my questions. Your Highnesses, do you have anything else to add? Shake head. My lord, I have something to say to you. My lord, there are too many facts in the inner palace that cannot be hidden. As long as you put your foot in, you will keep sinking. Grandma Rong, I told you that you are not simple. You are like the night. The fireflies in the sky, your gray hair, the age spots on your face, your big belly. I was deeply amazed. The adults speak so nicely. They say this to you because you are so pretty. Swaying. Swaying. Gone? I don't know much. You shouldn't know what happens in the deep palace. This old lady is wasting my feelings. I thought she knew something. Where is the eldest princess? All he talks about is Huiqing. Have you forgotten who you are? I'm waiting here, just pretend you didn't see me. I mean. The princess finally left, and no one disturbed our solitude. You little dog slave, don't talk to me like that. Your Highness is too modest. Your Highness is like a ray of light in the darkness, so brilliant. Even the sun can't hide your brilliance. After a while, I found that this man couldn't control himself at all. He appears humble and respectful, but in fact, when he is alone, he always. Why didn't you say these words when Huiqing was here? Are you crazy? How can I say such things in front of you? Where did the eldest princess go? How could I know? Lingbao Temple. The tea grown by Nanji is different from ordinary tea. If I could drink a pot of wine every day, I wouldn't be a god. This tea only produces 3 kilograms in 3 years. Most of it was donated to the palace, so I don't have much left. Is there anything interesting happening in Beijing recently? You are not interested in court battles. But isn't this the most thrilling and memorable one? As for the cases, from the tax silver case to the SPO case, you listened to it several times. This is the capital city, there aren't that many cases for me to tell you about. Isn't concubine Fu's case not concluded yet? This case is still under investigation by Tong Luo. I don't know the specific situation. After all, it is the emperor's family affair. If you are interested, you can ask Princess Huiqing. Forget it, I don't like to deal with people from the royal family. I've seen that gong twice, and I find it a bit annoying. Have you met him? Hum. He picked up my sachet and refused to return it. This person was extraordinary and was highly appreciated by Wei Yuan, who devoted all his efforts to cultivating him. In time, Dafeng will produce another high-quality warrior with a bright future. How high can it go? With the king of Jinbei around, the warriors of Dafeng couldn't even raise their heads. He is just a gong. I admire his ability to solve cases. There are so many big cases, with so many ups and downs, and the process is interesting. B. Nanji, you go back first. If it really doesn't work, just follow Emperor Yuan Jing, or find another man. Burned by evil fire every month, I'm really afraid that you'll become a slut. Wow. Aza. Freeze. Gulu gulu. Gulu gulu. Meow. The evil fire will burn the body and melt the foundation of Taoism. Luo Yuhong, you can only hold on for another 3 years at most. Why is senior brother here? Show you the way. The Sishianjian's Tuatai pills can relieve your symptoms. Now it is desire, and then there is greed, ignorance and hatred. You will feel better. Alas, among the 3 Taoist sects, only the Qi'an sect is not burdened by the worldly affairs. Perhaps Tianzong's philosophy is correct. Tianzong is ruthless and unrighteous, assimilated with the heaven and earth, without sadness or joy, without love or hate. Even if you become an immortal, you will lose yourself, and this is an evil path. How could I not know that Tuatai pills can relieve symptoms? But the supervisor has never liked our sect and will definitely not give us the elixir. Su Qianan had taken the Tuatai pill, but the effect of the drug had not yet worn off. I took a bowl of his blood as a medicine, and the pills made from it were not as good as the Tuatai pills. But it can also solve urgent problems. He will at least give me some face. You should just take care of yourself. The devil you have differentiated from has taken up most of your power. With only the remaining soul now, it would be wishful thinking to want to destroy the devil. He. At that time, my junior sister will have to help. Of course, when I have the confidence to defeat the devil. Most of the holders of the Earth Book fragments have grown up. Junior sister just needs to stand by and support them. Senior brother should know that unless you enter the first level. Otherwise, given my condition, if I were to be led by cause and effect, I would most likely end up dead. So, next, I will help my junior sister to enter the first level. Why didn't junior sister practice dual cultivation with Emperor Yuan Jing? He is not lucky enough. So you just borrowed his luck to suppress the fire of karma, but didn't go any further. Then what? Junior sister must have a follow-up plan, right? Waiting for the new king to take the throne. With the weakening national strength of Dafeng, each generation will be worse than the previous one. However, among Emperor Yuan Jing's descendants, there was no leader who could restore the country. You know this better than I do. The revival of the country does not necessarily rely on the king. With Wei Yuan, the empire's tailor. As long as he can survive the purge and control the new emperor after Emperor Yuan Jing's death, the empire finally got rid of its chronic illness and prospered. So you plan to wait until the country's strength is restored in the future, and then practice dual cultivation with the new king. There is no rush for this matter. The reasons for the decline of Dafeng's national strength are not simple. The implications behind this are so huge that it's terrifying to think about it carefully. In terms of the far-reaching layout, my senior brother is not inferior to Wei Yuan. I am just guessing, things are not clear yet. By the way, Li Miaozhen is coming to Beijing. Just call number 4 back. As a disciple of the human sect, it is his duty to deal with the holy maiden of the heaven sect. They are all members of the Tiandi Hui, it is not good to let them kill each other. Ignore. Whatever. Then push Su Qi'an out to smooth things over. Imperial Pharmacy. If you come back a few years later, you won't be able to find it. The income and expenditure records of the Imperial Pharmacy are cleared every 5 years. This booklet records the income and expenditure of all pills in the Imperial Pharmacy in the 32nd year of Yuan Jing. According to Huzaira's injuries, there are only a few pills that can save her. So it's easy to find. In the 32nd year of Yuan Jing, the Imperial Astronomical Bureau and Lingbao Temple sent a total of 364 kinds of elixirs. There are only 3 types of grade A elixirs. In the 32nd, 33rd, and 36th years of the Yuan Jing period, the total count is 780 or 90 bottles. It was awarded by His Majesty to a foreign official. The pill that could save Hu Xiaoro was not found. Didn't the elixir come from the Imperial Pharmacy? Con. Looking at Dafeng, the only places that can refine elixirs are Lingbao Temple and Sixianjian. Then the elixir must come from these 2 places. Hu Xiaoro was a palace maid. If no one came to save her, she would surely die. But who in the harem can avoid going through the Imperial Pharmacy? Reaching out to the Sixianjian and Lingbaiguan for elixirs? There is only one answer, Emperor Yuan Jing. It can't be him. The whole palace is his pharmacy. It's where he gets his elixirs. He has no reason to bypass the imperial study. Young eunuch, please do me a favor. Go check for the palace maid named here. Yes. Fortune telling. Kopam Mo. I found a problem with the booklet. My father-in-law has to give me an explanation. Sir, please tell me. In the 32nd year of Yuan Jing, there should be pills being stored in the warehouse every day, right? It's been 4 years and I can't remember clearly. When checking the book, I found that February 10th and 2nd. The income and expenditure records for the 20th of the month are blank. No pills have been delivered in the past few days? My lord, I have forgotten this too. Not lying. An old eunuch wouldn't have a magical tool to shield his fate. When you get older, you are useless. Give me the entry and exit records of the Imperial Pharmacy within 5 days. I will offer someone to assist. Do you suspect someone has torn up the booklet? When the eunuch was looking for the book, he saw obvious dust on the cover. There are several fingerprints on it, the marks are new. I dare say no more than 5 days. Sharp. Master Su. Well, you go down first. Yes. Can't I listen too? You say it. Here is a person in the Queen's palace. C. No wonder Huiqing became upset when he heard Here's name. That is to say, the person who saved Hu Xiaoro was the Queen. And her role in this case was to murder concubine Fu, the one who framed the prince. Queen. There's trouble. Why am going to find my father? Your Highness, it is too early to draw conclusions now. Isn't it obvious that here is the queen's person? Hu Xiaoro had received great favor from the queen. The queen has always wanted to harm my brother, the crown prince, so that her son can inherit the throne. That's plenty of motivation, isn't it? You are stopping me now, are you still feeling happy? Damn, it sounds like I ate Huiqing and then ate you. If Emperor Yuan Jing hears about this, he will order my execution. This matter involves the queen, and you made a scene just because you found out about a palace maid. The charges of killing concubine Fu and harming the crown prince were pinned on the queen. What if it is later discovered that the queen was wrongly accused? I don't care, the prince is my brother. Your Highness. Snort. Then what do you say? Keep investigating, princess, just wait and see. Snort. The eunuch must tell His Majesty everything about today's harvest. However, remember to keep it simple. Just talk about the case, nothing else. I also hope you can omit the interaction between me and Linen. Thinking back to my godfather's warning that day, although Lord Su doesn't have a good temper, he is very kind-hearted and even knows how to worry about a small person like me. Sir Su, rest assured, I will only talk about the case and won't say anything more. This young man is very smart. Later you go find the father-in-law who manages the Imperial Pharmacy. Ask him for a list of all those who entered and left the Imperial Pharmacy within the past 5 days. Then, you secretly check with the guard. Clear. It was early noon when we left the Imperial Pharmacy. Linen left Su Qianan behind and went to have lunch with his mother. Su Qianan had no choice but to follow the eunuchs to the cafeteria to eat. Master Su. Mr. Su, I finally found you. Those who can enter and leave the palace must be Taoist priests from Lingbao Temple. Taoist priest. Don't dare to take it seriously. Mr. Su, the Taoist leader invites you. Luo Yuhuang was the woman that Emperor Yuan Jing had his eyes on, and he was already in led with his daughter. Don't let Emperor Yuan Jing be displeased again because of getting too close to the beautiful imperial teacher. Wouldn't it be bad if someone suddenly discovered the existence of monk Shinshu? Clanal. Besides, Luo Yuhuang is a second-rank expert. I don't want to get too close to a top expert I'm not familiar with. The Imperial Master is waiting for you and would like to invite you to dine with him. Good. It's mainly because of this woman Luo Yuhuang she is so tempting. Lingbao Temple. Sir Su, please enjoy your meal. The Taoist Master will be here soon. Luckily there were 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. If I had eaten alone I would have gone home immediately. National Preceptor. Lord Su is having his meal. Please use eel, Imperial Master. Nah. At first glance, this woman looks like she is 30 years old. As I looked at her, I felt that she was a beautiful young woman in her 30s. I heard from Taoist Master Jinlian that Master Su took the abortion pill in Yunzhou? Taoist priest Jinlian tells you this. Yes. I would like to borrow a bowl of blood from Lord Su as a medicine. Used to refine pills and relieve chronic illnesses. What stubborn disease needs my blood as medicine? In my previous life, I could only test my blood type. After seeing the killing spell, I dare not give my blood to others casually, Ga. This is the advice of Taoist Master Jinlian. I need to confirm. Here he is. Meow. Taoist priest, how come you are here? Etc. Aren't you unable to enter the imperial city? When eating, pay attention to the cat hair. After the injury healed, he could enter and leave the imperial city at will. But I still couldn't enter the palace. The Taoist priest is stronger than I thought. If one wants to sneak into the imperial city silently, one must be at least a 4th-rank official. CM. Certainly. Wufu is not included here. According to the characteristics of the martial arts system, even if it is a 1st class. It is also impossible to sneak into the imperial city silently, and most likely you will be discovered. Of course, if you are a first-class warrior. You can almost play the Dafeng capital dungeon solo. That essence in blood is. Borrow the medicinal properties of the Tuatai pill in your blood. The path of cultivation in the human sect is difficult and bumpy. You have understood this to some extent. Luo Dasho would be burned by the fire of karma every month and suffer from the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The pill can shed the old body and give people a new life. It can temporarily relieve symptoms. No wonder I think the national teacher has an extraordinary charm. When the human sect practices the Tao to a high level, it possesses the characteristics of all living beings. It can let you see the side of your heart that you desire most. In talking about love. Korum. What did you see? This reaction. You seem to be deeply touched. I thought I was into black silk stockings, mature women, Lolita, and younger sisters. In the end, I found out that I was just lustful. Since Taoist Master Jinlian is the middleman, I am naturally willing to do my best. If you want any medicine, just ask. Consider it as compensation for essence and blood. Don't be in a hurry, think slowly. The favors that the leader of the Runzong sect has are not something that ordinary people can get. Jingxiu Palace. Mother-in-law, mother-in-law. Mother, the prince will be fine. The innocent will be cleared, don't cry. In the past few days, a prince from the royal family came to see the queen. They said that the ministers outside were discussing the matter of appointing another crown prince. After hearing this, the queen burst into tears and didn't eat much for 2 days. Ko Pam. These short-sighted bastards, why are they telling my mother these things? Linen, don't talk nonsense. Your brother, the prince, is a concubine's son. Over the years, some people have said that he was not in the right position. It's better to be abolished, then my mother won't have to worry all day long. It would be great if the truth of the case could be revealed. But after so many days, there has been no progress. The case must be kept confidential. Su Qi'an has emphasized this to me several times. But now the mother-in-law is getting more and more. Who said there is no progress? Su Qi'an has almost finished investigating the case. Is the truth of the case coming out soon? Is Su Qi'an really going to be found out soon? Mother, it was the queen who framed the crown prince. It must be her. Linen, no nonsense. Don't worry, mother. Linen has solid evidence. At that moment, she told concubine Shen the whole story of the case. It's really her. If she hadn't been unfaithful to her husband, how could your majesty banish her to the cold palace, or make my son the crown prince? Your majesty is kind-hearted and did not depose her out of consideration for their old friendship. After many years, she has started to think about competing for the position of crown prince again. The queen is not a faithful wife? My father wants to depose her? When did this happen? Why didn't I? CNGK. The gentle queen, who lacked a smile. Although she was very about framing the prince. But I don't believe in my heart that she is an unfaithful woman. But, as far as I can remember, I have never seen the queen smile. The queen has been living in seclusion and not caring about the harem. For example, the queen was cold and indifferent to Huai Qing and the fourth prince. She doesn't love me like her mother does her brother the prince. Mother, what on earth is going on? The queen is not a faithful wife. Who is that man? Stop asking. This matter is a taboo for your majesty, please do not spread it outside. See? I don't like to owe favors to others. Sir Su, just tell me what you want. Auntie, I don't want to struggle anymore. The Ren clan dominated the 9 states with their swordsmanship. Why not give me an article on swordsmanship? Who says swordsmanship can't be done with a knife? But I used a knife. That's right, as long as you extract the core essence and apply it to knife skills. Just like when I used the heaven and earth slash, I can use the lion's roar to defeat the enemy. Move. I have 3 sword techniques here. M. They are heart sword, air sword and control sword respectively. Heart sword. The heart sword needs to be supplemented by the cultivation of the primordial spirit. Use mental strength as the whetstone to sharpen the sword day after day. It cannot kill the body, but only the soul. Oh. Sir Su, please don't provoke me. The Qi sword is the opposite of the heart sword, and is a first-class way of attacking and killing. Heart sword. When one reaches a high level of cultivation, the sword energy is endless and indestructible. The sword energy spans 3,000 miles, and the sword light chills 19 states? It is said that Mr. Su is a poet of unrivaled talent. As expected, this sentence is full of heroic spirit and has a profound atmosphere. This is not what I said. This is what a great writer who specializes in paying for his articles said. As for sword control, the sword controlling technique is truly an immortal skill. I choose heart sword. A con. Good. Although the sword controlling technique is fancy and cool, its lethality is also quite high. But my heaven and earth sword slash is an extremely extreme sword technique. There is nothing in the world that cannot be cut off. If there is, run for your life as soon as possible. Therefore, when I was practicing, the first thing I considered was not to increase my means, but to perfect the heaven and earth slashing sword. After receiving the lion's roar of Buddhism, this idea became more solid. The control skills are there, the physical damage is there, and what we lack most now is the output in the soul realm. If you have any questions, please come to Lingbao Temple to find me. I can help you 3 times. Sword. Thank you, Master. Fortunately, the bowl is not big. I thought it was the big bowl that Su Lingyin used for eating. Ko Pam. Taoist priest, please block other people for me. I want to chat with Li Miaojin privately. M. Taking this opportunity, I want to tell number 2 the news of my resurrection. Li Miaojin said she would come to the capital after the spring. He. What's the problem? Given the current situation in Yunzhou, it is estimated that we will have to wait until the bandit suppression is over. She will be here soon anyway, so why rush? That's right. Mr. Su, how should we investigate next? Go to Feng Palace to find the Queen. His Majesty said that you can go wherever you want in the harem. I don't need to inform His Majesty before meeting the Queen, right? Of course, the premise is that there are servants accompanying you. Especially meeting the imperial concubine and the Queen. That's normal. How can you meet the Emperor's woman in private? The full name of Feng Palace is Fengqi Palace, which is the largest and most luxurious palace in the harem. Of course, the Emperor's bedroom is not included. Knowing that the Queen was taking a nap, Su Qian and the young eunuch waited in the corridor outside for half an hour. The Queen has woken up, please let Lord Su come over. She ranks in the top 2 among the beauties I have ever seen, Luo Yuhang ranks first. But the Imperial Master has his own charm and buff, while the Queen relies on her own hardware. See the Queen. Sure enough, young talent. Huiqing often mentions you in front of me and praises you highly. Kamat. I have also heard about your deeds of solving many stray cases in Beijing. I don't know if I feel good about myself. I always feel that the Queen admires me very much. Wei Yuan is lucky to have such an outstanding subordinate like you. Show tea to Lord Su. I am here because of the case of concubine Fu. I have a few questions for the Queen. Sir Su, please ask. Do you know the palace maid who's Shioro? This is Li Ziyi. I don't know him. Gee. Is there a maid named here in the Empress Palace? Some. Coxum. Aunt Rong from Crab House said. 4 years ago, Hushiro committed suicide for no reason. That palace maid was here in the Empress Palace. The maid who lived in the same room with her rescued her. Hier has never been to Crab House. After the autopsy, I found that the maid whose Xiao was fatally wounded. It is definitely not something a palace maid can save. He must have taken a magical elixir that could bring him back to life. Mr. Su, do you have any evidence for what he said? The body is evidence. What about the elixir? No. The one who tore up the income and expenditure records of the imperial pharmacy was the queen? I am tired, so I will escort Lord Su out of the palace. Didn't you just finish your nap? Little eunuch, have you finished collecting the list I asked you to do? Yes, very efficient. Ajay. Nah. I was just about to hand it over to Lord Su. Let's check them one by one according to the list above. That queen. Of course it couldn't be checked. Although Emperor Yuan Jing gave me great privileges, I could investigate anyone I wanted. But the Queen Mother would never cooperate, and I, Su Qian, couldn't force her to have sex with her. But one thing is certain. That means the Queen has something to hide. It couldn't be that the Queen really did it, then Huiqing would be very pitiful. But if we don't check, wouldn't it be very pitiful for the framer? Come on, choose one of the two, But then again, the Queen is so damn beautiful. She still has such charm even when she is old. How beautiful she must have been when she was young. No wonder she became the queen. In comparison, I still think Luo Yuhong is better. Because she can satisfy my various tastes. Oh, Susu is fine too. I really don't want to admit that I'm lustful. In the next hour, Su Qi'an to check the people on the list. Because time is limited, we have to leave the palace before it closes. Therefore, we only had time to check 1/3 of them. Concubine Fu is the biggest victim in the whole case. The victim used to frame the prince. The person who did it was Hu Xiao, who had already been silenced. Hu Xiao was once seriously injured, but was cured by the queen. Therefore, the queen was very kind to her. The queen's fourth son is a legitimate son, while the current crown prince is a concubine's son. The queen was unwilling to see the crown prince's position fall into the hands of someone else, so she plotted a scheme to frame the crown prince and take back the throne. The motive is clear and the whole case is reasonable, but there is a lack of evidence. Grandma Rong is right. There are too many secrets in this inner palace that cannot be told. Once you sink your foot into it, you can't get it out. I thought this case would take some time, but I didn't expect it to progress so quickly. Now I don't even have the chance to delay. Damn Emperor Yuan Jing, he hasn't issued an edict to confer a title yet. I'm going to ask for leave tomorrow. Thump. Run. I was ambushed. Your Majesty, Concubine Chen is outside seeking an audience. What is she doing at this time? Send her in. Your Majesty, you must make the decision for me and the prince. Kopo. The prince's case is still under investigation. My beloved concubine, please go back. There will naturally be a fair judgment on right and wrong. Still investigating? Hasn't the case been solved? Your Majesty, I heard everything Linden said. The prince was wrongly accused. The prince was wronged. Linen and you. What did you say? That Lord Su had already found out the truth. A drowned body was fished out from the crab pavilion today. It was the palace maid who had been missing for many days beside concubine Fu. Su Qian found out the truth so quickly? Concubine Chen cried and told everyone the information she knew. Call the person who was supervising Su Qian over. Yes. A quarter of an hour later. What progress has been made in the case today? After entering the palace, Master Su immediately went to examine the body and came to the conclusion. The palace maid Hu Xiao was first pushed into the water and drowned, and then her body was thrown into the well. Furthermore, Lord Su also found out that the palace maid Hu Xiao had a fatal chest injury and should have died several years ago, but was saved by someone with a miraculous elixir. Then I went to the crab pavilion and asked Grandma Roan. Confirmed that part of the Imperial Pharmacy's income and expenditure account book was torn up? This is what Lord Su said. Move. Notify the coroner to enter the palace overnight to re-examine the body of the palace maid Hushiaro. I want to know the answer immediately. Half an hour later, the autopsy results came back, and Su Qi'an corroborated each other's evidence, making it conclusive. Lord Su doesn't dare to investigate the Queen. Only Your Majesty can do this personally. Please, Your Majesty, be the Crown Prince and make the decision for me. The Qi'anjian's magical weapon, the military crossbow, can kill those in the spirit-refining realm. My little mare can't die here. Copal. Hide. Drive. Who dares to attack me? God-refining realm. M. The man in black hiding in the alley ahead. I'm afraid it's even stronger than the God-refining realm. This is the inner city. There are night watchmen patrolling, and the 5 Imperial Guards take turns patrolling. These 3 killers can't stay for long. As long as I don't fight them, they won't be able to take me down in a short time, and they will retreat on their own. At that time, I will immediately use the Qi'an technique and lead the night watchman to hunt down the 3 people and reverse the situation. Shit, when did he appear behind me? B. I didn't expect that this bronze gong, which had just entered the realm of spiritual cultivation. The spiritual perception is so sharp. A.M. Hold. It is too deroused to maneuver on the roof. It is a safer method to cleverly use obstacles such as alleys and houses. A 6th rank warrior, with skin of steel and bones. AMGA.co. The mastermind behind this knows my level, so the assassins they sent out can almost certainly defeat me. He also knew my route, so he ambushed me on the road I had to take. Who wants to kill me? Don't let him escape to where there are people, catch him. See, these 3 people cooperated seamlessly, and there was no flaw in their attack and defense. Within 50 moves, I will die. Can't escape. Shit, it's like being hit by a truck. If it weren't for Song Qing and the Night Watchman's heart mirror, I would have died right now. M. Standard weapons, the Qi'anjian's magic weapon military crossbow. Dare to kill people in the streets of the inner city. You must be the assassins hired by some big shot. TSK, there is no awareness of being a villain at all. Why don't you answer the call? Bite. Do not dodge or evade. Stealing a chicken but losing the rice. He wanted to feint an attack on the right and then slash at the left, but the spirit refining realm could also sense the dir. Nah. Slip. Why don't you run away? I can't run away, so I plan to kill you here. There were no sounds of night watchmen or patrolling soldiers nearby. Bluff? Superior. 1 knife. B. There is only 1 chance. Dar. J. Escape quickly. Breathe in. Buddhist lion roar. Concentrated. A little. Deng Fengzi. Pull. This way. Damn it. 3. These 3 people have lost their breath. Ning Yan, are you okay? To be able to force Ning Yan into such a state, one of these 3 must be in the spirit refining realm. I got hurt a little, but it's no big deal. Ning Yan, go back to the government office and heal your wounds first. Let us handle these 3 people. You escort Lord Su back to the night watchman's office, and leave 10 of you to assist me in handling the body. Yes. The person is clearly dead, how can he stand still? Bump. G. Snap. What kind of sword skill is this? He actually killed 3 people at the same time, and the sharpness of the sword made the corpses remain intact for a moment. I remember Su Ningyan's unique skill was some extremely powerful sword technique. At that time, Zhui Luo was injured with one strike of the sword. Yes, it seems more powerful now. He killed 3 people with one sword, and among the 3, one must be in the spirit refining realm. Why doesn't he have a weapon? This body feels like steel. Copper skin and iron bones. Industry. Half an hour later, the night watchman arrived at the yamen. After ZH Kaitai, who was on duty tonight, received the news. Summoned all the Yin Luo currently in the government office to discuss Su Qi'an's assassination. The whole process, from being assassinated to beheading the enemy, took no more than half a quarter of an hour. The 3 assassins seemed to have known Su Ningyan's route for a long time. Ambush on the road that must be taken. After a brief confrontation, they chased Su Ningyan into the alley. Then he was killed with one sword, cleanly and easily. The assassin used the most common standard long sword. The 3 major imperial army camps and the 5 imperial city guards all use this kind of sword. Even the family guards of some princes and ministers use this. We could find no clues from the weapon. In addition, we found a magic crossbow from an assassin. A military crossbow that is powerful enough to pose a threat to the spirit refining realm. But this still cannot be a breakthrough. The Ministry of Industry and the Ministry of War were seriously embezzling money. The phenomenon of princes and ministers buying and selling military supplies privately was also frequent. Over the years, countless magical instruments and military equipment have been leaked out, and it is impossible to track them down. If we were to investigate, it would involve most of the officialdom in Beijing, and there would be a lot of resistance. I'm afraid that even if His Majesty gives the order personally, it will probably be fruitless. What are the abilities of the 3 assassins? 2 God refining realm. A person with bronze skin and iron bones. Kill the soul refining realm and the copper skin and iron bones with one strike. Ahem. Don't worry too much about the details. Where is Su Ningyan? After treating his injuries, he fell asleep. As Silver Luos, you are all first-rate talents in Dafeng, no worse than anyone else. Just occasionally 1 or 2 freaks will appear, and you can't treat them as normal. Ha ha ha. Who do you think sent the assassin? It is not known yet who Su Ningyan has made enemies with recently. Based on what we know, if we exclude personal grudges. Watch. The fastest and most stable. Minimal advertising. Then it is very likely related to the concubine Fu case. The next day at 11 a.m., Haoqi Tower. Duke Wei, Su Ningyan left the palace yesterday and was assassinated on the way. How is he? I was slightly injured, but nothing serious. It's just that he's severely exhausted and is still sleeping. 2 in the spirit refining realm, and 1 with a bronze skin and an iron body? Even a wise man like Duke Wei is often confused by that kid. Copper skin and iron bones. Not bad, not bad. Could it be related to the concubine Fu case? The case of concubine Fu is Your Majesty's family affair, and it is not appropriate for outsiders to interfere. But I will report this matter. Duke Wei, an order has come from the palace. New. At the beginning of the Qi'an hour, the court meeting was held. Maybe something big happened. Then I will take my leave first. The morning meeting is not held every day. Generally speaking, a diligent king would hold a grand court meeting every 3 days. For a king who neglects his duties, he will be punished once every 5 to 10 days. When it comes to Emperor Yuan Jing, he basically doesn't attend the morning court. If he was in a good mood and wanted to take care of government affairs, he would send someone to inform all officials 1 day in advance. An impromptu court meeting like today means something big has happened. Wei Gong. News came from the palace that His Majesty entered Fengqi Palace last night. Looking around. Then he left in a rage. Go to court. Cam. Ta. F. Your Majesty, tens of thousands of people froze to death in Chuzhou in the dead of winter. The Provincial Administration Commissioner's Office has already raised funds for relief of the disaster victims. I beg Your Majesty to draft an edict and order the Ministry of Revenue to allocate funds. The national treasury is empty, and for disaster relief, donations can be raised from local gentry. Your Majesty, the northern barbarians have repeatedly invaded our borders. Since the beginning of spring, border conflicts have become more intense, so we must be on guard. Wei Aiqing, what is the situation with the northern barbarians? At the end of last year, there was heavy snow in the north for several months, freezing countless livestock to death. I had anticipated at that time that the barbarians would go south to plunder. There is such a thing. What happened next? The barbarians invaded the border from the south. Why didn't the night watchman receive the news in advance? It was my negligence. Qi'an. In fact, the secret agent in the north was transferred to the northeast. The northern barbarians invaded from the south, and Wei Yuan failed to monitor them. He was dismissed from his post as Zhudu and fined 1 year's salary. Although the night watchmen have the duty of gathering intelligence, that is just a side job. Furthermore, the northern barbarians invaded from the south, and the king of Jinbei refused to fight. Even if we knew in advance that the barbarians were going to invade the border, what would be the point? This can't be blamed on Wei Yuan, right? Of course, it's rare to have the opportunity to add insult to injury. The civil officials will not let Wei Yuan go. Holy sage! The king of Jinbei sat back and watched the people suffer from the disaster of war without doing anything. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I understand. Ma. X. Dada. Coming. All the comments just now were normal, although the dismissal of Wei Yuan from the post of left censor-in-chief was unexpected. But Emperor Yuan Jing's sudden court meeting was definitely not because of this little thing. I have already investigated the whole story of concubine fuss case. Queen Shquanxi. Instructing the palace maid Hu Shao to frame the prince. Ro kills concubine Fu. After I questioned him in every possible way, Shquan confessed his crime. The queen is out of order, her virtue is unworthy of her position, and she cannot accept the mandate of heaven. He was given the imperial seal and ribbon, and retired to Chun Palace. X. Your Majesty, this is not possible. Your Majesty, the case of concubine Fu cannot be easily concluded without being examined by the 3 courts. This is my family matter. Your Majesty, deposing the Queen is also a matter of national importance and should not be taken lightly. Please, Your Majesty, submit the case of concubine Fu to the 3 courts for review and then make a decision. Can. Well. How old is this quilt? After washing, there was a stress smell in the public hostel. She is rubbish. The wound on the right button has scabbed over and will heal in 2 days. It is the sort of heaven and earth cut the overdrawn energy has not yet recovered. Tired like a leaf with 7 thorns, the body is hollowed out. Comfortable. Normally I leave the palace at the beginning of the Shan hour, but yesterday I left the palace after the Yu hour because I was checking the list of people entering and leaving the imperial pharmacy. It's not surprising that the assassins who ambushed me knew the route I took home, but how did they time it so accurately? It was obvious that they knew when I left the palace. The night watchman often kept watch on the roof, so the 3 assassins couldn't have been lying on the roof waiting for me. Otherwise, he would have been discovered by the night patrollers long ago. The mastermind behind this is most likely someone from the palace, otherwise this cannot be explained. Is it the Queen? I just found out some clues that were unfavorable to her yesterday, and she immediately sent someone to assassinate me. You don't want me to investigate further? If it was really the Queen who did it, then Huiqing and I will have no choice but to divorce. Lord Su, Duke Wei is looking for you, please go to Haoqi Tower first. It seems that Wei Yuan knew about the assassination attempt yesterday. He must be stunned by my achievements. Lead the way. Wei Gong. Take a seat. Princess Huiqing, the fourth prince? Why are they here? Nod. Uneasy. Were you assassinated last night? The mastermind behind this is related to the Fufei case and is in the palace. Do you suspect it's the queen? Duke Wei, you are too direct. The eldest princess now looks like a woman facing a divorce agreement. Today, His Majesty proposed to depose the queen at the court meeting. The reason is that the real culprit behind the Fufei case is the queen. I personally investigated the concubine Fu case. I figured out every step and every clue through my own efforts. I'm not sure the queen is the murderer, so how can Emperor Yuan Jing be sure? The queen mother admitted. When I woke up, I felt that everything had shed, as if I had slept for a century. Elcom. Watch on M, the fastest and most stable, with the fewest ads. Sorry. I just want to calm down. His Majesty wants to depose the queen because the real culprit behind the concubine Fu case is the queen. And the queen really admitted it? Yes. Could it be forced? Won't. You personally investigated the concubine Fu case. No one knows any clues and details better than you. Think about it carefully. Is there anything suspicious or unreasonable in it? Today, the two princes came to the government office to discuss the matter of deposing the queen. I also want to ask for your help. His Majesty has not yet taken back your gold medal. You gentlemen need time to confirm this matter. You still have time to investigate this case. Thank you for your help, Mr. Su. How is your injury? He didn't mention the proposal, but was concerned about my injuries. Since you sincerely admit your mistakes, I want to divorce you. Thank you for your concern, Princess. It will be of no use to me. In the case of concubine Fu, the queen did have sufficient motives and reasons to frame the crown prince. And according to the clues I found yesterday, the real culprit behind the scenes is indeed the queen. Impossible, the queen mother would never do such a thing. Your Highness, please be patient. I haven't finished yet. Your Majesty, do you have any evidence? Anna. Calm, no, it was admitted by the Queen Mother herself. This is If Your Majesty has no evidence, why would the Queen admit it? Since the Queen has admitted it, why did she send someone to assassinate me? Because I don't know, I came to you. Lord Su has solved many strike cases. If anyone in the capital can find out the truth in a short time and clear the name of the Queen Mother, then that person is only you. When I first took over the case, I thought there were only two possibilities for the Fufei case. 1. The prince did have sex with concubine Fu after drinking and killed her. 2. Someone framed the prince and plotted to seize the throne of the crown prince. Following this line of thought, all the clues point to the queen. To be honest with Your Highness, I also suspected that the queen had sent assassins to assassinate me just now. But when I learned that the queen admitted that she was the real murderer, I suddenly became suspicious of this case. Then the purpose of the mastermind behind the scenes is not just to frame the prince, but to kill two birds with one stone. But I have a question. The queen lives in seclusion and the fourth prince is not the crown prince. Why did the mastermind behind this point the finger at the queen? What was he trying to achieve? There is an emperor who has been abstinent for more than 10 years. Is there any meaning for the throne of the harem master? It can't be the position of the master of the harem. First of all, regardless of whether the fourth prince is the crown prince or not, he is His Majesty's eldest son. Secondly, the mastermind behind this is coming for me. The Wei family and the Qi'an family are old friends, and the queen's surname is Qi'an. That is to say, Wei Yuan and the queen were political allies and were the queen's relatives. No wonder Princess Huiqing is half of Wei Yuan. So the case of concubine Fu, on the surface, was a frame-up of the crown prince, but in fact it was aimed at Wei Yuan? The case of concubine Fu dealt with both the Crown Prince's party and the Four Princes' party at the same time. Awesome! Wei Yuan undoubtedly belongs to the Four Princes' party. See, at the imperial court today, my father dismissed Duke Wei from his post as left censor-in-chief. Hey, this doesn't make sense. Even if the mastermind wants to weaken Wei Yuan by overthrowing the queen, that would also be to undermine Wei Yuan's allies and weaken his power in disguise. Why did Emperor Yuan Jing immediately dismiss Wei Yuan from his important position as soon as the queen got into trouble? It seems as if the mastermind behind this is Emperor Yuan Jing. Wait a minute, suppose the queen was the mastermind behind the frame-up of the crown prince, with the intention of supporting the fourth prince to become the crown prince. When Emperor Yuan Jing knew about this, he immediately weakened and attacked Wei Yuan. What does this mean? This shows that Emperor Yuan Jing was very wary of Wei Yuan. Suddenly I understood why Emperor Yuan Jing chose to make his concubine's son the crown prince, instead of the fourth prince born to the queen. The queen and Wei Yuan are political allies, if the fourth prince is made the crown prince. If it were me, I would also be unable to sleep or eat well. After the prince drank the wine from concubine Chen. On the way back, I met Hu Xiao and was invited to the Qingfeng palace of concubine Fu. The prince did have some evil thoughts about his father's woman at that time. Afterwards, concubine Fu fell to her death, and the prince became a suspect and was detained in the Dali temple. After finding out that concubine Fu was murdered and the crown prince was framed. The next day, Hu's Iris body was found in the crab pavilion. What a coincidence, what a coincidence! No wonder I felt something was wrong at the time. Hu Xiao was silenced instead of committing suicide. So why did the perpetrator choose crab court? If you want to silence someone, burying them secretly is better than throwing the body into a well. To put it another way, there are at least dozens, or even hundreds, of wells in the inner palace. But they chose a crab pavilion that was densely populated and easy to be found. This was done on purpose, to let us discover the connection between Hu Xiao and the queen. My initial guess was wrong? Hu Xiao was not the murderer who killed concubine Fu, she was just a prop. Let's focus our suspicion on the queen's props? No, it was Hu Xiao who tricked the prince into going to Qingfeng Palace. The prince will lie, but the guards around him will not lie, which is very easy to distinguish. Moreover, he was able to the scene, secretly destroy the guardrail, and knew the habits of concubine Fu very well, knowing that she wanted to be affectionate with her fake husband. All of this must be done by a personal maid. If the queen didn't do all this, why would she admit it? Maybe there was some reason that forced her to admit it. What is the queen afraid of? This must be related to this case. The three main people involved in the case. They are concubine Fu, the crown prince and the palace maid Hu Xiao. Of the three, the only one who has a connection with the queen is Hu Xiao. Scene 31. Right. This is from the palace maid Hu Xiao. Your Highness, we only know that the queen saved Hu Xiao. But there are two doubts, I wonder if you have noticed. Yu, shaking his head. First, why did the queen save Hu Xiao? My mother has always been kind-hearted, so it is not surprising that she would use elixir to save a palace maid. Why would the queen pay attention to a palace maid? And why did she send here from Fengchi Palace to keep an eye on her? I asked my mother, but she didn't say anything. Second, why did the palace maid Hu Xiao commit suicide? Yuan Jing 30. The answer is here. Has Master Su discovered the answer? No, I just guessed the secret was in this piece of cloth. But I don't know what the secret is. Why do you say it so forcefully? This is the material that can only be used by concubines of the third rank and above in the palace. Either it was a gift from a noble, or it was stolen. In the spring of the 31st year of Yuan Jing. What happened at that time? The investigation of the concubine Fu case has finally entered a difficult mode. The previous clues were deliberately thrown out by the mastermind behind the scenes. The case itself is not difficult. In other words, even if I didn't take over the case, others would be able to find out. The only difference is the length of time. And now, I have escaped the guidance of the mastermind behind the scenes, and it is finally my turn to show my skills. Etc. Even if it's not me who takes over the case, others can also find out. Lord Wei, I have something to ask you. Explain. Before I returned to Beijing, the case of concubine Fu had been delayed, and the three courts were shirking their responsibilities and unwilling to investigate. If I really die, will it be confirmed that the Crown Prince was responsible for this case? Today, Your Majesty wants to depose the Queen, but the three courts and the ministers disagree and think that the dethronement should be discussed after the three courts confirm it first. It should not be abolished just because Your Majesty says so. The opinions of the gentlemen are nothing more than 3 points. First, the abolition of the family is a serious matter, and the process must be followed and it cannot be done lightly. Second, the officials hate this kind of sudden incident, which makes them feel that they don't have enough control over the court. Third, they need time to plan for the aftermath of the dethronement. Therefore, the king and his subjects have been playing chess since ancient times. Is this also the case with the prince? Nod. The crown prince's affairs are related to the foundation of the country, so can Your Majesty just decide in 3 days? The three courts did not refuse to investigate, but told Your Majesty that they needed time. So, you don't need me at all. Even if I didn't come back, someone would take over the case in a few days. Then, according to the clues given by the real culprit, the investigation led to the Queen step by step. Therefore, you were assassinated last night because the person behind the scenes didn't want you to investigate further. He was afraid. Fear? The resurrection of Lord Su was beyond the expectations of the people behind the scenes. But his reputation was too great, and the people behind the scenes did not dare to let him continue the investigation. Therefore, when the clues point to the Queen Mother, the person behind the scenes immediately sent out assassins to eliminate Lord Su. I see. So how do we check now? This officer wants to open the coffin and conduct an autopsy. Royal Palace. I still have to inform the eunuch. After all, this is the rule set for me by His Majesty. Yes, Mr. Su is indeed a law-abiding person. He is loyal to Dafeng and his father. You think too much, I just follow my heart. A quarter of an hour later. Mr. Su, isn't the case closed? As long as Your Majesty does not take back the gold medal, I will continue the investigation. All right. I really don't want to take this job anymore, I want to live a few more years. What else do you want to test? You are missing the most important step. Usually when examining a female corpse, even if there are obvious signs of death. But never forget. Do you remember the rules I talked to Your Highness about during the autopsy yesterday? Carry her to the yard, it's too dark here. LNG. Grandma, check if it fits perfectly. Sir, why did you ask me to do the autopsy? I am not a coroner. I've been testing it all day, and Grandma, can you test it? This old servant is still very happy to serve you, sir. This female corpse is not a virgin. Throughout the ages, there are many examples of emperors visiting palace maids. Although Hu Xiaoro was an inconspicuous palace maid, she was essentially the emperor's woman. It was the private property of Emperor Yuan Jing. Emperor Yuan Jing has been practicing Taoism for many years and has not been close to women, so how could Hu Xiaoro not be a virgin? See? Grandma, please check again to see if she has ever been pregnant. This old slave can't see it. What use do I have to you? Give me back the silver. Forget it, I'll do it myself. A quarter of an hour later. How long do you have to wash it for? Wash until you have a new layer of skin. It's all that old lad's fault. She's not very capable, but she took 5 cents of silver from me. Your Highness, you have to pay me back. You said she was pregnant, what's your basis? This is a lot. After a woman becomes pregnant, spark-like fine lines will appear on the lower abdomen and thigh roots, which are called stretch marks. But with proper care, stretch marks will disappear. Huzairus stretch marks are very light. In addition, the body was swollen due to being soaked in water, making stretch marks even more difficult to distinguish. What confirms me is that before a woman gives birth, she is like a baby bird crying for food, with her mouth open. After giving birth, the mother is content and her mouth is closed. Calm. You are talking. What? Dia for women who have not given birth, the shape of the uterus is 0. After giving birth to a child, the body becomes shaped like the Chinese character. Mr. Su is knowledgeable and talented. I asked someone to check Hu Xioro. She entered the palace in the 28th year of Yuan Jing's reign. In the 28th year of Yuan Jing, the old emperor had already abstained from sex and practiced Taoism. He didn't even touch the stunning queen or the charming concubine Chen. How could I possibly touch a little palace maid? The subtext is that someone is trying to steal Emperor Yuan Jing's support. Who could it be? Calm. What do you think I am doing? This person is actually very easy to find. He must meet 2 conditions. The royal family is eligible for the privilege of being able to enter and leave the harem relatively freely. He was very courageous and fearless, otherwise he would not dare to attack the palace maid. My royal brother, I have something to say to Lord Su. I left first. You get out too. L. Cam. Mr. Su, Hu Xioro committed suicide, the queen mother pleaded guilty. Mostly it has something to do with that man. The princess is too subjective. When investigating a case, one must remain calm and make assumptions based on the clues. We now know that Hu Xioro was once pregnant, assuming that the man was not His Majesty, but someone else. Assuming Hu Xioro committed suicide, the queen mother saved her and confessed her guilt, all because of that man. Then, he needs to meet one more condition. This man has a close relationship with the queen. But it has nothing to do with Your Majesty. So he could go in and out of the harem. But if he does anything to cause chaos in the harem, Your Majesty will execute him without hesitation. Does Your Highness have a candidate in mind? I'm thinking of someone. Who is it? Coram. Uncle Gua. Uncle Gua. Suddenly it became clear. All the clues were connected, and the context of the concubine Fu case was finally sorted out. Is this uncle of the emperor the younger brother or elder brother of the empress? Only a brother from the same father and mother could make the queen willing to bear the crime in order to protect him. Yes. The uncle is the mother's brother, a dissolute dandy. He is unlearned and incompetent, and indulges in beauty. The maids in Fengchi Palace all hated him. Because every time he visited his mother, he would touch them in private. At this time, I remembered something. The prince's uncle used to come to the palace occasionally to visit his mother, but a few years ago, he suddenly stopped coming. Now looking back, I understand what happened. The palace maid Hu Xioro was raped by the emperor's uncle. So she was so depressed that she committed suicide, but the people urged by the queen to be around her found her in time and saved her. No. That's not the case. Didn't you say she had given birth to a child? What about miscarriage? Will miscarriage also cause the cervix to close? The palace maid's pregnancy could not be concealed, but since Hu Xioro had survived until now, that means the child was not born. Stretch marks will appear in 3 or 4 months, and the cervix will close after miscarriage. I am more inclined to believe that the queen aborted the child because the child could not be born, otherwise the king's brother-in-law would be finished. Therefore, the palace maid Hu Xioro held a grudge. Joining forces with the person behind the scenes, framing the crown prince on the surface, but actually hinting at the queen in Duke way? If this is the case, then Hu Xioro hates the queen to the core. Yes, that's right, it's revenge for the murder of my son. But I always feel that it's not that simple. What do you want to ask? As expected, Your Highness. Why doesn't the Queen kill Hushioro so that everything will be settled once and for all? Queen Mother. Indeed, he is merciful. It seems like this. The Queen seems to be a soft-hearted woman. If it were Huiqing, he would have probably killed Hushiaro at that time to prevent future troubles. Huiqing is a capable person. I can confirm that she is a woman who can achieve great things. The case is now clear. The Queen must also be paying attention to the case of concubine Fu. When she found out that it was Hushiaro who killed concubine Fu, she knew that when I questioned her that day. The person behind the scenes intends to use the emperor's uncle to plot against her. This is an open conspiracy. Either sacrifice the king's uncle or sacrifice yourself. But then again, the Queen is really a brother-supporting womanizer. What's the meaning of this? She would rather be banished to the cold palace for the sake of a good-for-nothing brother. And once she is deposed, the fourth prince will no longer be the legitimate son, and he will truly have no chance of becoming emperor. What is the difference between the concubines in the harem and those in the cold palace? This is true. This was the first time that Her Royal Highness the Princess expressed her dissatisfaction with Emperor Yuan Jing in front of me. My mother never paid attention to the affairs of the harem, and she was not attached to the position of queen. She must have been willing to exert her position as queen for the life of her uncle. However, the fourth brother must be resentful. So that's why His Highness sent the fourth prince away? How do you explain the yellow silk material? 9 Kings in November. In the spring of the 31st year of Yuan Jing, it should be the time when the palace maid Hushiaro lost her virginity. No, there is something very strange. Hushiaro committed suicide 4 years ago, and the 31st year of Yuan Jing was 5 years ago. The 37th year of Yuan Jing has just begun, so let's not count it for now. According to the time calculation, she committed suicide after being forced to have an abortion. After the Queen Mother aborted Hushiara's fetus, she asked for her to take care of her. This is indeed the case, and it corresponds to the results of our investigation. But Your Highness, don't you find it strange? You just said that pregnancy and childbirth cannot be kept secret in the harem. Hushiaro is a palace maid, how could she dare to do this, unless she is fearless? It can't be the father. Yes. Emperor Yuan Jing's desire for immortality and his dedication to practicing Taoism. It is absolutely impossible to have sex with a palace maid. Let's go ask this uncle of the emperor. There's no point in just guessing here. When Su Qian and the eldest princess arrived at the prince's uncle's residence, they found out that the prince was not in the imperial city, but in the old house in the inner city. It turned out that after learning the news of the queen's dethronement this morning, the prince's uncle hurriedly left the palace. Go to Qi'an's old house. The Qi'an family was not a wealthy family. His maternal grandfather, Qi'an Qing, was the left vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue and the grand secretary of the Dongga. But all this happened after Empress Qi'an moved into Fengqi Palace. My maternal grandfather, Qi'an Pei, was only an imperial censor, a 6th-rank official. Before this, the Qi'an family was just a small family. The Wei family and the Qi'an family are old friends. When Duke Wei was young, his family was poor and he studied at the Qi'an family. His grandfather was half his mentor. That Wei Gong. How did you enter the palace? Cray. I don't know. Qi'an Mansion. What the fuck? Drink to your heart's content. His elder sister is almost ruined, but he is still here indulging himself in sensual pleasures. What's even more ridiculous is that the queen still took the blame for him. I am so when will those brother-supporting demons stand up? Drunk. Ward rounds. Men squat on the left, women squat on the right. Hold your head and take out your ID card. What are you doing? Everyone, leave the lobby, and do not come within 100 steps of this place. Anyone who disobeys the order will be killed without mercy. Get out of here quickly. Don't go. Don't go. Huiqing, why are you coming to your uncle's house instead of staying in the palace? My father proposed to depose the queen this morning. My uncle is the queen's younger brother. Are you still in the mood to drink and have fun at home? What can I do? Not Wei Yuan. Kopen. If I say that the queen should not be deposed, will His Majesty agree? Does the emperor's uncle know the reason why his father deposed the empress? Laugh. Isn't it because my sister wants the fourth prince to be the crown prince? The one who framed the Eastern Palace? Uncle, I am here to arrest you on the orders of the emperor. Arrest me? Why? Relying on the palace maid Huxiaro. Coming. What Huxiaro, Huiqing, what nonsense are you talking about? What nonsense are you talking about? Don't cry until you see the coffin. Who told you about Huxiaro? Of course she is the queen. Fart. I am the only son of the Qi'an family. How could she betray me? How dare she betray me? How will she face her father in the future? Don't lie to me. Huxiaro was involved in the concubine Fu case, and her past was discovered. The queen had no choice but to confess. In the spring of the 31st year of Yuanjing, you defiled Huxiaro in the palace. Impossible, Huxiaro has already died. The queen promised me that she would silence me. The fact is, the queen did not silence her. She just aborted it. In Huxiaro's belly. Fetus. Huiqing is right, the queen is too soft-hearted. Tell the truth to me, it's better than confessing it in the night watchman's dungeon. Or maybe the uncle wanted to experience the punishment of being a night watchman in the dungeon? Yes, Huxiaro did have an affair with me. But she did it willingly. Because she thought I was His Majesty. Kopoman. Come. Huxiaro entered the palace in the 28th year of Yuanjing. At that time, Your Majesty. She has become obsessed with monastic life and no longer goes to the harem. A little palace maid, who had never seen what Emperor Yuanjing looked like. The uncle did not lie. I took her into the room when no one was around and had sex with her. Afterwards, she was filled with joy, thinking that she had served His Majesty well. Not to mention her, everyone in the harem, from concubines to palace maids. She thinks she is the only woman who can make His Majesty break his vows. Who hasn't dreamed of being different and being favored by His Majesty? Impersonating the emperor to visit the palace maid. No wonder the queen wanted to protect you with her life, these 10 lives are not enough. Later, I became addicted to it and often met with Huxiaro under the pretext of visiting the queen. I felt a different feeling from her, different from other women. But she never expected that she was pregnant. At that time I panicked and told the queen about it. She scolded me severely and ordered me not to set foot in the harem again. He also promised me to kill Huxiaro to silence her and clean up the mess for me. So Huxiaro always thought she was pregnant with a dragon seed. Therefore, she hated the queen who forced her to have an abortion. When she later found out that she had been deceived, it turned out that the person who seduced her was not the emperor. But it's you, the king's uncle. But the fetus was gone, and the matter was settled. She couldn't afford to offend the queen, so she committed suicide out of shame and hurt. But the queen is too kind-hearted and feels guilty about what you did. So he took the miraculous medicine from the imperial pharmacy and saved Huxiaro's life. But I didn't expect that 4 years later, it would sow the seeds of disaster. This is all her fault. If she had killed Huxiaro, this would have happened. She is the one who ruined me. It's all her fault. You lied. If it was just Huxiaro, then the queen wouldn't have to take the blame for you. Huxiaro is already dead, there is no evidence, the queen can deny it. Since she admitted it, it means that besides Huxiaro, someone else has a handle on you. In order to show my status, I secretly took a piece of material from the queen's palace. It turns out that the yellow satin on whose sharo is like this. Based on the autopsy results, Lord Su was able to identify the emperor's uncle by following the clues. What's more, the mastermind behind the scenes has already known the inside story. If the Queen Mother denies it, then there will naturally be evidence to help Lord Su trace the king's uncle to the head. Moreover, with the iron will of our uncle. After one night in jail, he confessed everything. I want to see the Queen. I want to see the Queen. If your Majesty wants to depose the Queen, then do so. She doesn't love your Majesty anyway, and the position of Queen is dispensable to her. But Huiqing, I am your only uncle. Shut up. How can you slander the relationship between my father and my mother? Ko Mum. He is a talented person. Rather than being bold, it is better to describe him as stupid. Doing things without considering the end, always expecting someone to give him. In my era, I was considered a giant baby, lacking the beating from society. The most important thing is that it is really exciting to put a hat on the emperor. But the one who really dared to take action was this uncle of the king, who was a scorpion. Whether the queen was deposed or the uncle received due punishment, this matter is the emperor's family affairs. It has little to do with me. Wait, how could Wei Yuan tolerate such a stupid teammate? Even though the two families are old friends. Beat it, dandy. Younger brother. It is absolutely easy to make him behave himself. Does the Duke of Wei know about this? Wei Yuan? Yes, all of this must have been planned by Wei Yuan, it must be him. He killed my father and now he wants to kill me. He is a heartless person. He deserves to be extinct. Ing. Before entering the mansion, Huiqing told me that the Wei family and the Qi'an family are old friends. But judging from the attitude of the king's uncle, this is not a family friendship, it's more like a family feud. Huiqing couldn't figure out the situation either. What do you mean? Why would Wei Yuan want to harm you? He. I dare to speak, do you dare to listen? Do you know that Wei Yuan? Snap. Okay, I don't want to hear it. Now I just want to take you back to the night watchman's office. Take it away. Clam. Huiqing. You can't do this to me. I am the only son of the Qi'an family. Your mother will not agree with you doing this. Escorted to the night watchman's office. Yes. Lord Su, why don't you ride in the same carriage with me? Oh, how can a man and a woman ride in the same carriage? My sister, aunt, and I have never ridden in a carriage before. Coming. Drive. What a luxurious carriage. Mr. Su, do you have any suggestions? Your Highness must have an idea in mind. I have never liked the Emperor's uncle. This matter started because of him, and it should end because of him. The subtext is, I am prepared to hand over the king's uncle. But even so, the queen is still guilty of harboring a criminal. This matter can be big or small. If Emperor Yuan Jing is magnanimous and forgives, then a minor punishment will suffice, and there is no need to depose the queen. On the contrary, Emperor Yuan Jing could use this as an excuse to depose the empress, and the charges would be sufficient. Based on my understanding of Emperor Yuan Jing, this emperor is possessive and power-hungry. Who said the Queen Mother covered up for him? This kind of person is deep-minded, but he also cannot tolerate any injustice. After the uncle learned about the case of concubine Fu, knowing that his actions would soon be exposed, he sent people to beg his mother. The Queen Mother, considering the blood relationship, hated the uncle for doing such a thing to bring chaos to the palace. But he still chose to take the blame for the king's uncle. The princess is right. If you marry this woman, it will be difficult for her to have an affair or cheat on you. I am very curious about what the uncle didn't finish saying. Why did Lord Su interrupt? What did the uncle want to say just now? I don't know. If your Highness wants to know, I will interrogate you later. I interrupted the uncle on purpose just now because this matter involves Wei Yuan. There are two things I need to avoid. The first is the secret story of the Imperial Palace. The second is about Wei Yuan's secret. Wei Yuan is my immediate superior and my backer. If he wants to continue to survive in the capital, he must maintain a good relationship with Wei Yuan. Then, I shouldn't know some of Wei Yuan's secrets. Unless Wei Yuan. Tell me personally. Lord Su does not need to worry about the Queen's affairs, Duke Wei will take care of it. What you need to do is to find out who is behind this. What does Lord Su think? Duke Wei, Princess Hui King's guards have brought the prince's uncle to the government office. There is no need to see a dying person. The king's uncle is clamoring to see you. CM. Go and inform Nong Jin Luo to treat the king's uncle well. Yes. After returning to the palace, Huiqing went straight to Fengqi Palace. Su Qianan plans to continue checking the names on the list. Call the young eunuch to help deal with it. Until the last person, the maid of Jingshou Palace. Sister Lur is serving the imperial concubine. Lord Su, please come back later. Then when is the best time for me to come? Who knows? Come back tomorrow. The case is urgent, there is no way to delay it. I just want to know a little bit, just a word. 5 taels of silver. Please be flexible, sir. After waiting at the door for an hour, the eunuch never came back. Mr. Su, that bastard is playing tricks on you. Come. Hum. Today, Emperor Yuan Jing proposed to depose the empress in the court. After half a day of fermentation. Almost everyone in the Dafeng officialdom knows this. Linen, who was in the palace, naturally heard about it. The queen admitted to framing the crown prince and murdering concubine Fu, so the crown prince will be released from the Dali temple soon. Mother doesn't have to shed tears every day. The dog slave also came back alive. In just half a decade, it was a complete turn of events. Huiqing must be very sad now. Who asked the queen to frame my brother the crown prince? Oh he. Well, considering that I'm in a good mood, I want show off to her these days. Your Highness, Lord Su is here. Please quickly. Your Highness. Kame, isn't the case closed? You little dog slave, why do you still want to come to the palace to handle the case? The case is not over yet. My lord, am I yours? Of course. I was bullied. Twist. My family was very poor. My second uncle told me that children from poor families. But that damned bastard from Jingshou Palace extorted 10 taels of silver from me. What? Let's go. Go to Jingshou Palace. I will do justice for you. Silver is a small amount, but if you bully the people of Linen, it will be a big problem. Your Highness, is there a maid named Lur beside concubine Chen? This palace maid must be an old servant of Jingshou Palace. Your Highness, can you tell me about this person? Yes, since entering the palace, I have been serving my mother. For example, what you like, what you hate, and what happened recently. How could I care about what a palace maid is doing these days? I like to eat mung bean cakes. I often see my mother giving her the leftover mung bean cakes. She loves to eat. Your Highness, he was the one who blackmailed me. Come. Palm mouth. Snap. Yes. This Su Qianan actually brought the second prince back to cause trouble. Palm another mouth. Snap. How dare someone from this palace blackmail me? I'll forgive you this time for my mother's sake. If you dare to disrespect Lord Su again, you will be demoted to hard labor. Yes. Yes. Willing to give a humble eunuch a chance. She is actually a very kind woman, more innocent than most royal women. I have to keep a close eye on her and not let her be harmed by a scumbag. Spit out the silver. 5 taels of silver is more than my monthly allowance. I am a humble servant, please forgive me, Master Su, for looking down on you. I gave you 10 taels. 12. It's clearly 5 taels, how could Lord Su wrongly accuse me? Your Highness, look at this hypocritical bastard who doesn't take you seriously at all. I dare not. I dare not. There are only so many minions. Su Qi'an's 5 taels of silver plus 3 taels of broken silver. Doing good things may not necessarily be rewarded, but if you don't do good things, you will be held accountable one day. I will teach you a lesson. This money can be considered as tuition. Now that we are here, Your Highness, please take me to Jingshou Palace. It just so happens that I have to wrap up the Fufei case. Walk. Your Highness, I am looking for a palace maid named Lur. Please help me invite her. Got it. Take Master Su to the side hall to wait. Hey. Tear off. After using it for a while, the magic book became half as thin as before. No, it's so useful. I want to keep using it. After the Spring Festival, I will go to Yunlu Academy to meet my 3 teachers. Well, you have to think before you get their poems for free. This Spring Courtyard Moon is really well written. The more I watch it today, the more I like it. See, Your Majesty is in a good mood and feels good when reading the book. Yes, although the prince has not yet come out of the Dali temple, it is only a matter of time. Your Majesty has been crying these days, and we are heartbroken. I never thought that the queen could be so cruel. Harming concubine Fu and framing the crown prince. We thought she was really kind-hearted. You are not allowed to comment on the queen's matter. Madam, you are just too cautious. Your Majesty proposed to depose the queen in the court. After the officials confirmed it, she was no longer the queen. Perhaps our queen will become the queen soon. Mother concubine. Linen is coming. Linen, didn't you just come here this morning? I miss my mother so much that I want to stay in Jingshou Palace. Accompany my mother every day. Then I will chat with my mother for a while. Wait until you feel bored before going back to Qi'an. Great. Mainly because I missed my mother, and then I did some errands. What's up? Lord Su has something to ask you. He is waiting in the side hall of the outer courtyard. Please go over. It was the night watchman Su Qi'an whom I trained. Mother also had an impression of him. He is the one handling the crown prince's case. It seemed that he wanted to ask Lur something, but the servant guarding the gate would not let him in. Lur, go meet him. Yes. Young eunuch, you were sent by His Majesty to supervise me. In official terms, he is the imperial commissioner. Don't stand. Once you leave Beijing, you will be an imperial envoy. I am still a slave in the palace, so I am still a slave. Just like the governor. He looks so powerful outside, but he is just a small censor. Lin, you can go back to Beijing. It penetrates deeply into the wood. It penetrates deeply into the wood. If Governor ZH returned to Beijing, he would be just a younger brother, but outside, he was so majestic and powerful. Even big shots like the governor and the commander-in-chief had to respectfully call themselves your humble official. By the way, the eunuch is a servant in His Majesty's bedroom. Yes. After the eunuch finished his report yesterday, Your Majesty went to the Queen's Fengqi Palace? Yesterday, I found out the relationship between Hu Sharo and the Queen from the Crab Pavilion. The clues began to point to the Queen. But the income and expenditure of the imperial pharmacy. The records were secretly torn up, so there is no conclusive evidence to prove that it was the Queen who saved Hu Sharo. With Emperor Yuan Jing's wisdom and shrewdness, he should not have hastily questioned the Queen before the facts of the case became clear. Glance right and left. It was concubine Chen who went to His Majesty's palace to cry and accuse the Queen of framing the crown prince. Your Majesty, considering the relationship between you and the imperial concubine, went to Fengqi Palace to question the Queen. It was also at that time that I was summoned by His Majesty for questioning, but I had not yet taken the initiative to report. How did concubine Chen know about the progress of the case? I have met many adults. Needless to say, it must be Nian who told her that. Sister Lur. What does Lord Su want to ask? The queen is still waiting for us to serve her. Sorry, I am just following orders. Sister Lur went to the Imperial Pharmacy a few days ago? Nod. What to do? Since the prince's accident, the queen has been crying all day and has been in a depressed mood. I had a headache that day, so I went to the Imperial Pharmacy to get some soothing and refreshing medicine. Did you tear up the income and expenditure books of the Imperial Pharmacy? With the art of looking forward to the future, it is equivalent to a lie detector that works all the time and is more useful than surveillance. I was just as straightforward with the other maids and eunuchs on the list. No. Colm.co. Telling the truth. It seems that my judgment was wrong. The person who tore up the account book did not enter the Imperial Pharmacy within 5 days, but earlier. 2 possibilities. The person who tore up the account book entered the Imperial Pharmacy. It was 5 days ago. Or maybe there is a traitor in the Imperial Pharmacy. Imperial Pharmacy. I will ask the palace maid working in the Imperial Pharmacy later. I have finished my questions, but the case is not over yet and I may visit again later. Get a shot of prevention to avoid being turned away again. Impatient. I'll send some small gifts to Sister Lur later. The green bean cakes at Guiyue Tower in Beijing are their signature snack. No. I don't like mung bean cakes. Are you disliked? In this case, I won't bother you anymore. See? No. I like to eat mung bean cakes. I often see my mother giving her the leftover mung bean cakes. She loves to eat. I don't like mung bean cakes. The aura reading technique showed that she was not lying. 2 possibilities. 1. Lur is actually. He didn't like mung bean cakes, but he pretended to like them in order to please concubine Chen. Second, she was lying, and the qi-gazing technique could not detect it, which meant that she had a magical weapon that could block the qi-gazing technique. I can't judge the first possibility. But if it is the second possibility. Cam. The maid of Jingshou Palace, how could there be a magical instrument that can block the qi-gazing technique? Son. She wears a shield against the qi-gazing spell. Go and meet. What does the device do? I have met many adults. Yes. Unless she needs to use this kind of magic weapon to conceal her identity these days. Unless she knew that she would be questioned soon. What has she done these days? Pay attention to facial expression management. Pay attention to facial expression management. She has been to Imperial Pharmacy. Master Su? We can't jump to conclusions. Maybe she just doesn't like mung bean cakes and accidentally said what was in her heart. Although Miss Lur was a close friend of concubine Chen, she had a bad temper. I have shed blood for the court and made great contributions, but Miss Lur's attitude is so disrespectful. Do you have any opinion about this officer? Lord Su, you are overthinking. I am not being disrespectful. I have no problem with adults either. I am in a hurry to go back and serve the imperial concubine. Still not lying. This palace maid has a magical device that can block the qi-gazing technique. The man behind the scenes is Clam. I have finished asking questions, eunuch, let's go back. Concubine Chen. Yes. Go. I can't stay in Jingshou Palace for even a moment. This place is like a haunted house at night, with countless evil ghosts like living creatures, entertaining guests. And I am the passerby who accidentally discovered the secret. Just want to pretend that I know nothing. Then leave quickly before the evil spirit reacts. Came out. Calm, certainly. By the way, you took my money and put it inside. Did you help pass it on? I have passed the message, but Sister Lur said she would not see him. I am greedy and don't want to return the banknotes, but I can't explain to you, sir, so. So she is prepared. Got it, let's go. Master Su. The Queen wants to thank Lord Su for solving the case of concubine Fu. Let His Royal Highness the Crown Prince be vindicated. Please come over and talk to me and thank me in person. I have important matters to attend to, so it is inconvenient for me to stay. Lord Su is so polite. The case of concubine Fu was handled in accordance with the Emperor's order. It was my duty. Your Majesty does not need to thank me. The Queen said that Lord Su did not go to see her. She would not let Lord Su step out of Jingshou Palace. Grass mud horse. I didn't tell anyone about my discovery, including Lur, who didn't notice anything. Concubine Shen couldn't possibly know that I had seen through her tricks. Maybe he just wanted to thank me. To put it another way, this is the Imperial Palace. There are Imperial guards outside and linen inside. And the spy sent by Emperor Yuan Jing to monitor me. Concubine Chen couldn't and wouldn't dare to be here. Quorum. Besides, I have the skills to kill 2 Liuchens with 1 sword, so I am not a pushover. Okay, please lead the way, Miss Lur. You follow too. Ahem. Don't go any further. Just wait here. Your Majesty, Lord Su is here. I have something to say to Lord Su. You all should leave and go to the outer courtyard. Ah? Are you leaving Linen too? I'm not leaving. Linen is obedient. The Queen said, the rest of you should step back, don't you have ears? Why? His Majesty has sent you to supervise me, so you must have the consciousness of an imperial envoy. Stand up straight. After all, I am an outsider, and it is not convenient for me to meet with the imperial concubine in private. This young eunuch is in charge of supervising me, and he is doing so in compliance with the order of His Majesty. Then wait outside. Stand far away. If you just want to thank me, there is no need to dismiss everyone. In other words, what concubine Chen said to me cannot be heard by outsiders. I asked the eunuch to stand further away as a compromise to concubine Chen. The advantage of standing far away is that you can't hear the conversation between the imperial concubine and I, but you can clearly see our every move in the house. This put an end to concubine Chen's plan to pretend to be an eagle eating a chick, but actually frame me for bullying a concubine. Although this operation is a bit crude, I can't help but be on guard. This morning, Your Majesty proposed to depose the Queen in the court. Lord Su must have heard about it. The humble position is known. Then why did Lord Su come to my Jingshou Palace? There are still some doubts in this case. Oh? Any doubts? I am ignorant and have no idea at the moment. Snap. You lied. You can use the Qi reading technique to see other people. Others can also use the art of Qi reading to see you. I invited you here just to test the waters. But the lie you told just now has made it impossible for me to harbor any hope. Lord Su is very sharp-minded. Pam. No matter how ingenious the cases in the world are, they are just tricks to you. Move. Concubine Chen is a sorcerer. This is impossible. Why did she confess to me? Wasn't she afraid that I would tell Emperor Yuan Jing? Why did she invite me here? Your Majesty, why bother? I can pretend I don't know. Then he'll turn around and ask Duke Wei and Huai Qing to deal with you. When did you find out? Just now? Yes, I can see that Lur is disguised. But you may have had some doubts before, let me tell you about it. Looking back at the case of concubine Fu, I do have many doubts. Why would Her Majesty place the 100 days spring gift from the Queen on the table for no reason? Company. This doesn't suit your cautious style. After all, this is the harem, so the prince was drunk with a tonic wine. Aren't you afraid that he might make mistakes? You are the prince's biological mother. No one knows a son better than his mother. You know that he has feelings for concubine Fu. But how could she guarantee that the prince would go to Qingfeng Palace? So he sent Hu Xiaoro to wait for the opportunity. When you think about it this way, it makes more sense. Although the queen could bribe Hu Xiaoro to set up a trap for the prince. Zaira's body was found, and I found clues that pointed to the queen. The traces of human intervention are too obvious. But if Hu Xiaoro disappears, you won't achieve your goal of framing the queen. Of course, I hadn't reacted at that time, and still felt that the queen was the most suspicious. What I can't understand is why you sent someone to tear up the income and expenditure books of the imperial pharmacy. That should be the most favorable evidence to identify the queen. Not only is it unnecessary, but it also exposes yourself. If you are not the chief investigator of the case, it will be one of the most useful evidences to attack the queen. It's not a waste of time. I left that evidence on purpose. See, but your resurrection was beyond my expectation. If Huzaira's body and the booklet of the imperial pharmacy were found at the same time. The traces of guidance are too heavy. I was afraid that you would find out something and report it directly to His Majesty, so I sent someone to tear up the booklet. So you had doubts at the time, but you didn't insist that the queen was wronged. Oh, if your Majesty knew this in advance, the effect of my crying yesterday would have been greatly reduced. Then, I learned about the progress of the case from Linen. While I was putting pressure on your Majesty, I was also sending people to assassinate you. As long as you die and the queen confesses her guilt, everything will be perfect. This morning I thought the queen was the biggest suspect in my assassination, and I was determined to divorce Huiqing. It turns out that the person who wanted to kill me was concubine Chen. Okay, there's nothing more to say. I want to divorce Linen. I have 2 more questions. I wonder if your Majesty can answer them? Come and listen. The prince is already the prince. Clam. Why does the queen still want to be like this? The prince is still the prince after all. As long as you don't ascend the throne, there is a possibility of a change of throne. The queen has always been the queen, and the 4th prince will always be the legitimate son. What if I told you that His Majesty originally wanted the 4th prince? If your Majesty hadn't known that the queen didn't love him at all. The 4th prince is already the crown prince. But even so, the position of the crown prince has not changed after so many years. Your Majesty, are you worrying too much? Oh. What do you know about court affairs? As long as Wei Yuan is around, the 4th prince will always have a better chance of winning than my son. Wei Yuan always wanted to take charge of the court and cure all the ills. If he wants to realize his ambitions, he will definitely push the 4th prince onto the throne. I, a woman, cannot defeat Wei Yuan, so I can only rely on the queen. The queen is the head of the harem and the mother of the country, which is the highest honor for women. I am also a woman, and I also envy the position of queen. Last question. Who is the person behind the lady? I appreciate you more and more. It seems that Linen accidentally dug up a treasure. How do you know for sure there is someone behind me? Gee. If the queen knew what the prince-in-law had done, why did she keep it to herself for so long? Why didn't you take action until now? If the queen only recently found out about the affair between the prince and Hu Xiaoro, then who told the lady? There must be someone who is the bridge maker. It definitely can't be Hu Xiaoro. She could have endured it for so many years without any reason. She wouldn't suddenly change and insist on revealing it to you. In addition, your Majesty knows that I lied. The correcting technique of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau is not something that ordinary people can perform. I just guessed another possibility. Your goal is the queen. The person or force behind you is targeting Duke Wei. What do you think of Linen, Lord Su? That is of course very nice. The prince told me that Linen is old enough to get married. I kept an eye on it, and then I found out. Ever since she met you, the person she talks about the most whenever she comes to Jingshou Palace is you. I have also experienced the age when a young girl is in love. I heard that Lord Su will be conferred a title soon. Although the title of Viscount is not a high one, it means that you have entered the aristocratic class. I can promise you that within 3 years, your title will be further advanced. I will marry Linen to you then. This is naked solicitation. This is why concubine Qi'an is being frank with me. Even if you know the secret, it is impossible to identify me. Lur has been in poor health recently and fell ill suddenly, and the imperial physician was unable to save him. What do you think of this result, Master Su? How could the innocent and lovely Linen have a mother like you? You want to fool me by just painting a pie in the sky? 3 years is too long. Who knows if the imperial concubine is fooling me? The fastest time is 2 years. The matter of conferring a title is no small matter. You should know this. That's not what I meant. I want to say that it takes 3 years to get married. But can we consummate the marriage first? Watch on M, the fastest and most stable, with the fewest ads. Machine animation. Are you kidding me? You see. No matter how nice the Pinefesky person's words are, as soon as any real effort is made, they immediately turn hostile. The biggest weakness of this palace is Lur. As long as she is gone, there will be no evidence. The tall building of Fengchi Palace was about to collapse in the blink of an eye. As the saying goes, a wise bird chooses the right tree to inhabit. Lord Su is a wise man. You know how to choose. See? Nod. The crown prince is still the crown prince, but the queen is about to che. The queen also promised to marry Linen. So I choose Wei Gong. So, Lord Su is planning to take Lur away from Jingshou Palace. Are you going to put me to death? Pinch. The soul refining realm did not catch the scene of the enemy's attack at all. Cam. But the warrior's instinct madly instilled a signal in me. Dar. If you insist on taking Lur away, you will perish together with concubine Qi'an. In this case, she will definitely become desperate and will not care that this is the harem and will attack me. Although I have the monk Shinshu, but Shinshu as my last trump card can't be easily exposed. I, Su Qian, faced tens of thousands of rebels that day, fighting alone. He killed thousands of enemies and remained standing even after his death. Your Majesty, do you think I would be afraid of such a mere threat? I am not afraid of death, so why should I be frightened by it? I am not afraid of death, how can I be frightened by it? Well said. Lord Su is indeed a hero. Planted in your hands. Wait. But I am sincere to Linen and don't want to see her sad. I can pretend that what happened today never happened. Even if I expose the imperial concubine, I must be able to leave Jingshou Palace from the heart. You didn't lie. It seems that you are really sincere to Linen. If that's the case, why doesn't Lord Su want to surrender? Do you think him a fool? If I surrender to you, I'll be dead. The only person I can rely on in the capital is Wei Yuan. Huiqing can only be considered half reliable. Stupid. Not bad. As for Linen, she is a powerless princess, she can't protect me at all. Your Majesty, supporting scholars is not just about empty promises, but about actual actions. I pledge my loyalty to Duke Wei because he treats me with sincerity and I trust him. I am helpless against your Majesty. But I thought that the Queen couldn't do anything to me. Once the idea of destroying everything together is gone, then concubine Qi'an will not be able to embarrass me anymore. Although the young eunuch is a minion, he is now the eye of Emperor Yuan Jing and can be regarded as a surveillance device. Everything that happens here will be conveyed to Emperor Yuan Jing without missing a word. Unless concubine Qi'an kills me directly. Otherwise, any conspiracy or frame-up will be useless. The eunuch can vouch for me. I am tired, please leave. The gate of Jingshou Palace is always open to you. Resign from humble position. Lord Su, what did the imperial concubine say to you? Don't ask, or you'll lose your life. Dog slave, come here quickly. M. Your Highness, I am here. What did your mother tell you? The Queen Mother said that your Highness is almost old enough to get married. Ask me if I have any suitable candidates and recommend some young talents to her. She can help His Highness find a future husband. Would your mother tell you this? Clam. Hey, why don't you take the bait? I want to recommend myself next. Just joking. I am still a child and don't understand what teasing is. You little dog slave, how dare you tease me? Concubine Chen was a qualified concubine. Linen was such a stupid girl. I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse to grow up within the palace walls. After playing with Linen, it was already late and Su Qianan was ready to leave the palace. Young eunuch, I have already dealt with the affairs in the palace. When you report to His Majesty later, there are some things you can say and some things you cannot say. I would like to give you a few pointers here. Mr. Su, please speak. You must tell the Emperor everything about Jingshou Palace. You have to say this. After questioning Jingshou Palace maid Lord Su looked extremely unhappy. He seemed not to want to stay any longer and didn't even drink his tea. Lamb. But Lord Su had not yet left Jingshou Palace when he was suddenly detained by the imperial concubine and asked to go to the backyard. The imperial concubine dismissed everyone and talked to Lord Su for a long time in the room. After the conversation, Lord Su left the palace with a heavy heart. I was kept in the courtyard and was not allowed to enter. Although I could see the two people in the house, I could not hear what they were saying. Thank you for your help, eunuch. Lord Su, you can't do that. What Mr. Su said actually happened, so there is no big problem. Okay, I will do it. M. Come here and comb my hair. Why is Duke Wei combing his hair at this time? In Buddhism, hair symbolizes worries. Comb your hair and all the past will be wiped out. M. Wei Yuan is a little stressed today. What does it mean to wipe out the past? There is no point in combing hair, so I will give Duke Wei a hair massage. Try it. Need. Not bad. Of course, this is the magic of the barber shop. I will make you a hair washing chair later. Ahem. I have something to report. Explain. C.M. I have already found out who is behind this. It's Concubine Chen. Today, I went to Jingshou Palace to investigate a case and found out that the palace maid beside her was the one who tore up the booklet of the imperial pharmacy. Su Qianan immediately reported his discovery, Concubine Chen's recruitment. Tell Wei Yuan everything. Pat. Who do you think is the power behind Concubine Chen? How do I know C? Maybe it's related to the Sishianjian. Kun. Not C Tianjian. Lord Wei, do you know that it was Concubine Chen who was plotting against the queen and you? At first I didn't expect that she was so cruel as to drag the prince into the water. After the case was handed over to you, I stopped paying attention to it. It was not until this morning that I learned that the queen had pleaded guilty, and after listening to you tell me the whole story of the case, that I guessed it was Concubine Chen. I used to think that Wei Yuan and Taoist Jinlian were both old silver coins. Now I realize that Taoist Master Jinlian is quite kind and not as deep as Wei Yuan. If it wasn't the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, how could Concubine Chen perform the Kai forecasting technique? Besides Si Tianjian, who else can read the Qi? Duke Wei, I remembered something. The third-grade sorcerer who appeared in the Yunzhou case? Com. Calm Wei Gong's wisdom. I checked this person, but I couldn't find him. Do you know what the third-grade sorcerer of the Sishianjian is called? The Secret Master. The Tianji Master can block the Tianji and erase all traces of his own existence. This is the Tianji Master. His parents will forget him, his wife and children will forget him. Any written records he left behind will also disappear. In addition, the Tianji master can also tamper with other people's impressions of him, leaving a vague memory in their minds. But I just can't remember it completely. During the SPO case, you looked up the information of the first generation of supervisors. But there is no record in any historical documents, not even a single word. You know, Emperor Wuzong can say history. But we cannot stop future generations from talking, let alone unofficial history. It was the supervisor who erased all the information about the first supervisor. Com.co, it was like he had never existed. Even I often mistakenly believe that Jinzheng was the founder of Qi'an, the founder of the warlock system. Then, because of the rift caused by the historical gap, I suddenly remembered. There was also a first-generation supervisor. How to check this? The top strong men in this world are so terrifying. If you want to investigate, you have to rely on supervision. But Jian Zhang refused. This is an expected answer. There are many secrets in the Qi'an. The supervisor is like an old man who keeps a secret. Duke Wei, do you know what the first and second rank sorcerers are called? I have always been at odds with the supervisor, and Dafeng is like a chess game. He is a chess player, and I am also a chess player. We often have conflicts because of different ideas. This was the first time Wei Yuan talked to me about such high-end content. Perhaps in Wei Yuan's heart, the supervisor is his biggest political enemy? How Duke Wei planned to save the queen. Whether it will be successful or not to push the emperor's uncle out to take the blame remains to be seen. Your Majesty likes checks and balances, and he would also think that if the queen is deposed, the prince will have no rivals. However, Your Majesty has recalled some unhappy things, and may not be so calm. Unless he can be made to suspect concubine Chen. The queen was still too soft-hearted. When she took this step. Didn't even discuss this with me in advance. Duke Wei, your subtext is, Queen, you are such a stupid teammate? Now it's my turn to make a contribution. Duke Wei, I am guilty of my crime. I just acted on my own initiative. What's the matter? Before I left the palace, I did some unnecessary things. I asked the eunuch sent by His Majesty to supervise. Su Qianan repeated to Wei Yuan verbatim the copywriting that he had taught the young eunuch. I have acted on my own initiative without permission. Please analyze this matter, Mr. Wei. Even though it was my own initiative, it was well done. Your Majesty is suspicious and good at checks and balances. If he hears what you said, he will become suspicious of concubine Chen. Therefore, we should rethink the entire case of concubine Fu, consider the pros and cons of many parties. And the balance he has been struggling to maintain. Will His Majesty notice it? Or did the eunuch confess to His Majesty that he had accepted my money and passed on my message? There is nothing wrong with what you said, it is all true. As for the latter question, if I confess it to Your Majesty, I will only expose myself as a bribe taker and a person who has done nothing wrong. Who would shoot themselves in the foot? Anyone who can work in His Majesty's bedroom may not be very smart, but at least he is not too stupid. Hey, I know all this. Duke Wei is extremely smart, I admire you. You have entered the realm of soul refining. Do not stop tempering your soul. Once the extra meridian points become swollen, you can start strengthening your body in advance. CM. Strep points outside the meridian. Oh, the temple. When I heard this topic, I knew that my previous operation had produced good feedback. Wei Yuan was in a good mood and planned to reward me for my meritorious service. Wei Yuan could see through the seemingly apology but actually seeking credit. But leaders just like subordinates who praise them highly like this. Even the extremely intelligent Wei Yuan is no exception. If I had just said, Duke Wei, I have done a great deed again, the feedback you get will be completely different. Wei Yuan might even criticize you. Tell me to be humble and calm. Exercise your body? I told you before that the warrior system is not achieved overnight. It is the constant exploration and improvement of our predecessors that has led to the current Wu Fujiu. Lam Inga. The original copper skin and iron bones were hammered out by sticks and clubs. Just like a blacksmith's hammer, it forges a piece of iron into fine iron. This process is extremely long, and because it often hits vital parts. If the foundation is not solid enough, you will die. A chicken and an egg? Later, someone invented medicinal baths, using special natural treasures as the main ingredients, and cooking people in a large cauldron. The warrior breathes in and out in the cauldron, resisting the high temperature and absorbing the medicinal power, thus achieving the state of bronze skin and iron bones. What is the mortality rate? The dur is also great. Sometimes, people get cooked while cooking. A.co watch on M, the fastest and most stable, with the fewest ads. That. Is there a safer way? A. With the birth of generations of geniuses, someone finally created the first set of Qi-based. A practice method supplemented by tempering the body. The core of this method is to use a special way of moving Qi to temper the body from the inside out. Combined with beating or cooking, the dur will be greatly reduced. The most advanced technique of the night watchman's office is called Hun Yuan Gong. Chinese. Every Ji Luo uses this method. Oh. Hun Yuan Gong. If it is thrown into the world, it will bring about bloodshed. I once again realized the benefits of joining Wei Yuan and becoming a night watchman. Here are the most advanced techniques and the most luxurious resources. Resources that are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Hun Yuan Gong. For me, it's really within reach. M. Duke Wei, is there any way to avoid cooking? A Qigong method that can cultivate skin of steel and bones without beating with sticks? Have. Buddhism has a similar method. Some people say that the bronze skin and iron bones realm of a warrior is derived from the Vajra realm of Buddhism. Some people also say that Buddha referred to the warrior system. He created a new path in the Buddhist system. It's called a warrior monk. In other words, the monk system has a set of methods that can cultivate a body of steel without cooking. This is easy to do. Go back in trick number 6 and get the free stuff from him. Emperor's Palace. What's the matter? Godfather, the Taoist leader sent the Taoist priests from Lingbao Temple to invite your majesty. T. During these days of each month, the imperial master would be in seclusion to recuperate when he was not feeling well. Even His Majesty cannot disturb him, and he can only breathe in his own bedroom. Got it, back off. His Majesty. The Imperial Master sent someone to invite your Majesty to come over to attain enlightenment. Get ready, go quickly. Ko Pam. Every month, the national teacher will be burned by karma fire. Body, 7 emotions and 6 desires. Current surging. So these days the country. The teacher will choose to retreat. No one is allowed to enter. Go to Lingbao Temple. If one day the Imperial Master agreed to practice dual cultivation with him, that's definitely one of these days. Now my hair has grown back, and my body is strong, just like a middle-aged man, but I still cannot live forever. If you want to go further, you have to practice dual cultivation with the national teacher and seize her spiritual essence. Only in this way can you live long and become the eternal emperor of Dafeng. Lingbao Temple. National Preceptor. Your Majesty, please take a seat. A.M. Since the Imperial Master is unwilling to practice dual cultivation with me, why bother inviting me here at this moment? This month, you will not be burned by the fire of karma. I have promised to teach your Majesty the art of longevity, so I will keep my promise in mind. Dare not slack off for a single day. Imperial Master, the ingredients for the rejuvenation pill are ready. I will send someone to Lingbao Temple tomorrow. Your Majesty's hair has grown back black, and after years of practicing breathing and meditation, he has become immune to all diseases. See, Ma. There is no need to practice the 4 seasons divine pill anymore. Emperor Yuan Jing would refine 4 furnaces of elixir every year. The 4 festivals are the spring equinox, summer solstice, autumnal equinox, and winter solstice. Each furnace of elixir is worth a fortune, equivalent to the tax revenue of a county for 3 years. In addition to the 4 furnaces of large pills, there are also 36 furnaces of small pills. The amount of silver wasted is appalling. These silver coins were not embezzled from the Ministry of Revenue's treasury, but were all spent from Emperor Yuan Jing's own small treasury. As for where the silver in Yuan Jing's small treasury came from, everyone in the court, both civil and military, knew it, but they kept it a secret. When I finished my enlightenment session with the national teacher, it was already sunset. Otomo, go and ask the cabinet to draft an edict. The case of concubine Fu has been delayed again and again, and now it has been more than 10 years. The 3 courts were ordered to give the results within 2 days. Yes, Your Majesty. Today, Su Qi'an came to the palace again. See? What else is he here for? Send someone to the night watchman's office tomorrow to take back the gold medal. Do you still want to question me today? Proclaim. What did Su Qi'an check when he came to the palace today? Today, Lord Su brought his servant to inquire about the names of the people who entered and left the imperial pharmacy. The young eunuch told the story step by step according to the list. The last person on the list is the head maid of the imperial concubine in Jingshou Palace. Lord Su brought his servants to question him, but was turned away. Lord Su had no choice but to go to Shaoying Palace to ask His Majesty Linen for help. After asking Lur from Jingshou Palace, Lord Zu's face turned very ugly. It seemed that he didn't want to stay any longer, and he left in a hurry with his servants without even drinking tea. CLA. Come. But before leaving Jingshou Palace, Lur came back. It is said that the imperial concubine invited Lord Su to come to the courtyard to have a chat and thank him for solving the case of concubine Fu. Lord Su originally didn't want to meet him, but Lur forced him to stay. Then, the imperial concubine dismissed everyone, and servants were not allowed to enter the house. I can only wait in the yard. Slow. Screen everyone? Your Majesty, yes. What did they say in the yard? It's too far away, I can't hear you clearly. I could only watch Lord Su and the imperial concubine talking in the room from afar. You just said that after Su Qi'an questioned Lur, his face turned extremely ugly? Che. You bastard, how did I teach you? When reporting, do not mix in subjective emotions. Don't try to mislead His Majesty, be fair and objective. It's really ugly. Su Qi'an wanted to leave, but Lur forced him to stay? Yes. Lord Su said that he was investigating the case under the order of the emperor and it was his duty, and the queen did not need to thank him. Lur said, if Lord Su doesn't go to see the empress. See, he could not leave Jingshou Palace. How did Su Qi'an feel when he left? Lord Su left the palace with a heavy heart. Before leaving the palace, Lord Su would chat with me with great joy. But today is different, I didn't say a word. Back off. Go and bring Lur from Jingshou Palace to me. Colm.co. Tap tap tap. Tap tap tap. Please wait a moment, eunuch. I will go and inform the imperial concubine. Snap. Our family is in a hurry. Your Majesty, I beg to see you. Your Majesty, please come in. What happened to you, my lady? A servant of mine just got sick. He died just like that, and the imperial physician was unable to save him. My lady, please accept my condolences. What is the name of that maid? Lur. Why did Otomo come to my Jingshou Palace? Your Majesty sent this old servant to comfort the queen. Your Majesty knows that the queen has been worried and frightened during this period. Your Majesty, can't you even see me? He. Now Lur is not very old. A poor child. Let's go take a look at his home. The old eunuch also had another identity, that of the chief steward of internal affairs, commanding the eunuchs and maids in the palace. However, this identity was an honorary title that he came with as a close companion of Emperor Yuan Jing. The deputy general manager is the real person in power. After all, the chief steward of internal affairs is very busy and it is impossible for him to serve the emperor all the time. Have you consulted a doctor? Back to the father-in-law, I have seen it. The imperial physician said it was a brain disease and there was no cure. Just leave the person to our family. Yes. Your Majesty, Lur is dead. Jinwan Hall. Your Majesty, the 3 judicial departments have verified that the Queen is indeed the mastermind behind the concubine Fu case. Qi'an was not worthy of her position, so she murdered the concubines and framed the crown prince. Please punish me severely. The minister seconded the motion. Copamain. Your Majesty, there is a hidden story behind the case of concubine Fu, and the Queen was not the mastermind. HHH. The real mastermind is Hu Xiao, who killed concubine Fu and tricked the prince into going to Qingfeng Palace. This case was fabricated. Move. This is nonsense. How could a mere palace maid commit such a shocking crime? Your Majesty, please kill this beast. Besides, why did Hu Xiao want to frame the prince? Wei Yuan, what do you think of His Majesty and the officials in the court? This Wei Yuan is talking nonsense, disturbing the court. Your Majesty, please kill this beast. I second the motion. Quiet. Yesterday, Su Qianan, the prosecutor in charge of the concubine Fu case, found out that Hu Xiao had been pregnant. Palace maid Hu Xiao was pregnant. Apart from the guards, the only person in the palace who could really make a woman pregnant was Emperor Yuan Jing. Of course, it's impossible for them to be guards. Those who can guard the harem are all loyal to the royal family and are carefully selected elites. And they usually work in teams of several people, supervising each other. There is no possibility of having an affair with a palace maid. Then there is only one possibility. Wei Yuan, keep talking. After investigation, it was found that the person who caused Hu Xiao to lose her virginity and become pregnant was. He is Xuan Ming, the emperor's uncle. Next, Wei Yuan told the court officials a story that he had polished. Taking advantage of the convenience of being Fu Fei's personal maid, she secretly destroyed the guardrail of the observation tower. Taking advantage of the drunken concubine Fu, she tricked the prince into going to Qingfeng Palace. The palace maid Hu Xiao was raped by the emperor's uncle and unfortunately became pregnant. She secretly had a miscarriage afterwards, so she bore a grudge and endured it for many years, and finally she hatched a conspiracy. This was the most horrifying plot in the harem in the past decade. After hearing about the case of concubine Fu, the uncle found that Hu Xiao was implicated. Fearing that his beastly behavior would be exposed, he sought help from Fengqi Palace. The queen then realized that the prince's uncle had done such a shameless thing. Considering the blood relationship, he took the blame for the king's uncle with tears in his eyes. This is what happened. The king's uncle has pleaded guilty. Absurd. Your Majesty can bring him to trial at any time. Your Majesty, as far as I know, Hu Xiao was murdered. If she planned everything, then who is the murderer? Hu Xiao has accomplices. Help her to plan and frame the prince, implicitly referring to the queen. Please make your decision, Your Majesty. Please make your decision, Your Majesty. Xuan Ming caused chaos in the harem and was sentenced to immediate execution. The queen knew about it but didn't report it, so she was guilty of the same crime. But considering the blood relationship, it is understandable. The queen was ordered to reflect on her mistakes behind closed doors for 3 months. The prince was drunk and broke into the Qingfeng Palace, not knowing how to behave. He was ordered to reflect on his mistakes behind closed doors for half a year. Concubine Chen encouraged the prince to get drunk, which led to a disaster. Demoted to concubine Chen. Why did the queen who was involved in the case reflect on her mistakes for 3 months, and the crown prince reflect on his mistakes for half a year? The unrelated concubine Chen was demoted from concubine to concubine Chen. Could this case be related to concubine Chen? Not long after the court meeting ended, the old eunuch went to Fengchi Palace and Jingshou Palace to convey the emperor's orders. When the queen learned about it, she fell over her desk and cried bitterly. And the other side. Hateful. Yesterday the old eunuch came over for no reason, to express his condolences. This was not a problem. But considering the cheese in the court today, it is not difficult to guess the mystery. Your Majesty is suspicious of me. I have only exposed myself to Su Qian, so I can infer that. That bastard must have played some tricks in secret. After all the hard work, I failed at the hands of a small gong. Wei Yuan. Su Qian. Hateful. The day after the Fufei case ended, Su Qian finally got his beloved mare back. This horse is actually a military horse used exclusively by the Imperial Sword Guards. My second uncle got it at a low price through his own connections. I bought it and gave it to my nephew not many years after I rode it. After being chased by Su Qian that day, he was met by the Imperial Sword Guards patrolling the city. So he took it back to the guard camp. Later, the night watchman learned from the Imperial Sword Guards on duty that day that they had indeed picked up a horse. Following the clues, Su Qian found his beloved mare. Ah woo. Take a day off, it's like finding a treasure. I have never had a daughter as stupid as you in my life. You still have the nerve to say that Lingyin is so stupid just because of you. You only have 2 daughters. But I just don't want to study. Lingyin, you are not stupid. Don't listen to your mother's nonsense. Next time you don't feel like studying, just imagine that there are 2 people in your head. There is someone in my mind. Imagination, what Big Brother is talking about is imagination. If one villain doesn't want to study, then another villain will say, I love reading. I love reading. Over time, you will like reading. Auto-suggestion. The effect is quite good. I used to study hard by lamplight, and when I felt really sleepy, I would tell myself that I didn't want to sleep. The effect is good. Lingyin, would you like to try? A little man in my head said, I don't want to study, I don't want to study. Come. Another little man said, okay. Maybe she is really not suitable for studying, so Auntie shouldn't force her. The day after tomorrow will be the spring season. With Earl's knowledge, passing the imperial examination is no problem. Although Su Qian is now highly appreciated by Wei Yuan and has a connection with the princess, he is ultimately a military man. Master, the time has come for the Su family to bring honor to their ancestors. In this era where everything is inferior except reading. Being on the list of successful candidates in the imperial examination is the thing that brings honor to your family. In this regard, even Su Lingyue, who favored her eldest brother, agreed with her mother's opinion. I think if the Su family wants to bring honor to their family, they have to see how the second brother performs during the spring festival. Second brother, whether our Su family can join the scholar official class depends on you. I am so cold and shivering, when will a warrior be able to stand up? Can this world ever be better? It is full of discrimination against warriors. Thinking back to the conversation with Wei Yuan the day before yesterday, the martial arts system has been improved and passed down from generation to generation, leading to the current 9 ranks. But to this day, the warrior system has not come to an end. The path beyond the level has not yet been found. Therefore, there is no martial god in the martial arts system. It shouldn't happen. The number of people who follow the warrior system is the largest. With such a large base, there will always be talents who will come out. With the accumulation from generation to generation, it is impossible that there will not be a martial god. Forget it, it's too early to consider this issue. I will be happy if I can reach the 4th level in this life. It's getting late, I have to go out on patrol. Wait, uncle, you are the elder of the family, you have to stay at home today. Ah? What holiday is today? Today is not a festival, but it is a day when the Su family will be honored. El Khan. Guzong Yaozu? It will take a month or so for the child to pass the imperial examination. Smug. Our Dal has been promoted to a higher position, right? I heard from my neighbors that only scholars can hold high positions in government. You, no matter how high your rank, are still just a night watchman. Auntie doesn't believe it? I believe it, it's just a promotion. It's not a promotion, it's a title. Puff. Hey, don't talk nonsense. I, your second uncle, fought against the enemy at Shanhaiguan. Killing from south to north, killing from north to south, killing until blood is all over my body. Even this is still a little short of being conferred a title. After killing so many people, don't your arms feel sore, uncle? The conferment of titles was a matter of great importance. The last time Dafeng conferred titles was during the Battle of Shanhaiguan 20 years ago. Now the world is at peace, where did your military exploits come from to earn you a title? To be conferred a title one does not necessarily need military merit. Isn't that right, Lingyin? Okay, don't you know how much it weighs? If you don't take a day off today, you should hurry to the government office. It's almost past the hour of Mao. Don't delay your second uncle from reporting for work. Don't worry about bringing honor to your family, Dal. After the spring festival this year, our Su family produced a jinsher. When the time comes, I will hold a banquet at home and invite all the clansmen to come and have a meal. Old master. There is an imperial edict. Holy what? Holy decree. What purpose? Imperial decree. Knighted. Imperial decree. His Majesty's edict has arrived. Let's go. What? After the Fufei case ended, Wei Yuan told me that the cabinet had already drafted the imperial edict to confer the title. It's set for today. The last time I was this nervous was on my wedding night. Kam Tonluo Su Qi'an received the order. Su Qi'an of Tonluo is here. The Emperor Fengtian Chengyun issued an edict saying, I rule the country with culture and suppress rebellions with military force, and the military commanders and generals are the pillars of the court and the pillars of the country. Su Qi'an solved a series of strike cases and killed 200 rebels in Yunzhou. I hereby appoint Su Qi'an as the Marquis of Kali County, and grant him 30 mu of fertile land and 500 taels of gold. This is my decree. Killed 200 rebels? I killed thousands of enemies, how come it became 200? Oh no, I just boasted too much and started to believe it myself. Thank you, Your Majesty. Cop. Congratulations, Mr. Su. Thank you, father-in-law. Oh, it's Su Xianzi. Banknote. Knighted. Madam, please write a letter to the Su family quickly. The Su family has produced a viscount. A viscount has ed from my Su family. I will give a great feast for 3 days and 3 nights. Second uncle is so stupid, how can an imperial edict be as valuable as gold? Run away quickly. Show me the imperial edict. Don't grab it. Those who don't know would think that the imperial edict is for you, my father. Bah, you crude warrior. Really got knighted? This is fake, there is a jade seal on it. His Majesty also gave me 500 taels of gold and 30 mu of good farmland. 500 taels of gold, 30 mu of good farmland. Dal, is this true? Why does my aunt feel like she is living in a dream? Madam, please don't try to be too friendly. Just call me Your Excellency the Viscount. I kept the gold myself. As for these 30 acres of fertile land. Qi'an deed. Aunt, I have not married yet. Lingyue helped her eldest brother take care of it. Su Pingji. Ning Yen was joking with you, but Ling Yu didn't understand. Dad, I went to school for a few years and I know arithmetic. The imaginary enemy in the past was Dal and Earl's wife. Now I found out that Su Lingyue, that damned girl, actually had rebellious intentions. You want to compete with me, your mother, for power. Mom, why are you looking at me like that? I'm not looking at you, I'm looking at the ungrateful bastard. M. Boom boom boom. Boom. Tread. I'm still a little short of being a 4th grade formation master. Cammy. Come, how did the teacher wake me up? I'm going. Junior brother, slow down. Be careful of slipping. Oops. Move. Help. This is senior brother Song Ching's poison. Senior sister didn't bring the antidote. The antidote is here. Kopamanon. Sister Zhang is out of confinement. What? How did it explode? How did it explode? Boom. M. Teacher. Zhongli, your chance to be promoted to the 4th rank has arrived. Duke Bazanen. The titles of nobility of different surnames in Dafeng are divided into 5 levels: Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. Each rank of nobility is divided into 5 grades, levels. The full title of Su Qi'an is 3rd class Kali County Master. This is a title that is not as good as the best but better than the worst. There is no real power, just an extra monthly salary. See, however, the significance of the title does not lie in power, but in the glory and social status it symbolizes. The symbol of truly breaking away from the common people and joining the aristocratic class is the hereditary title of nobility. Of course, Su Qian's title cannot be inherited by his descendants. But at least with him, the Su family would be aristocrats and no longer commoners. In the future, if the Prince of Kali County marries a commoner woman as his principal wife, the Jeshur Zhang would submit a memorial to impeach him. The whole court would say, is it that the princess is no longer attractive, or is it that the princess is no longer pretty? He actually married a commoner woman. In short, for the first time in hundreds of years, the Su family produced a viscount, completely breaking away from being a commoner and becoming a noble family. For Su Pingji, the head of the family, this was probably the most glorious moment in his life. After returning, he planned to send out invitations to many people, hold a big banquet, and invite relatives and friends to his house to drink and celebrate. That day, he took Su Qian to the ancestral grave to burn incense. The day after tomorrow is the spring festival, which will affect Earl's studies. That makes sense. Let Su move to the old house in the outer city and study hard. The banquet remains untouched. I have been back for so long, but I have not been to Master Henjuan's health hall. I have to send some money to help the widowed, and the lonely. By the way, get Henjuan's bodybuilding technique for free. Lamb. Leave the capital. Leave the capital. What does that mean? Monk Shinshu never actively communicates with me. Sleeping silently in the body. Is something going to happen in the capital, or is it going to happen to me? Leave the capital. I just came back from Yunzhou, and was awarded a title for my meritorious service. The relationship with Linen and Huiqing has made rapid progress. On the night watchman side, Wei Yuan also promised to promote him to Yin Luo, regardless of his future and financial prospects. Or in the love field, everything is improving steadily. It can be predicted that in a few years, he will be appointed duke, marry a princess, and reach the pinnacle of life. Master, you are making things difficult for Fat Tiger. Master, why do you want to leave the capital? Colm. I can feel that Western religion is coming. Western religion? You're talking about the Buddhist sect in the Western region. During the SPO case, the Panshu of Qinglong Temple, when the monks learned that Master Shinshu had escaped, they immediately left the temple and headed west. So, the Buddhists are here to call for punishment? No wonder Shinshu wanted me to leave the capital. What if the big bald guy from the west found out that Shinshu was in my body? I might really be pressed under the five-finger mountain for 500 years. So you want me to leave the capital temporarily? Nod. Well, we are now on the same boat. By the way, Master, I heard that Buddhism has a magical method of body training. Without the need to train the body, one can cultivate an indestructible body. Hurry and grab the benefits first. Can you teach me? Korana. Come. I'm just a remnant soul. Are you a remnant soul? I don't know, I just know you want to have sex with me for free. It is obvious that the Buddhist sect in the western regions came here for the monk Shinshu. It has been more than a month, and at most they have looked at the files and learned about the incident. It's impossible to stay in the capital for too long. Then my absence from Beijing is only temporary, and I won't even be back for too long. In this case, I can still accept it. Just take a vacation, take a break, and go to a rich city. A few days of boring life of rich people. On the contrary, it is difficult to write a leave application, and the government system does not allow leaving Beijing without reason. Tu Miao? Oh, by the way, consult with Taoist Master Jinlian and ask him to come up with a reason. For example, someone in the Dishu chat group is in trouble and needs my support. But before that, there are still some things to finish, such as attending the banquet tomorrow. For example, I need to tell the jailer to keep an eye on the couple. I calm whether Sal can stay in Beijing after the spring examination depends entirely on them. For example, he wanted to test how Wei Yuan planned to take revenge on concubine Chen. Although the concubine Fu case is over, the feud has been formed. Wei Yuan wants to investigate the power behind concubine Chen Gui, and there will definitely be follow-up actions. And the queen lost. My only brother, I'm afraid he won't be a Buddhist anymore. There is bound to be a bloody storm between the two women in Emperor Yuan Jing's harem. I am concerned about how intense their war will be. I don't want to come back to the capital and hear that concubine Chen has died, or the queen has passed away. If this is the case, Linen and Huiqing will be like water and fire and will not be able to be sisters. My dream of a free threesome by Daming Lake is almost shattered. Dal, Miss Kaiwei from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau comes to visit. Zhu Kaiwei. It's been a long time since I last saw this girl. CMN. Take whatever you want to eat, I have plenty here. Really? Thanks, sis. This girl eats faster than me. No, that's too bad, I have to eat faster. This sister suddenly started eating faster, obviously trying to steal the food from me. No, that's too bad, I have to eat faster. Clam. Aoya aoya. Aoya aoya. Aoya aoya. Aoya aoya. You can't eat like this. My aunt is not in the hall. I guess she is arranging the banquet for tomorrow. Ho! Where is my aunt? Choo choo choo. Otherwise, I would definitely not let the little kid eat it like this. Brother, the water chestnut cake is so delicious. Put it away quickly and don't eat it. Gudong. I can't eat you to death. You go and play. What can I do for you, Miss Kaiwei? The teacher asked me to invite you to visit the observatory. COCAMLN. The supervisor invited me to the observatory? Okay. Anyway, I guess I can't figure out which floor the prison is on. But the supervisor knew exactly which floor I was on. Those cakes were bought by my fifth sister. As a result, most of it was eaten by your sister. Su Ningyan, you have to compensate me. Talking about money hurts feelings. The feelings between us cannot be measured by money. Drive. Drive. Don't keep the supervisor waiting too long. Hey, why is the Sishianjian so deserted today? M. Mr. Su, we all went to the clinic to see patients. What day is it today? Ha ha. how to make the alchemy room, was bombed. The three alchemists who were usually very active were nowhere to be seen. I've seen Jin Zhang. Why is there a woman? Chasm. Cam. Yes, the foundation is solid. So few? Eaten by a stupid kid. Oh. By the way, the supervisor has 5 disciples, 5 of whom are in seclusion all year round. Those who don't know much about the Imperial Observatory think that the Imperial Observatory has only one female disciple, Chu Kaiwei. I guess this person is the 5th senior sister. How do you use this knife? Very useful, thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Isn't this knife tailor-made for my heaven and earth sword? This is all part of your plan. Stop talking nonsense. How effective is the abortion pill? Very good. Kokum. Come. The Che in my appearance caused me some trouble. Not as gentle and low-key as I used to be. That's it. I can help you get back to normal. Ha? Can this be Ched back? I dare not trouble the supervisor. Zhongli is my 5th disciple, a 5th rank prophet. She will train with you for a while. It turns out that the 5th grade warlock is called a prophet, but why do you have to train with me for a while? Can this humble man know the reason? Zhongli, get up. Teacher, you said I have good luck. Following you, my bad luck will be reduced to a certain extent. Zhongli 5th rank prophet. You are my opportunity. Do. The prophet can see into the secrets of heaven, but will be punished by heaven and suffer misfortune. Only after enduring 3,600 disasters can one be promoted. If you cannot resist, you will die. Anyone who can survive the backlash of heaven is a person with great luck. I see. I finally understand why there are so many 6th grade alchemists in the Qi'an. Above the 6th rank, there has only been one Wai Qianhuan. But by W is actually a man of great luck. Unbelievable, unbelievable. In what form does the backlash of heaven appear? I have to assess how terrible the so-called backlash is. After all, in just an ordinary gong. As expected, the supervisor knew that he had luck. Disaster comes from the mouth. Sometimes a word I say unintentionally can turn into a real disaster. It affects the people around me, including myself. Sometimes an unintentional action can bring about unforeseen disasters. Moreover, the size of the disaster cannot be controlled, and just taking a step back may result in a life-threatening disaster. Help! In fact, if I was prepared, I wouldn't get hurt even if I jumped from the observatory. But I don't know why, my mind was in a mess, and I didn't have any idea how to save myself. If someone else helps me deal with bad luck, it won't work. Only if you have gone through the test yourself can you succeed. Therefore, I, the European Emperor, need to help you, the non-European, to bring bad luck to you. Now I understand the real reason why the warden asked me to come here. Come. Feel sorry. I have to leave Beijing soon to attend to some important matters, so it is not convenient to take anyone with me. Drink it and you don't have to leave Beijing. The supervisor knew why I wanted to leave Beijing? He really knew that monk Shinshu was in my body. The wine is just ordinary alcohol. How is he going to help me? Blocking the secrets. A warlock's specialty. Military camp outside Baidi City. Onar. All packed. What a pity, you still haven't been able to break through to the 4th level. Otherwise, with the level of the Renzong disciples, there will be no one who can match you. It is not so easy to cultivate the nascent soul. I have been stuck in the Jindan realm for 2 years. Bandit troubles in Yunzhou. The cleanup has ended. Cooperate with the local army of Yunzhou and the 2 Jinluo to attack the mountain and capture the stronghold. Take the biggest ones. The whole village was razed to the ground, and there were dozens of small mountain villages. Of course, the bandit problem in Yunzhou is like a maggot on the heel, which has been thriving in this land for hundreds of years. It is not something that can be wiped out easily. After a few years, it will revive and take root. The current results are the limit of what the local military can achieve. Yunzhou will be stable for many years. I am very satisfied with this result. 2. Next, you have to do your own thing. The battle between heaven and man. The Qi'an sect and the Ren sect discuss the Tao every 3 generations. Prior to this, the outstanding disciples of the younger generation of the two sects collided first, warming up for the battle between heaven and man. Li Miao is one of the most outstanding disciples of this generation of Tianzong. The other one is Li Miaozhen. The elder brother is also a god. Members of local associations, hands. Holding the fragment of Earth Book number 7. But that guy has been out of touch for a long time. Calm. It's a pity that the annoying stinky egg died. Otherwise, you can help me investigate the Su family's massacre. You are talking about Su Qianan. Actually, Su's home is not in Beijing. Even if that guy wants to investigate, he can't leave Beijing. Traveling a long way to investigate an old case. Su herself understands this truth, but she always talks about it from time to time. Therefore, we must be too emotional. It seems like I feel sorry for the murder of the whole family, but in fact I feel sorry for that shameless man. Friends and relatives passed away, grief is unbearable, lovers chase their hearts, resentment is intertwined. The 7 emotions and 6 desires in the world are all karmic fire, otherwise why do people say that those who are deeply in love will not live long? Only ruthlessness can last forever. The Qi'an army was a ragtag army, with members coming from all corners of the country. Among them are disciples of the beggars sect, wanderers who travel the world, chivalrous thieves who rob the rich and help the poor, and so on. They are all because of. For a person. They gathered in Yunzhou and organized into an army. That person is called Lady Qi'an. Now that Li Miaozhen is leaving, the army will naturally disband. After the bandit suppression was over, Qi'an privately contacted Li Miaozhen. He wanted to incorporate the Qi'an army into the regular army and train it into Yunzhi's ace army. Hope she can convince. Soldiers of the Qi'an army. Stay in Yunzhou. But no one. Willing to stay. Over the past year, we have fought side by side. Hundreds of mountain strongholds, big and small, were eradicated. Killed thousands of bandits. Wherever we go, the people are able to rest and recuperate without fear of banditry. Wherever we go, merchants are able to trade and support their families. Li Miaozhen would like to thank all the brothers for their unswerving companionship. However, all good things must come to an end. Wherever we go, the light of justice shines down. The journey to Yunzhou has come to an end, and I will continue to move forward. You should also go home and reunite with your family and friends. The road of life is long, sometimes rough, sometimes smooth, sometimes bitter, sometimes sad, sometimes happy. I hope everyone will remember their time in Yunzhou and never forget their original aspirations. Just do good things and don't worry about the future. Just do good things and don't worry about the future. Calm. Southern Xinji. The reason why the Gu tribe is called a barbarian tribe is not because they eat raw meat and drink blood. Instead, they are based on Gu, and their practice system and living habits are in line with Gu insects. Only in this way can the Gu worm be cultivated and assimilated with the Gu. Chug. To put it more appropriately, the development of the Gu tribe is based on Gu. Therefore, the level of civilization cannot be compared with the human-oriented Dafeng, the western regions and the northeast countries. The gap between civilizations is reflected in all aspects. The most obvious of these are culture and architecture. The Gu tribe still uses ancient pictographic characters. The buildings are mainly mud houses and thatched houses, and pottery rather than porcelain is used. However, the Gu tribe in southern Xinji is good at growing mulberry trees and raising silkworms, and the quality of the silk they collect is several times higher than that of Dafeng. See it calm, but they were not good at weaving, so they were often bought by merchants from Dafeng at low prices for high-quality silk, or bartered for ready-made cloth. Basan is hundreds of miles long and rich in resources. At the foot of the mountain is fertile land with many rivers, and the headquarters of the Ligu tribe is here. The Ligu tribe reclaimed thousands of hectares of land in this plain. Some of the tribesmen get in farming, while others get in hunting. They bartered with each other and had enough food and clothing. Lena. Grandma Tiangu sent Snow Eagle to deliver a letter yesterday, asking you to go see her today. Why are you still dawdling here? Oops, I forgot. Mosen, why didn't you remind me earlier? There is a hole in the dam of Tu tribe, please remember to help repair it. Got it. Compared to the Ligu tribe, the Tiangu tribe is more like a county town of the Dafeng dynasty. Although they are a bit simple, they have gotten rid of thatched houses and are now mainly made of yellow mud houses and brick and tile houses. The Tu tribe was built at the foot of Luoxia mountain. From the foot of the mountain to the mountainside, terraced fields were lined up one after another. There is a dam on the mountain. It suddenly burst yesterday and destroyed the terraced fields. Lena. Mother-in-law. Mother-in-law, what kind of monster is that? Jiao. DLAM. It came from nowhere, but it destroyed the dam and washed away all the rice seedlings that had just been planted in the tribe. Oh. I heard that this monster lives in the densely crisscrossed waters of southern Xinji, running around along the underground river. One of my uncles was said to have been eaten by a dragon while playing in the water. Please help collect some stones and fill the gap as soon as possible. Great. Boom. M. Among the 7 tribes of the Gu clan, the Ligu tribe is famous for its extraordinary strength. Lina's father, Long Tu, is the real way to move mountains. When he was fighting against Dafeng, he carried a mountain and threw it at the army, killing thousands of them. Boom. Hey. Wow. M. With Lina's help, the materials for repairing the dam were obtained. The people of the Tu tribe no longer have to work hard to collect the traces, which greatly saves time and labor. The tribesmen stayed behind to repair the dam. Grandma Tu took Lina down the mountain and returned to her residence. This is the Chiju gu that my mother-in-law's husband made. Before he passed away, it was only half made. It took my mother-in-law 20 years to finally complete it. Now I'm handing it over to you for safekeeping. For me? It is not for you, but for your safekeeping. You should give it to the right person in the future. Destined person. Lamb. Why should you keep it for me? Do you still remember the story of the 2 thieves that your mother-in-law told you? Remember. There is a legend in the Tiangu tribe that on the day when the Gu god revived, the entire southern border and even the 9 provinces will be transformed into a world of poison. Although the Gu tribe survives by raising and refining Gu, Gu is just a tool and we are still human beings. This is not a legend, it is the doomsday that the Tiangu tribe has been deducing for generations. In order to glimpse this future, many predecessors suffered backlash from heaven. MWS. In order to keep the Gu god asleep, the old man came up with a plan 20 years ago. He wanted to steal something and use it to suppress the Gu god, making it sleep for generations. So he left southern Xinji and there was no news of him since then. Not long after, the life-saving Gu he left in the tribe withered, and I realized that he was dead. What was stolen? My mother-in-law is old and can't stand the backlash from fate. N. Last night, I saw the Che of Fate, that thing is about to be born. Lena, you are involved in this too. I. Go to the capital. You have enough skills, but you lack experience. ID just take this opportunity to go take a walk in the human world. I have discussed this matter with your father and he agrees. Go to the capital. Number 3, Number 1, and Golden Lotus Road. Everyone is here. I don't really object to this. My Lord Viscount, a toast to you. Congratulations. This feeling. Pretty good. I have a niece who is 28 years old and quite pretty. Ning Yen is now a viscount, and he is worthy of her. Only the ladies from noble families and daughters of wealthy families. I originally wanted to marry her to Ning Yen, but now it seems that it is not possible. As the chief constable of my government office, I should be more than capable of managing 3 night watchmen. Moreover, they are in the same industry, so it can be said that they are a match made in heaven. But after Su Qianan was conferred the title of nobility, he joined the aristocratic class. Calm, it is definitely not possible to marry a female detective as your wife. It is against etiquette. Su Qian. The banquet lasted until 1525. At 3 p.m, Su Earl returned with his servants and maids. Jiro is back. Go heat up some food. After eating, Jill took a good rest. I have to get up early tomorrow to take the examination at the Imperial College. Jill, what are the subjects of the examination? Dynamic technology. Suan. Poetry. Classical meaning. Since the last emperor, poetry has been eliminated from the imperial examinations. Until the 11th year of Yuan Jing, W. Zhenwen. Into the cabinet. With his promotion, poetry returned to the imperial examination. If my elder brother were to take the imperial examination, at least it can revive the poetry world. Since the end of last year, my brother has become famous in the poetry world. Dad gradually became famous. In fact, Dal himself is gifted, and his father did not do much to cultivate him. Scholars like him just like to make a mountain out of a molehill tam. How did they praise me? Praise you for not being a human being. This is ridiculous. What right do they have to say that? The more poems you write, the more infamy you will receive. Who knows, you might even be recorded in history in the future. That night, Su Pingji was so worried that he couldn't sleep. The person is not dead yet, but you are already worrying about his reputation hundreds of years from now. What a waste of time. A woman's view. Earl has the potential to be a prime minister, and Dal will also be able to leave a mark in history in the future. When later generations evaluate them, they always give them praise. But to me, it can only be described in 4 words, not worthy of being a son of man. On. At least it will go down in history. By the way, let me tell you something. What if Earl is sent abroad in the future? Can you find a way to keep him in the capital? Don't even think about it. He is a student of Yunlu Academy, and being sent abroad is inevitable. Hopefully not too far. Students of Yunlu Academy basically have no chance to enter the power center of the Beijing officialdom. Most of them will be assigned to various states, and even if they stay in the capital, they will be minor officials. Yunlu Academy. Why don't you talk to Ningyan? He's a night watchman and he knows the princess. There must be a way. Ko Pam. This is the Ministry of Personnel's business. What does it have to do with the night watchman? Night watchmen monitor all officials and are hated by civil officials. If Ningyan steps forward, it will only backfire. Dong dong dong. What do you want from me, brother? Come and guess the question. S. There is no need to guess the questions, as several great scholars in the academy have already predicted them for us. What about poetry? I don't consider poetry, I am not good at it myself. It's better to be prepared. Big brother came here just to guess the poems. So what's your plan, brother? Cam. Draw lots. SH. Big brother, come here. I thought my brother was just joking, but seeing how enthusiastic he was, I couldn't refuse. Get rid of that annoying brother quickly so you can get some sleep. Groping. Groping. 2. 2 is enough, and keep the extra one as a backup. Snap. Patriotic. Youngji. M. Expect. Expect. I'll think about it and give it to you tomorrow. I can't remember any poems on this topic at the moment. Lost. Aren't you a prophet? Can't you just predict the topic of Spring Festival? Predictors need to know more. Keep it a secret. I am not a person with great luck. If the Spring Festival exam questions are leaked, you might die tomorrow. I'm here to protect you. Didn't the warden say that I'm a person with great luck? M. Since you are a person with great fortune, then the topic you draw lots for must be a test question about spring. Why should I take the risk? Makes sense. Why don't you let me guess the questions and the meaning of the scriptures? The simpler it is, the easier it is to guess correctly. The most famous poem about aspirations should be Cao Cao's. But considering Emperor Yuan Jing's desire for immortality, writing this poem might make him dislike me. There are quite a few patriotic poems, but the patriotic poems I remember were all written when the country was destroyed and the family was ruined. What iron cavalry and icy river came into my dream? What country was destroyed but the mountains and rivers remain? What merchant woman does not know? Call him. It's hard to do. ZZZ. Thump. What's wrong? Fell down. You can fall down like this? You are a 5th rank warlock after all. Is this also part of the do? This is still considered fortunate. If I hadn't been with you, I would have probably broken my leg. Sorry for waking you. It's okay. Are you not hurt? Shoot. Shoot. No problem, I'm used to it anyway. N. I'll go meditate outside so as not to disturb your sleep. Tug. I don't know who threw the orpeels in the corridor. I accidentally stepped on it and fell, and my head was broken. I feel safer in the house. Can orpeels be slippery? Next day. Writing brushes, inkstones, paper, cakes, steamed buns, dried meat. Mom, you don't need to bring so much food. Also have to prepare clean water. The exam only lasts 1 day and ends at dusk. M. There are 3 examinations, each lasting 1 day. Each session was separated by 3 days, and the total duration was 9 days. Courtyard tribute. So many people. Earl, this is a poem written by my elder brother. Burn after reading. Didn't sleep well at night. What a poem! If you can really guess the question, you may shine. Courtyard tribute. I went in. M. Nod. Do I know him? Nod. C. Earl has gone in, let's go back home and catch up on some sleep. Let's go to Guiyue Tower for breakfast. Just know how to eat. It is better to return home quickly. If it is too late, I am afraid Zhongli may not be alive anymore. C. M. Why does this woman always have her hair down? I don't know what she looks like. The disciples of the supervisor all felt stress, but the foodie girl was the most. B. Ahem. You don't have to hide it, I can introduce you to my family. This will bring bad luck to your family. There won't be any big troubles, but there will be constant small troubles. Bad luck is always affecting the people around me, but if they don't know of my existence, they can avoid it. Forget it. Palpitations. Can you turn around? Okay. It's inconvenient to have one more person. Robum. I plan to go to the capital. 9. Is the bandit suppression over? Is the anti-bandit campaign over? Then Chun Gu and the others should be back soon. Yes, Taoist priest, number 1, you haven't given us the information about the younger generation of disciples in the Renzong sect. She had traded the information about the Yunzhou case with number 1. I want to get the best disciple of this generation from number 1. But number 1 was inexplicably silent for a long time. The cultivation of this generation of disciples of the human sect is not strong, and the highest pure dust is only the 7th level. But there is one person, I don't know if he can be considered as a member of the younger generation. What kind of person is he and how is his cultivation level? This man was born into a scholar family. He was the top scholar in the 27th year of Yuanjing. However, he suddenly resigned from his official position in the 29th year of Yuanjing and became a commoner. Column. He and Luo Yuheng's senior brother Taoist Lingyun were both teachers and friends, and Taoist Lingyun taught him the human sex sword technique and Heart Sutra. This person is extremely talented. After 3 years of abandoning literature and cultivating swordsmanship, he entered the realm of swordsmanship. He then challenged Zh Kaitai, the Golden Gong. After the disastrous defeat, he began to travel around and was praised by Wei Yuan as the best swordsman in the capital. He and Taoist Lingyun are not master and disciple in name, but they are master and disciple in reality. I wonder if he can be considered a disciple of the Ren sect. Born as a scholar, he gave up literature to cultivate swordsmanship and became the best swordsman in the capital. The Taoist master and disciple. What is this strong sense of DJVU? Oh. I have returned to Beijing. It was indeed him. Taoist Jinlian was going to cause trouble. Knowing that the heavenly and human sects are incompatible, he still wants to drag them into the earth book fragments together. It's interesting, number 4 and number 2 are coming to Beijing to fight. Wait, if only Li Miaozhen came to Beijing, I'm confident I can handle it. After all, resurrection from the dead can be explained by the pill. But if number 4 also comes to Beijing? What a coincidence! I will also leave southern Xinji to travel to Beijing tomorrow. When I get to the capital, let's have a drink together. What's going on? Why did number 5 also come to Beijing? With number 5's intelligence, number 4 and number 2 would definitely not trust her to be alone. At that time, it is inevitable to have an offline meeting. And I am also in Beijing. Li Miaozhen also knows my true identity. Ah, sneeze. No, I have to let Sanil take the blame for this. What is number 5 doing in Beijing? Travel. Number 5, remember not to reveal your identity as a member of the Gu tribe. The people of Dafeng hate the Gu tribe. The world is treacherous. Even if you are framed, the government will most likely ignore it if they know that you are a member of the Gu tribe. In the eyes of many low-class people in the underworld, taking any measures against the Gu tribe is justified. During the Battle of Shanhaiguan, the southern Xinji barbarians and the northern barbarians formed an alliance and were in the opposing camp with Dafeng. In addition, in recent years, the barbarians in southern Xinji have often harassed the Dafeng border in order to regain lost territory. The two sides have been harboring grievances for a long time. The Gu tribe in southern Xinji is also included in the scope of southern Xinji barbarians. I am not afraid of poison or force, there is nothing to be afraid of. 5. Okay, I'll pay attention. Number 4, although we are all members of the Tiandi Hui. Self-confidence in life and death. When we meet, I will not show mercy. But the sect's grudges must be put first. We are all group friends, there is no need to do this. Is this woman the one who brought me bad luck? I'd better ask the supervisor to return it. Everyone in the Dishu chat group is a person with great fortune. I don't want to see anyone suffer. Worry. The dispute between heaven and man is the business of the elders. There is no need for the younger generations to fight about life and death. If they didn't intervene, with Li Miaozhen's stubbornness and number 4's aggressiveness, I'm afraid one will die and one will be injured. It is not convenient for us to intervene in the dispute between heaven and man. Number 6 is not good at speaking, and number 1 is not convenient for me. It's better to push Su Qian out to smooth things over. Let him intervene in the dispute between heaven and man to weaken the hostility between Li Miaojin and number 4. Ah, sneeze. This way, we can give an explanation to the sect and there is no need to distinguish between life and death. However, his cultivation was a little weak, and he was not qualified to intervene in the battle between Li Miaojin and number 4. Unless you can develop skin of steel and bones in a short period of time. Oh, it's really difficult. Meow. Serene. Dom. I have to go to the government office now. But there is no guarantee that you can enter the night watchman's office, especially the Haoqi Tower. Just strolling in the garden can be as fast as riding a horse. A magic that can shrink the earth into an inch? So envious. Ning Yen. Is this Igster who has broken the law? Why isn't he tied up? Why do you say this? You were not on duty yesterday, so you don't know. COR. The company announced yesterday that in 3 months, the battle between heaven and man that happens once every 60 years will begin. Before that, the outstanding disciples of the human sect and the heaven sect will compete first. For many martial arts heroes, this is a once-in-a-lifetime event. Therefore, many people from the martial arts world came to the capital to watch the decisive battle between the disciples of the Qi'an and Ren sections. The colleagues in the government office were all standing guard at the city gate, registering the people from the underworld who were entering the city. Identify possible spies from other countries. So the status of number 4 and number 2 is so high? No feeling at all. Okay, I get it. You should rest here and don't run around. Wei Gong. See, your appointment letter is on the table. Please take it to the selection department later to receive the relevant badge and uniform. From today on, you are the Silver Gong. After becoming a Silver Gong, you no longer have to go out to patrol the streets, you can sit in the hall. More free time. You have good talents, and you shouldn't spend your time on official duties. This is the first time I have seen someone tell employees, you shouldn't waste your time on trivial matters like work. I only regret that I didn't meet such a good leader in my previous life. I worked diligently for nearly 10 years. Oh well. Wei Yuan has the final say over the night watchman. He can promote whomever he wants and demote whomever he wants. Therefore, I have no worries about my promotion to Silver Gong. But when this moment comes, I still can't help but tremble with excitement. Thank you, Mr. Wei. Soon, the disciples of the human sect and the heaven sect will have a decisive battle. I'm afraid the capital city will not be peaceful during this period, and there will inevitably be stirs causing trouble and fighting. I understand, and I will maintain the security of the inner city. You have had contact with Li Miaojin in Yunzhou. What is your impression of her? Call him. Li Miaojin had confessed his identity as a disciple of Tianzong to Governor Zh and Ji Luzhong in Baidi City. After Su Qian died in battle, Governor Zh sent another memorial back to the capital during the suppression of bandits. It expounds the outstanding contribution made by Tianzong disciple Li Miaojin in suppressing bandits. I implore the court to grant her an official position. Of course the result was rejected. Luo Yuhong was the imperial teacher of Dafeng, and the Ren sect and Qi'an sect were incompatible. This was just a joke. My senses for her. I feel it can be summed up in one sentence: the general and I took off our armor and spent the night in the warm hibiscus tent. They are just 2 disciples. Duke Wei doesn't need to care so much, right? The attitudes among disciples determine the attitudes of their elders. The leader of Tianzong is of the first rank. I see. Among the 3 Taoist sects, Tianzong is the most powerful. The Taoist leaders of the human sect and the earth sect are of the second rank. If the heaven sect does not have a first rank, how can it become so powerful? But in this case, wouldn't Luo Yuhong of the human clan be doomed to fail? If this competition between disciples cannot be handled properly, the leaders of the Qi'an and Ren sects will probably fight to the death. The first and second rank were the top combatants in the world. Even the wise and cunning Wei Yuan did not dare to be careless. The most powerful figure in the capital of Dafeng, Jinzheng, was only of the first rank. Lord Wei, there is something I haven't told you yet. Li Miaozhen is a member of the Tiandi Hui and holds fragment number 2. The disciple sent by the human sect should be the number 1 swordsman in the capital whom you have evaluated. Talk about it nicely. Su Qianan immediately recounted the chat records of the Dishu chat group last night. Your news is very timely. The reason why Wei Yuan loved this bronze gong is very complex and there are many factors. The first is character, that is, one's personality is trustworthy and can be guaranteed. The second thing is talent. The talent Su Qianan has shown is worthy of his vigorous cultivation. Then there is personality, which is different from character. Su Qianan is very good at dealing with things. Smart, slick, knows how to flatter and curry favor, but has his own principles. Last but not least, he always brings surprises to Wei Yuan, whether it is solving a case or. He has been showing his role to Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan was relieved that this was not a sapling that was incapable of doing anything and needed his constant support and care. Kata. Khan. This is significantly different from those family geniuses who have extraordinary talents but extremely poor ability to handle affairs. Try your best to cooperate with Taoist Master Jinlian. Ah? What are you talking about without thinking? Jinlian founded the Tiandi Hui and searched for the owner of the fragment of the Earth Book in various places in Kyushu. The original intention was to clean up the sect and eliminate the Taoist leader who was possessed by the devil. Then he would definitely not watch the holder of the Earth Book fragment suffer, and would try his best to mediate. But he is from the D-Zone, and the D-Zone has always remained neutral, so it is not convenient for him to intervene directly, so he will most likely ask you for help. What can I help? He. I was pretending to be cool in the Dishu chat group, but now I have no face to go back. The fire broke out. The fire broke out. On fire. CMA. M-Watch, the fastest and most stable. Minimal advertising. Call 1. Damn it. Chunfenged. How could the water leak out of nowhere? Find out the reason immediately. Yes. Where's Zhongli? I was staying in the house peacefully, but somehow the fire started. If you come a little later, I might be familiar with. You are a 5th rank warlock after all, how can ordinary fire hurt you? I was meditating just now, and something went wrong with my chi flow. They'll take you to take a shower and shave your clothes first. See, nah. Why didn't anyone come to pick me up? Dad and big brother should not have left yet, mom and sister are not convenient. Traveling alone. Light as a swallow. What a light figure. Stop. The first round of the spring examination is over. According to my habit back then. For the next 3 days, I will go to the Jiaoxi with my classmates to drink and celebrate. That was 9 years ago. I guess the courtesans back then have probably grown old or found their soulmates. I heard that there was a courtesan in the Imperial Music Bureau in the capital who was famous for her poetry and musical skills, and her fame spread throughout the states. I would like to go and see her. Brother, why don't we go together? Is this guy a fool? Do I know him? What happened today? I met a stray monk before entering the venue. After the appearance, I met another stupid swordsman. 3. Boys, take good care of yourself when you are outside. Hello. C. G-Offc. I don't know if Fux's illness has healed. Women in this era are weak. Moveless. This time, bring Zhongli-san with you to diagnose her condition. Is Fushi your lover in the Jiaoxi? How do you know? If we weren't closely related, why would he ask me to see a doctor? You are a person of great luck. I won't be a slave to an Orin like those men. 5th sister, you still want to be a detective. This Fushi is my confidant. Ko. When I was young, I was very talented and had a photographic memory. He is a natural-born reader. But my second uncle planned my life early, so that Dafeng missed a great poet. You learned martial arts from me. I was 14 years old that year, and I took my cousin to participate in a literary gathering organized by scholars at the Imperial Academy. The literary gathering would invite some women from the Gyani Bureau to play music to liven up the atmosphere, and Fushi was among them. That day, it was raining and snowing. I made a big splash at the literary conference, and everyone praised my poetry. It was at that literary gathering that Fushi fell deeply in love with me. From then on, we often exchanged letters and developed a platonic love. Plato's love is spiritual love, absolutely no vulgar physical relationship. Why are you telling me this? Oh. Promise me not to tell Kaiwei. I know how to read Qi. Hey, are we having tea at Ingmei Pavilion so early today? Break. Ingmei Pavilion is booked. It's me. Mr. Su, you are here. There is a very important guest coming to the Jiaoxi tonight. It's in the house. Amazing guest? Yes, as soon as I arrived at the Jiaoxi, I went straight to Ingmei Pavilion. He said he wanted to see our wife's piano skills, but she didn't intend to drink with him, so she declined. Guess what? My mother came out in person and talked to Fushi behind closed doors for a long time, but no one knew what they talked about. The lady had no choice but to accept it and reluctantly came out to perform the song. The most incredible thing is that 12 courtesans from the Jiaoxi came at once. Uninvited. Kamonka. Shit, even that old man W. Shofu doesn't get this kind of treatment. I didn't expect there would be such a person in the capital. The Jiaoxi must be the place where I stand out. I have to go and meet this guy. Take me to see him. Play one song. Laughing. Madame Fushi is too modest. In terms of piano skills, there are almost no people who can compete with you. Please take your seats quickly, our great hero Chu is waiting for you. After the quatrain about plum blossoms, Lady Fushi no longer accompanied the guests for drinking. CL. But now that Brother Chu is back, there is another way to deal with it. Madame Fushi, please don't keep Brother Chu waiting for too long. The officials who hold real power in the 6 ministries. The Shujishi of the Hanlin Academy. The censors of the censorate and others are noble and honorable. These people have no identities. And the man in blue shirt. The top scholar in the 27th year of Yuan Jing. The current #1 swordsman in the capital. He not only satisfied the passion of the girls in the Gyani Bureau for talented men and beauties, but also satisfied their fantasies about chivalrous knights in the martial arts world. Therefore, as soon as the news of his arrival at the Jiaoxi spread, 12 courtesans came uninvited and volunteered to drink with him. Please forgive me, gentlemen. I am not feeling well and should not drink today. Don't know what's good and what's good. Men is too self-righteous. He just asked her to drink with him, not to do anything to her. No problem. Today I am catching up with my classmates. Our Lady Fushi, ever since she got together with Lord Su, has stopped accompanying the guests to drink. She is still waiting for Lord Su to redeem her, so please don't make things difficult for her. Hey, you can't mess with the night watchman. Not to mention the newly crowned Lord Su. Lord Su? Which Lord Su? I remember when #2 in the Earth book asked #1 for information about a bronze gong named Su. #1 said, this person's biggest weakness is lust. Many flowers in Jiaoxi. Kuei is having an affair. Speaking of Mr. Su, he is really an incredible person. He made his fortune in the tax and silver case last October. Mingyan recounted Su Qi'an's deeds in detail. In Yunzhou, he stood alone in front of 8,000 enemy soldiers with just one sword, and fought for half an hour. When Suel was exhausted, he faced thousands of enemy troops. The young man is chivalrous and makes friends with heroes from the 5 cities. The liver and gallbladder are hollow, the hair stands on end. In the conversation, life and death are the same. A promise is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Good words. But didn't number 2 say that there were more than 400 rebels besieging the Provincial Administration Commissioner's office, and that Su Qian killed 200 of them and died of exhaustion? How did it become 8,000 people? It is indeed a good poem. It is a pity that you are not studying at such an old age. It's a pity that Su Qian didn't come to the Jiaoxi today. That Su Pingji is not a human being. Otherwise, I will definitely let him know the talent of our top scholar. What are they talking about? Didn't Su Qian die in battle in Yunzhou? After more than a month, it is impossible that the capital has not received the news. Suel. Sorry to bother you. Please take a seat. Lord Viscount. Kopoman. How did he survive? Suel. I am coming. Zhongli is missing, she must be hiding somewhere. Don't get too far away from me, or the Jiaoxi might be burned down tonight. Straight up. Lord Viscount, this is the top scholar in the 27th year of Yuan Jing. He was praised by Duke Wei as the best swordsman in the capital. What? Chu Yuanjin, courtesy name Zizhan. Chu Yuanjin Tiandihui number 4. Su Qianan, courtesy name Ningyan. Damn, it turns out that the so-called adult is number 4. Number 4 knows that I am my cousin who is leaving the old age, knows that I am dead. He'll talk about it in the Dishu chat group later. Li Miaojin would think of how she was being induced to social death by number 3. Given the current tense situation between number 4 and number 2, they'd probably want to initiate a chat. Steady hand, steady hand. Number 4 is a handsome guy, with a strand of white hair on his forehead that adds to his charm. He exudes a carefree and unrestrained air, without any sharp edge. This Su Qian is really handsome. Both brothers are good-looking and handsome. Next, they played drinking games, and Xiaoya, the literary courtesan, was in charge of the game. Chen did not participate, but asked Fuxi beside him to do it, while he just drank and ate meat. From couplets to poetry chain games, they had a lot of fun. This time I came to the Jiaoxi to visit Fuxi. I saw that she was in high spirits and looked rosy. Only then did I believe that it was just a minor cold and that I was worrying too much. Today Wei Yuan gave me a task, which is to mediate and stop number 4 and number 2 from fighting to the death. Let them fight to the point. In this case, you have to first raise the favorability with number 4. Brother Chu, I heard from my colleagues in the government office yesterday that because of the imminent conflict between heaven and man, Tianzong disciple Li Miaojin will be going to Beijing soon. And you are a human being. I will represent the human sect and fight against the disciples of the heaven sect. Can you let me see the sharpness of this sword? Ever since his defeat to ZH Kaitai, the sword has never been unsheathed. I am cultivating the sword energy. It is fine if the sword is not drawn, but when it is drawn, it will be extremely sharp. Copal.c, what's wrong? Previously, my inspiration was exhausted and I couldn't write a good poem. But after listening to Brother Chu's words, I suddenly had a lot of inspiration. I couldn't help but want to write a poem. 3. All ears. It takes 10 years to sharpen a sword. As soon as he said he was cultivating his sword, Su Qianan immediately said this. There's no doubt that this poem was written for me. Come. I have never met this Su Qianan before. After a few drinks and a few pleasantries, he was willing to write a poem for me. It's really embarrassing to be so friendly and enthusiastic to others. Number 3 is a chivalrous scholar, although he has some small flaws in his pursuit of profit. But overall he's a person worth making friends with. His cousin is even more kind-hearted than him, worthy of being his brother. The frost blade has never been tried. 10 years of sharpening a sword, but the frosty blade has never been tested. In just a short sentence, the lofty ambition and passion are vividly expressed on the paper. Only a young and successful person like him could write such a self-important spirit. How fitting! How fitting! I have traveled extensively over the years, broadened my horizons, cultivated my sword energy. This top-grade magical weapon of the human sect has always been hidden in the scabbard and never displayed. It will eventually be unsheathed, but I have never thought about what the situation will be like in the future, which would make me use this sword. N. It was not until recently that the human sect called me back to fight against Li Miaojin, a disciple of the Heaven sect, that I suddenly realized. Dao Shou's flying sword delivered the book. It turns out that it was to wait for this moment. Just a lot of regrets in my heart. When this sword is unsheathed, it will surely shake the world. I don't want to use it to kill Li Miaojin. What is the lower union? After 10 years of hard work, under what circumstances will a sword be unsheathed? I haven't thought of the second line yet. How come this is gone? It can't be gone. Mr. Su, don't be willful, we are still waiting. How can a poem only have the first couplet? What is the second line? Think about it again. I really haven't thought about it yet. Let me make half of it first. That's all we can do. I'll give the other half to Brother Chu later, how about that? The tea party lasts until the beginning of the night, 9 p.m. It's just over. Today's banquet was so interesting. There is Su Qi'an, and there is the best swordsman in the capital. It's impossible to meet such high-quality customers every day. Mr. Su, goodbye. Walk slowly. Number 4 did not stay overnight. It's so indifferent and free. I can't find any chance to make him die socially. But scholars have their own weaknesses, such as poetry. I will hide the second line for now and bring it out when the time is right. Rest early. Fushi, I will redeem you in a few days. Suel has just been made Viscount, and it would be bad for your reputation if you take a concubine now. Yes. Crunch. Crunch. CHGA. Boom. The bed collapsed. Zhongli. I'm going to ask the supervisor to return the goods. Walk. The moment I flew into the night sky, I felt that countless eyes in the capital were fixed on me. Then move away. See, the one that sent chills down my spine the most was the towering observatory. If I remember correctly, number 6 Hang Yuan is in Ishangt. Amit Ba. Master Hang Yuan? That's right. It is this poor monk, and the donor is number 4? Can Buddhist disciples drink alcohol? Warrior monks can eat either meat or vegetables. There is another subtext in this sentence: monks do not need to observe precepts. I saw number 3 today. I regret not bringing peanuts. There was wine but no food. I always feel like something is missing. Number 3 pretends not to know me. With his intelligence, I believe he recognized me at that time, but I don't know why he pretended not to know me. The 8th level of self-cultivation realm, the cultivation is a little shallow. But I know the secret of number 3. Number 3 is related to the pure energy of the Sub-Saint Temple. When dealing with number 3, you cannot simply look at the surface. Compared to number 3, I am more compatible with Lord Su. You may not know that he did not die in Yunzhou. Master Hang Yuan told number 4 the whole story of Su Qianan's resurrection. Although the abortion pill is good, it has too many limitations. He survived because of his luck. I just met Su Qianan at the Jiaoxi, and I have a good impression of him. I guess it's because I've heard you discuss this so many times in the Earth Book fragments that I'm not unfamiliar with it. I have never gotten along with number 3, but Su Qianan is indeed very much my type. Drinking for 3 rounds. Can I see the child? Although I don't like Buddhism, they have a very true saying. Ca. The world is like a sea of suffering, and all living beings are struggling in it. Calm, no offense intended. The second examination will be held in 3 days. Let's go and see number 3 together. Number 3 was unwilling to reveal his identity to us. He said that if we meet, all we need to do is smile at each other. That's it. 3 days later. Courtyard tribute. The Confucian 9 grades have the ability to remember everything they see. This exam is about the meaning of scriptures, so all must have no pressure. There are many talented students in the world, so we must not be careless. There may be people who are stronger than me. According to Earl himself, the first day's strategy test went very well. He was good at questioning, so the second round of questions on the meaning of scriptures were not a big deal. There may also be. You are still better at pretending. Okay, just send it here, going in. Amit Ba. Dad, brother, I suspect someone is planning something bad to me. Who? A monk and a swordsman. Where is anyone? It was just there. Well, you said you have no pressure, but I think you are hallucinating. Earl, you should never pay attention to those strayers who behave strelly. What do you mean, brother? It's okay. I'll carry the pot for you. One more sentence and we will arrive in the capital. The military exploits I have made in Yunzhou are enough to X for a visualization diagram for the spirit refining realm. Son. I plan to advance to the spirit refining realm. If it were in the past, Zhu Guxiu would be surprised. Having worked together for many years, he knew that Song Tingfeng lacked ambition. I am already satisfied with making it to Tonluo, patrolling the streets during the day. I visited the Jiaoxi in the evening and lived a very comfortable life. If Yun's military merit was converted into silver, it would be enough for him to live in the Jiaoxi for a year. But now, he is no longer surprised by Song Yanfeng's choice. I have good talent. I have been stuck at the peak of Qi training for so many years, so my foundation is solid enough. By the end of this year, it will not be difficult to advance to the spirit refining realm. During this time, I have been thinking. If I weren't so lazy, if I weren't so useless. If I had already been a spirit cultivator when I came to Yunzhou. I won't go to the Jiaoxi anymore, never again. The recent days of chaotic public order have made Su Pingji, a centurion of the Imperial Sword Guards. And the night watchman Su Qian was busy and exhausted. Jihu people like to be brave and aggressive. There are indeed heroes who are chivalrous and righteous, but most of them are low-class people. Who would want to be in this world if they were decent people? In just 4 or 5 days, Su Qian alone arrested several outsiders who were drunk and fighting. According to my second uncle, criminals are caught every night in the outer city, but the inner city is peaceful. Because there is a curfew in the inner city, and the 5 guards of the capital patrol at night. If they see someone walking at night, they will sound the bow to warn them. At this time, if you choose to escape, you will be shot on the spot. If it is a suspicious person walking on the roof, there is no need to sound the bow, and the power is to execute first and report later. When encountering people looking for opportunities to cause trouble, they are usually taken to prison and wait for their companions to bail them out. These minor incidents that are not punishable by death are the most troublesome. That day, Su Qian led 2 Tongdong guards to patrol the streets. Anyone who doesn't look like a Beijinger, please pay attention. We must take them down before they cause trouble. Yes. Suin Luo. There's a fight going on up ahead. Watch on the fastest and most stable, with the fewest ads. Good. Good. Damn it, these bastards are still making such a fuss even after our weapons have been confiscated. Go, get them all and bring them back to the government office. Fighting and causing trouble is prohibited in the inner city. Come with me to the government office. No matter who you are, the government officials will beat you up. Bite. M. Click. Stop. Back. My lord, I am Lu Chun from the Lu family in Jingzhou. What about you? Snort. My lord, the Zhao family of Jingzhou. The Lu family and the Zhao family are famous families in Jingzhou. Among their families, there are pillars who pursue careers in government, as well as experts in the underworld, who are involved in both the black and white worlds. Lu Mansion. To put it simply, it means local gentry. The two families were like water and fire in Jingzhou. They stabbed each other in the back officially and fought with swords in the rivers and lakes. Their grievances were long-standing. This time I came to Beijing to watch the game, and happened to meet him on the street. Who played the air machine just now? It's me. Alright, all of you follow me to the night watchman's office. What? We didn't fight in the street, just take them both back to the yamen. Just go when I tell you to go. If you keep talking nonsense, I will kill you, believe it or not. Why? Under the emperor's feet, even night watchmen must abide by the law. Stupid. Dead. Go. Kick. Ah. AUD. Do you dare to take action? Even if you are in a tough situation, you still cannot leave the capital. Copper skin and iron bone. Cream. Defense broken. Just now, with a casual sword and a kick, he directly defeated the eldest daughter of the Zhao family who was in the spirit refining realm. Then, 3 casual blows broke the copper skin and the iron bone realm's physical defense. No wonder this person is so young and can become a silver gong. As expected of the capital city, any 3 silver gongs would be considered as geniuses if they were outside. This level of cultivation is simply terrifying, and the talent is even more astonishing. Are you leaving? It's up to you, adults. Dalingring Yamen. You must ask each of these 2 groups of people to pay 100 taels of silver, and you will not release them even if they pay a penny less. Con. Of this, 300 taels will be deposited in the account, and 50 taels will be divided between you and your colleagues, and the 2 copper gongs I patrol the streets will receive 50 taels each. Please send the rest to Chunfeng for me tomorrow. Don't worry, I will definitely get it done. The sun is high, let's go to Lingbao Temple for lunch. By the way, I went to Luo Yuhuang to ask for advice on the Heart Sword Manual. I have already gotten started with the Heart Sword Manual. In my opinion, it is not difficult. When performing it, I only need to attach my mental power to the sword body and cut it out like a Qi machine. The difficulty lies in how to integrate it with the smoothness of Qi. It's like drawing a circle or a square with one hand is no problem, but if you draw a circle with one hand and a square with the other hand, your brain won't be able to coordinate the tasks and you'll often get stuck. When drawing the sword, one either forgets to transfer the Qi mechanism or forgets to attach mental power. Now I am Silver Luo, I can enter and leave the imperial city freely. As soon as the badge was displayed, the guards guarding the city immediately let them pass. The Taoist leader invites you. Shit, number 4 is here too. Damn, Luo Yuhuang knows that I am the owner of the fragments of the Earth Book. I hope they don't. National Preceptor. The number 1 scholar. How did Lord Su get to know the Imperial Master? Imperial Master, can you please listen to me? Sound transmission. National Preceptor. National Preceptor. The Imperial Master ignored my message. The attitude is very clear, we are not that familiar with each other, no private chat. The intimate behavior of transmitting sound is too awkward to be used on the national teacher. Do you need me to back off? What's the matter? I have encountered some difficulties in practicing Heartsword, please help me, Master. The topic is finally turned over. See, it is indeed difficult to get started with the Heartsword. You help Yuan Jin, you help me guide Lord Su, I want to go see His Majesty. What kind of supernatural power is this? Not magical power. That was originally a thought of the Taoist master, and he just took it back. The methods of high-quality strong men are like gods. Today, I finally waited for Zhongli to return to the Imperial Observatory, so I could come to Lingbao Temple. My master asked me to go back. It's a pity that I still couldn't have dinner with the national teacher. It is indeed difficult to get started with the heart sword. After all, warriors are not good at the realm of the soul. Brother Chu, I'm sorry for causing you misunderstanding. I have already started using heart sword. Oh? How long have you been practicing heart sword? About 10 days. Don't make a joke. To enter the 10 heavenly heart sword, what level of Yuanshan is required? Even disciples who practice the Taoist methods would not dare to say that they can get started in 10 days. Promise someone not to lie. I am astounded by Brother Zu's talent. It's a pity that he doesn't practice the human sex method. No, don't ever have such a thought, otherwise even the Renzone will scold you. Su Pingji is not a good son of man. My third uncle is so innocent. Xu Yuanjin is a man of pride and restraint. He has the character of a scholar and the unruliness of a swordsman. But these were never expressed in words. Compared with the arrogant Earl, number 4 is more like a person with rich social experience. Brother Chu, what do you think are the differences between the Jiaozi in various places in Dafeng? Why is the Jiaozi mentioned during the sermon? A. After I gave up literature and became a Taoist, I never stayed at the Jiaozi again. The subtext is, I have abstained from sex. I see. The time for the discussion is approaching. What do you think of Li Niaozhen of Tianzong, Brother Chu? Chu admires your chivalrous spirit and courage very much. Damn, no. Brother Chu, the Imperial Master is suffering from the torment of karmic fire. Are you also suffering from similar torment? You know this too? Duke Wei told me about it. So, Wei Yuan really cultivated him carefully and regarded him as his own. It makes sense to talk about this. I only practice the sword skills of the human sect, but not the mental skills. What do you mean? If judged by the warrior system, I am in the spirit refining realm. But I majored in the human sex heart sword, Qi sword, and sword controlling techniques. So how do you advance? What's the next level? The 3 sword techniques are means of defeating the enemy rather than the foundation of the system. In other words, Xu Yuanjin actually did not follow the Taoist system. It is based on the warrior system and mainly practices the swordsmanship of the human sect. I don't know. The road is ahead, just keep walking. Let's continue with the actual combat of heart sword. Gradually, Xu Yuanjin discovered that Su Qi'an's knowledge of cultivation was very shallow. It doesn't look like what a person in the spirit refining realm should look like at all. By the way, he joined the Night Watchman after the tax case last October. At that time, he was at the refining essence realm. In just half a year, he made great progress and became a 7th grade warrior with extraordinary talent. Paper talk is boring. Brother Su, why don't we have a discussion? Okay, Brother Chu, remember to show mercy. This is a good opportunity to find out the number 4. The little guy from Tianzong is coming to the capital. Is Xu Yuanjin sure he can defeat her? Hard to say. Although Li Niaozhen is a 5th grade nascent soul, it is very likely that he will take this opportunity to enter the 4th grade nascent soul stage. If Xu Yuanjin didn't draw his sword, the outcome would be unpredictable. No matter what, they are all outstanding juniors. It has been a long time since I have seen any young people in Dafeng who are worthy of my attention. Nah. Your Majesty, what do you mean by this? Xu Yuanjin was the top scholar in the 27th year of Yuanjing. Xu Yuanjin gave up his official position and became a white-robed knight-errant. He had long been out of commission at the imperial court's command. Strangely enough, in the past decade or so, not only has Dafeng's national strength been declining, even the talent is getting less and less. Especially in recent years, I haven't met any juniors that satisfy me for a long time. How does the Imperial Master plan to deal with the Tianzong Daoist leader? In the last battle between heaven and man, the head of the Qi'an sect had not yet entered the first level. Your father fought him to a stalemate, with no clear winner. Dual cultivation is a mutually beneficial thing, and is by no means an evil art of sexual intercourse where only one party benefits. If Luo Yuhan wants to make rapid progress in a short period of time, there is no other way except to practice dual cultivation with me. Lamb. Is there anyone fighting in Lingbao Temple? Imperial Master, what's going on? It was Chu Yuanjin fighting with Su Qianan. How did that small bronze gong appear in Lingbao Temple, and how did it become endled with Lingbao Temple? The skills this boy has practiced are quite special, so Wei Yuan brought him to the temple to learn swordsmanship, and I taught him a few moves. Concentration induction. How could Su Qianan fight Chu Yuanjin so fiercely? If your majesty is interested, you may follow me to watch the battle. Good. Bite. 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 CERM. Although I only used the sword control technique. But in the siege of such a large number of flying swords, can be orderly to hold on until now, without revealing any flaws. It is hard to imagine that he is a warrior who has just entered the realm of spirit refining. This means that the opponent's spirit is unexpectedly powerful. I kinda believe that he got the first glimpse of the heart sword in just 10 days. In my impression, Su Qianan has always been a villain who can solve cases. I had heard of his name since the tax silver case, when he was still a sharpshooter in the Kali County Police Squad. Why is he so powerful today? How is Su Qian's cultivation? God refining realm. Come. Well, warriors in the soul refining realm are mediocre and not even worth my attention. However, for a fast-growing company like Kali County to reach this level in just half a year is pretty good. The Renzong swordsmanship is unparalleled in the world, and with such magical skills, he can easily tease martial artists. Suyin Luo is not bad either. His Majesty once said that there are no rising talents in the Dafeng court. I think this Suyin Luo is a rare talent among men. Humph, with Chu Yuanzhan's example, Su Qianan's achievements seem dull. Especially now, the two were fighting in the courtyard, one was calm and relaxed, while the other was exhausted from dealing with it. Make a judgment. Su Qianan is just a supporting role. The means are too limited. Didn't the Imperial Master say that he would teach Su Qianan the sword technique? What I passed on to him was the heart sword. The profound swordsmanship of the human sect is so profound that even if you are just an entry-level swordsman, it is not something that can be achieved overnight. This Su Qianan, maybe he is stronger than the average person. But it's a far cry from true genius. It's still not satisfactory after all. Watch on the fastest and most stable, with the fewest ads. Bite. Bite. Although the soul refining realm can capture the surrounding murderous intent and automatically feed it back to the mind. Bite. But there is no way to deal with so many attacks. So the next level of warrior is copper skin and iron bones. Specially designed for sieges. God of War. Sure enough, every grade. They are all making up for a shortcoming. If someone can enter the realm of martial god, I am afraid that if you look around the world, you will be invincible. Something is wrong. The Qi is running smoothly. When the flying sword turns, it will also have inertia. But the flying sword of number 4, operating as expected, completely violates the laws of physics. Doesn't Mr. Newton have any dignity? Oh, this is not Newton's business, don't you? The current dilemma, there are 3 ways to break the dilemma. 36 strategies, running away is the best strategy. 2. Use the spells recorded in the Confucian magic book to deal with siege. Use the heaven and earth sword to chop down number 4. But this is just one. Discussion, 3 methods, none of them are appropriate. Bite. Focus on mental strength. Wobbly. Attaching spiritual power to the sword will disperse the spiritual power that number 4 has concentrated on the tree branch, thus depriving him of control over the flying sword. Kill 1. Come down. How did you find out that my telekinesis was attached to the flying sword? This is probably talent. National preceptor? This boy is extremely talented. It is rare to see the national teacher praise a junior like this. What is the meaning of this statement? Heart sword. I told your majesty before that I taught Suing Luo the heart sword technique 10 days ago. The threshold for the heart sword is extremely high, even if you are an outstanding disciple of the human sect. If you are just getting started, it may take half a year at best or 3 months at best. But Su Qianan only used 1 sentence. What about him? Chu Yuanjin also spent a month to practice the Runzong sword technique as a warrior. In 1 month, I learned 3 sword techniques at the same time. What is your secret skill? My secret skill? Well, from the beginning to the end, you never used your unique skills. If I don't show off my skills, this competition will be too boring. You are about to fight with Li Miuzhen. I'm afraid I might accidentally hurt you and affect the battle between heaven and man. This is really too arrogant. The competition just now was a bit boring. If you have any unique skills, just use them. Good. I will only make 1 move, and after that, our competition will be over. If I don't set the rules first, he will stab me like a hedgehog after I chop him. After performing your ultimate skill, will you enter a period of weakness? Guessed. Calm. CL. M. ICA. Boom. Boom boom boom. Quiet room. N. Certainly. Call. Hoo. Awesome. Awesome. Come, if you were at the 5th level, this blow would have seriously injured me. If it's a 5th grade one, is it just a serious injury? I hit with all my strength. Just cut a loneliness. As expected, he is a strong man who can fight against Li Miuzhen. Su admitted defeat. But you can't lose in momentum. A. Su Qianan is also a very proud person. This arrogance is no less than that of the scholars in Yunlu Academy. Chu Yuanjin is indeed an outstanding disciple of the human sect. This level of accomplishment is rare. Su Qianan is still far from it, but he is just a silver gong after all, so he still has a lot of work to do. I have something else to do in the palace, so I can't stay long. Imperial Master, please see me off. AOO. I am honored to see your majesty. Wonderful duel, Su Qianan, you have great talent. Don't let the court down in cultivating you. Thank you, your majesty, for your cultivation. I will devote myself to your service until my death. Empty verbal praise, no real reward. Brother Su, please wait a moment. I'll go change my clothes. Brother Chu, aren't you a student of Yunlu Academy? He studied at Yunlu Academy and later went to the Imperial College. When I was young, I was full of ambition and talent, and I wanted to sell it to the emperor. Knowing that the students of Yunlu Academy were not valued, he left the academy to study at the Imperial College. Then why did he resign? Because scholars are useless, learning literature cannot save Dafeng. He simply resigned from his post, became a commoner, and traveled the world with a sword. Chic. No wonder Chu Yuanjin just bowed lightly when he saw Emperor Yuan Jing without saying a word. It seems that the one who really disappointed Chu Yuanjin at the beginning should be this emperor who was obsessed with practicing Taoism. The two chatted about everything from personal ambitions to the world situation. The northern barbarians have a population of only 1 million. And my Dafeng, a large province, has a population of tens of millions. But for thousands of years, the barbarians have always been a concern for us. Do you know why? Because the northern barbarians are the bloodline of ancient gods and demons. Ancient gods and demons? It is said that when the world was first created, there was a group of gods and demons who moved mountains and filled the sea, plucked stars and took the moon, but they later became extinct. The northern barbarians are called the descendants of gods and demons, and it is not groundless. From time to time, babies with atavism were born in the tribe. Scales grew on its body, a single horn grew on its forehead, a giant python's tail grew, and it was 2 meters tall 3 years after birth. Various visions confirm this statement. Based on these phenomena, the historians of Dafeng speculated that the period of ignorance. There must be an era when gods and demons are active. In that era, humans were as weak as ants and could only rely on gods and demons to survive, which led to the current northern barbarians. And we are the human race that rose later. No, aren't there reproductive isolation between gods and demons and humans? I suspect it is a hybrid of human and demon, not some god or devil. After all, the northern barbarians and the northern demons are an alliance. Because of the heart. Regarding whether gods and demons exist, I have heard a saying. The Gu god sleeping in the abyss in southern Shinji is a god and demon that survived from ancient times. He is also the only god and demon. Is Gu god an ancient god or demon? You can ask number 5 about this question. So during the Battle of Shanhaiguan, the northern and southern barbarians formed an alliance. This is a good idea. We only know that the northern and southern barbarians have always maintained a relatively friendly relationship. Just think that there is a big brother in the middle, and they are all coveting this piece of pancake. So they are natural allies, but it may also be that their divine and demonic bloodlines allow them to maintain a relative friendship. If the historian knew this idea, he would be very excited. Crossing the territory of the northern barbarians and going further north is the Arctic, where it is so cold that it can freeze people from the inside out. But there are still traces of life. I once saw a stray race with a human head and a fish body. They are intelligent but cannot speak human language and can communicate through gestures. Their tribe is mostly female, and often one male is assigned to multiple females and is responsible for getting them pregnant. Apart from mating, males do not have to do anything else, and hunting is left to females. Extremely envious. But due to overwork, males often do not live more than 20 years. The offspring born are still mostly female. Boys should keep themselves clean. Every 60 years, they face a genocide crisis. Dar. No one can make a female pregnant anymore. That year, I went to the North Pole. And you succeeded in getting the female pregnant? Puff. Why do you have such speculation? You continue. That year happened to be the year when the males of their race became extinct. In order to allow the species to reproduce again, some females will transform into males and bravely take on the burden of reproducing the species. The queen of the race will be the first to change her gender, which is her duty. After the queen became king, she expanded her harem and summoned all her daughters into her harem. Where do I start complaining? The wonder of creation is astonishing. Don't just listen to me, Brothers. Us name is well known in Beijing. Your glorious deeds must have been talked about with great relish in restaurants and teahouses. Let's talk about those cases with Chu. This is a long story. Then I will start with the tax bank case. At that time, my second uncle was involved in a theft of tax silver. He knew that he would not live long and had harmed others. After I learned about this, I said to my second uncle, "Don't panic, this case is full of loopholes." In my nephew's eyes, it's just a little trick. I can break it with just one stick of incense. But I have to admit, at that time, I was indeed young and frivolous, and looked down on all the heroes in the world. What's the meaning of this? It took me 2 incense sticks to solve the tax and silver case. Su Qi'an started with the tax silver case and continued to talk about the Fufei case. Xu Yuanjin held the teacup, without taking a sip, and listened very attentively. Brother Su is a genius at solving cases. I admire you so much. Previously, I speculated that number 3 was related to the pure energy of the Subsaint Temple, and that Taoist master Jinlian saw the specialness of number 3. Later, I learned about number 3's cousin Su Qi'an and thought that this boy was also extremely talented. Taoist master Jinlian apparently gave the fragment of the earth to his cousin, but in fact he wanted to let the brothers take it all. Taoist priest Jinlian is indeed very shrewd. Palpitations. Palpitations. I'm going to the toilet.